Be careful? Be careful of what? Before Lin Ro could react, a strong wind broke through the air and hit her head. Seeing that Lin Ro could not dodge, Jiang Cheng took a step. Whoosh! He disappeared instantly. The next second, clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Lin Ro just came to her senses and turned her head to see Jiang Cheng blocking in front of her, with Lin Yi on his back, his arms waving a knife, and half of the branches under his feet were constantly wriggling. The end of the branch was neatly cut off by the blade, and light green liquid was overflowing. Seeing this scene, Lin Ro couldn't help but feel a little scared, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on her back. If Jiang Cheng hadn't acted in time just now, I'm afraid that I would have been pierced through the body by this black branch. Gurgle. Thinking of this, Lin Ro swallowed again. At this time, Jiang Cheng, who was standing in front of him, said without turning his head, Xiao Jian, you carry Lin Yi on your back first. I'm afraid this vine is not that easy to deal with. Okay. Lin Ro stuttered as she took Lin Yi from behind. After Lin Yi was transferred from Jiang Cheng's back to Lin Ro's back, he put his head close to Lin Ro's ear and said in a low voice, Sister, the strength of this vine is at least level 2. You should let Jiang, leader, deal with it. Lin Ro nodded. When the branches attacked just now, she didn't feel it at all. From this, it can be seen that the strength of this giant vine is above her. She didn't refute it. She carried Lin Yi on her back and retreated to the side of her teammates. As Lin Ro retreated, Jiang Cheng also felt relieved. He looked at the vines in front of him that were coiled in circles and were 100 meters high, and shouted, I know you understand. I don't want to be your enemy. If you don't want to get hurt, get out of our way. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, Chiyue whispered in the back, the other party is just a vine. Do you understand? Shut up your mouth. Lin Yi scolded. In fact, he was also worried in his heart. Even if this tree has the ability to capture other creatures and is very powerful, it does not mean that its wisdom is strong enough. You know, even before the end of the world, there were many plants that could capture animals. Not to mention the distant ones. The most common ones are pitcher plants and fly traps, which can attract mosquitoes and flies through fragrance for predation. There are also sheep-eating trees native to South America. They also attract sheep and then use their thorns to entangle them, starving them to death and absorbing their nutrients. However, these plants only hunt by instinct. Even if they have evolved a little, they may not necessarily evolve into wisdom. However, Jiang Cheng has different ideas from them. Generally speaking, low-level spiritual plants cannot communicate with people and have extremely low intelligence. However, after the second level, they can produce a certain degree of intelligence. Although their intelligence may not be as good as that of a 1-year-old child, they can judge the meaning of the other party's words by their tone. After the words fell, the vines really began to tremble. Then, under the surprised eyes of everyone, the body as thick as a giant python began to slowly wriggle until it opened a gap that was just enough for 2 people to pass through. Good guy, I'm calling you good guy. Chiyue wanted to say that he was stunned. Okay? He shouted a sentence, and the vines made way. Do these plants really have intelligence? Or should he try it next time? At this time, Jiang Cheng looked at the vines making way. His expression eased slightly, thinking that the vines were very sensible. So he put the Tang sword in his hand back into the space ring, and then waved to everyone and said, Okay, we can go through. As he said that, he walked in first. Seeing this, the others followed slowly. But just after Jiang Cheng entered the gap, the next moment, something changed suddenly. The vines began to slide quickly, wrapping the road that had been made clear again. And the people who had not followed Jiang Cheng and also stopped in their tracks. Everyone retreat quickly. This thing is a trick. Wang Chong, who was closest to the vines, shouted. The others retreated quickly. Sure enough, several vines came quickly. Seeing this, Wang Chong roared. Beast transformation, 3-headed dog of hell. A woo. He raised his head and howled. Wang Chong's mouth immediately stretched forward, and thick silver-white hair grew on his face. When his head turned into a dog's head, 2 more heads grew on his left and right shoulders, and his palms turned into sharp claws, pressing on the ground. In less than a second, a 7 or 8 meter long hellhound blocked the crowd. Get out of my way. The head in the middle roared, raised its snow-white claws, and swung at the branches that were flying over. Crack! Immediately, several black branches that stabbed over were cracked by Wang Chong, and the vines were broken, and the promoted vines quickly retracted. For a while, everyone and the vines were ready to draw their swords and draw their crossbows. What should we do? Jiang Cheng is entangled, Lin Ro said anxiously. In her impression, although Jiang Cheng was very strong, he was suddenly attacked by this guy who was comparable to the second level. Even a third-level strongman would probably be injured. Why don't I try to break this vine? Luo Fan took a step forward and said with murderous intent. The leader was tied up, and his left subordinates could not sit idly by. Good idea. I still have Ziyi, plus Captain Lu and Captain Yuan. We are all second-level strength. After all, we will definitely break this stinky vine together. Chiyue said. Everyone was discussing anxiously, but Lu Xinru remained silent. To be honest, since she and Jiang Cheng confirmed their relationship, she was more worried about Jiang Cheng than anyone else. But from her perception, Jiang Cheng's vitality was still very strong, and he was obviously not hurt. As expected, in the next second, a silver electric light burst out from the gap between the vines. Swish, swish. The vines that were as thick as 3 people were hugged were directly split into dozens of pieces and exploded. Bang, bang. As the vines fell to the ground and the dust flew, a figure holding a silver tang sword walked out from the middle of the vines. The figure's eyes were sharp, and he said coldly, "Since you are so ignorant, don't blame me for pulling out your roots and peeling your bark." As soon as he finished speaking, the silver light on the blade burst out. Thunderbolt. The figure turned into a flash of lightning, flashing back and forth on the vines hundreds of meters high. During this time, branches kept coming, but after hitting the silver lightning, they were all chopped into pieces. It took only more than 10 seconds to go back and forth, when Jiang Cheng put away his knife again and stood in front of everyone. With a bang, the hundreds of meters high vine wall was cut by Jiang Cheng into a square door frame that was 100 meters high and 100 meters long. This is too exaggerated. July looked at Jiang Cheng's masterpiece and said with his chin up. Lin Ro, Wang Chong, and other members of the Dawn base were accustomed to it. This was just the leader's routine operation. Okay, let's go in quickly without further delay. Jiang Cheng reminded everyone in surprise. Oh, that's right. But leader, why don't you just deal with this vine? July said puzzled. This vine is a huge monster at first glance. It's probably not long before it grows back to its original shape after just cutting off the trunk. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "This vine can surround the entire Linxian city, stretching for at least hundreds of kilometers. If we cut it all off, it will take a lot of time. Our goal is to get back to the base as soon as possible, not to get entangled with a vine here." Then why don't we burn this vine with fire? Chiyue thought of an idea and said excitedly. But as soon as the words came out, Lin Yi knocked her head. Dong. Hey, Captain, why did you knock me? Chiyue said dissatisfiedly. Lin Yi said speechlessly. I usually ask you to read more books, but you feed pigs. This vine surrounds the entire Linxian city. If you set it on fire, do you want all the survivors in Linxian city to be buried with this vine? Yes, this vine is like a stove. If it really burns, the oxygen in Linxian city will definitely be sucked out. At that time, everyone in the city will either be choked to death, scorched, or die of lack of oxygen. Wang Chong said. After listening to the two's explanation, Chiyue realized what a stupid idea he had just proposed, and hurriedly smiled and said, "Well, I just wanted to get rid of this vine as soon as possible. It was a mistake, a pure mistake, huh? Okay, let's get going without further ado." Jiang Cheng interrupted at the right time. He turned his head to look in the direction of the Dawn base, and his intuition told him that something must have happened now. Linxian City, on both sides of Silver Avenue. The 10-meter-high sycamore trees that were originally used for greening have grown into towering trees with a diameter of 3 meters and a height of more than 50 meters. Because it was August, the leaves on the trees were extremely dense, covering nearly 2/3 of the spacious main road. On the road covered by the shade of the trees, there were scattered sycamore seeds the size of an adult's fist. And strangely, around the sycamore seeds, there are pieces of rotten, shapeless human tissue, leaving only a 3-meter-wide area in the middle exposed to the sun, which is barely clean. At this time, under this 3-meter-wide road exposed to direct sunlight. Haha, Two young men in military green short-sleeved shirts were panting and running. The two were very fast, far faster than any electric motorcycle on the market. Old Sue, save your energy and be careful of the sycamore seeds under your feet. Yang Tian on the side reminded. Su Fei gasped. Can I not know? The situation is urgent now, and I can't control that much. Yes, I hope we can arrive in time and there won't be any problems in the middle. Yang Tian's breathing was rapid, and sweat was already dripping on his forehead. The distance from Linxian Base to Bayin Avenue is at least 8 kilometers. Normally, the two of them would definitely not work so hard. But now that Linxian Base is under attack, the two of them can only increase their running speed to the extreme without saving their energy. But just as the two of them finished speaking, a gust of wind blew over, and then a round black ball rolled down from the shade of the tree and landed at Su Fei's feet. At this time, Su Fei's left foot was stepping forward. Careful, Yang Tian shouted, and quickly grabbed Su Fei's collar and pulled him back. In an instant, Su Fei fell backwards, but before he hit the ground, he was caught by Yang Tian. He dragged Su Fei back a few steps and then helped the opponent up. Then he pointed at a fist-sized ball on the ground filled with brown seeds and said, "Look at where you were about to step." Listening, Su Fei looked in the direction pointed by Yang Tian's hand. The next moment, a burst of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I still remember that when our team took a dozen survivors out to collect supplies a few days ago, a survivor accidentally stepped on them. The result was quite tragic. The whole person was directly blown into pieces. The 3 people around him were affected and suffered serious injuries. This incident was still fresh in his memory. If Lao Yang hadn't caught him in time, his left leg would have been disabled with this kick. He looked gratefully at Yang Tian behind him and said, "Lao Yang, it's good to have you. Look at how pretentious you are, but you should thank me. When you collect supplies next time, remember to help me find a bottle of beer. I've been craving that stuff for a long time." Yang Tian said without caring at all. Su Fei also smiled. "No problem." With that said, the two of them glanced at the sycamore seeds at their feet and stepped over, but they also slowed down their running speed. However, before the two of them ran far, another low roar suddenly came from them. "Wait, there's something ahead." Yang Tian stopped, raised his hand in front of Su Fei, and said in a low voice with a serious look, "We won't be so unlucky." Su Fei said helplessly. The words just fell. Bang! The ground shook, and at the same time, a monster nearly 3 meters tall appeared in their sight. And after seeing the two of them, the monster rushed towards the two of them at an extremely terrifying speed. "Grass, it's a first-level crusher," Su Fei said in horror. "Stop talking nonsense and shoot now," Yang Tian said quickly, then took out the first-level doomsday pistol from his waist, aimed at the first-level crusher rushing in front of him, and immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! But unfortunately, at the moment when Yang Tian fired, the first-order crusher seemed to feel the threat posed by the first-order doomsday pistol, and he swayed and dodged directly. Seeing this, Su Fei immediately fired 2 more shots, but he was still dodged by the first-order crusher. And just the next moment, the first-order crusher appeared in front of Su Fei. Ouch! With a roar, his huge fist hit Su Fei directly in the face. "Lao Su, be careful!" Yang Tian shouted in fear, reaching out to pull Su Fei away, but he didn't expect that it was still a step too late. The huge gray fist punched out. Su Fei saw that he couldn't dodge, so he blocked it with his arms in front of him. There was a bang. He only felt a sharp pain in his arms. The scenery in front of him flew backwards, and his whole body flew backwards. After flying for more than 20 meters, he landed on his back. A muffled groan. He lay on the ground for a long time and could not get up. "Lao Su." Yang Tian was shocked and angry when he saw his comrades being knocked away. He didn't care about anything else. He took out a first-level doomsday bomb from his waist, pulled out the bolt, cursed angrily, and threw it out. "You bastard, I'll blow you up to death." On the other hand, the first-order crusher looked at the black ball flying over with curiosity on his face. But the next moment, bombs are coming. There was a bang. A small mushroom cloud with a diameter of 5 meters and mixed with fire slowly rose. Soon, the black smoke dissipated, revealing the form of the first-order crusher. Because the first-order smasher at the center of the explosion couldn't dodge in time, half of his face, neck and right arm were directly blown away. In the remaining half of his head, a gray crystal was visible to the naked eye. Roar. Being seriously injured by the explosion, the remaining half of the face of the first-level crusher was full of ferocity. He roared at Yang Tian, rushed over, raised his left arm, and punched him. However, because of the explosion, its speed was reduced by at least half. But it was not something that ordinary people could achieve. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of him and punched Yang Tian in the face again. Not good. Yang Tian's pupils shrank sharply. Seeing the fist constantly enlarged in his sight, he rolled sideways and half-crouched on the ground, then raised his gun and shot directly. Bang bang. As the sound fell, 2 blue blood flowers bloomed on the body of the first-level crusher. Roar. After being shot, the first-level crusher roared again, turned around, and punched again. Yang Tian rolled over to dodge again. Bang. The next second, a fist-sized pit was directly smashed out of the original position. Steady his body, Yang Tian secretly said that it was a close call. Then he raised his gun and shot again. Bang. The flame spit out, this time directly hitting the opponent's shoulder, and blue blood flowers spurted out again. However, for the first-level crusher, the physical injuries will not cause its death. As a zombie, it cannot feel the pain of the body. As long as it swallows blood food later, the wounds on its body and the missing right arm can grow back again. The first-level crusher didn't care about the shoulder wound, but turned and rushed towards Yang Tian. Damn it! Yang Tian looked at the zombies rushing over and was secretly anxious. A first-level Doomsday pistol has a capacity of 6 rounds. He has consumed 4 bullets, and now only has 2 bullets left. As for the bullets of the first-level submachine gun on his back, they have long been used up. The first-level Doomsday bomb he just threw is also the only one he carries. As long as the bullets are used up, death will be waiting for him. But the fate of not shooting will also be miserable. It must be fatal. Seeing the first-order crusher getting closer and closer, he raised his gun again, this time aiming directly at the opponent's head, not caring about the opponent's punch. He took a deep breath. He aimed and pulled the trigger. Bang! As the muzzle of the gun spitted out flames, the fist of the first-order crusher also hit his shoulder directly. Puff! Puff! Yang Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. He only felt that the bone in his left shoulder was completely broken, but fortunately, the shot directly hit the face of the first-level crusher, and the huge body collapsed in front of him. Bang! It hit the ground and stirred up a cloud of dust. Huh! Seeing the first-level crusher fall, Yang Tian inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, letting himself lie flat on the ground, breathing slowly. It was too dangerous just now. If he was half a second slower, he would probably go to see the King of Hell. However, the current situation is just as bad. He didn't dare to move. As long as he moved, he would feel a sharp thorn piercing into the flesh in his left shoulder. He knew that this was the feeling of the bone being completely broken and the bone residue piercing into the flesh. Damn, it's really bad luck. After venting his anger and cursing, Yang Tian thought of Su Fei next to him, gritted his teeth, and sat up immediately, and then supported himself with his intact right arm. The whole process was naturally quite painful because the movement was too large, and he grimaced in pain. But since he joined the army, he had been prepared for the battle, and he had also thought about being injured in the battle one day. The only thing he didn't expect was that his opponent was such a monster. Uffed. Spitting blood foam on the ground, Yang Tian dragged his left arm, which was hanging weakly, and moved step by step towards Su Fei. The two were about 30 meters apart. Looking up, there was a bloodstain on the ground that was about 3 meters long and 1 person wide, and the end of the bloodstain was Su Fei. Yang Tian moved to Su Fei and lowered his head. The other party's chest was slightly sunken, judging that the sternum was fractured, and the arms blocking the chest were limp. The forearm bones must be completely broken, and then moved along the chest to the head. Su Fei was lying on his back, and his chin was completely stained with blood. Seeing this, Yang Tian quickly stretched out his hand and nervously probed Su Fei's nose. When he felt a hint of warmth on his fingers, he breathed a sigh of relief. The person is still alive, but he was not happy at all. With the current medical conditions, such a serious injury is definitely not survivable. Unless... At this time, Yang Tian suddenly remembered what the Captain Li Feng said to them. If it is the last moment and there is no emergency medicine on your body, you can swallow the zombie crystal and gamble on your luck. Swallowing the crystal may have the possibility of surviving, or it may become a zombie because of the erosion of the virus, but if you don't swallow it, you will die. Thinking of this, Yang Tian didn't care about anything else and immediately turned around to take the zombie crystal of the first-level crusher. But just when he turned around, suddenly a huge body was blocking him in front of him. Compared with his short body, it was like an insurmountable god. His pupils trembled violently, and his body stiffened in place. Ouch! The other party slowly raised his fist, covering the sky above him, and then it continued to grow in his sight. Am I going to die? Yang Tian thought so. For a moment, his mind seemed to be a fleeting view, with fragments of fragments flashing before his eyes. There was his family watching cartoons warmly on the sofa at home. He was sitting in the classroom with his classmates. He was writing. Furiously during the college entrance examination, he joined the army for the first time after graduating from high school and waved goodbye to his parents in tears and her gentle glance in the barracks, and he was ordered to be dispatched to Relinxian after the zombie outbreak, and many more. The past memories emerged in front of his eyes one by one. This is his life, ordinary and wonderful, small and great. However, when these memories passed through his mind, he had many regrets. It was a pity that he could not go back to his hometown before the doomsday, and he could not confess to her before being transferred to Lincian. However, the premise of these things is that if he can survive. As the thoughts flashed, the fist grew bigger and bigger in front of him. Puff! The gray giant fist hit Yang Tian's head without any surprise, and his head exploded like a watermelon. Instantly, blood gushed out from his neck like a spurt, and his body collapsed. Roar! After killing the human in front of him, the first-level crusher let out a weak-long howl. However, the price it paid was equally heavy. Half of its head was blown off. The zombie crystal was almost blown to pieces, and the shot in the face left a blood hole as thick as a finger in its nose, and it could not survive. It raised its head crookedly and howled. With a bang, the first-level crusher also fell down, and Su Fei, who was lying on the side, stopped breathing. At the same time, a figure was running from a distance. Ta-ta-ta. The sound echoed on the deserted Silver Avenue. It was Guopeng who rushed over. But when he ran halfway and saw the figure lying on the ground not far away, he quickened his pace again. When he was 10 meters away from the scene, Guopeng stopped in a daze as he looked at the tragic scene in front of him. He saw a soldier lying on the ground with a bloody face and a bloody trail, and another soldier's head was missing. Next to the two soldiers, a huge body was also lying beside them. The ground around them was uneven, and there was a burnt color. Obviously, a fierce encounter had taken place here. Yang Tian, Su Fei. Seeing this, Guopeng trembled and called out two names, staggered a few steps, and the pace became faster and faster. He ran forward like crazy, ignoring the burns on the outside of his thighs, squatting down, full of hope. He stretched out a finger towards Su Fei. 1 minute later, Guopeng stood up expressionlessly, drew his gun without any hesitation, roared at the zombie in front of him, and fired several shots in the head. Ah! Bang, 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 bang. He didn't stop until he beat the first-order crusher's head to pieces. Looking at the bodies of his comrades again, Guopeng choked with tears in his eyes. Lao Yang, Lao Su, I'm sorry, I'm late. After saying that, he stood up straight, saluted the two bodies with his red eyes, and then limped towards the direction of Dawn Base. And at this time, Linshu Expressway intersection. A group of people stood in front of the toll station, looking at the two big words at the top of the toll station, Lincian, and a row of banners above, Lincian welcomes you. My heart was slightly touched. Is this Lincian City? Chi-Chi looked around curiously. It was his first time in Xian. Ziyi, Lu Ziyun, and Yuan Ningling also looked around. Damn it, he's finally back, Wang Chong said excitedly. He wanted to go back to the base quickly to take a look. But Grandma Zheng's ancestors and grandsons are different. Yang Rui looked at the city behind the toll station and murmured, Is this the city where Grandpa is? As he spoke, he rolled his eyes, tilted his head mischievously, and teased Mrs. Zheng beside him. Grandma, we are about to see Grandpa. Are you excited? Umph. Excited? What do I have to be excited about? Mrs. Zheng snorted and sneered, but the trembling palms behind her back showed that she was not in a calm mood at the moment. Lin Xian still makes people feel comfortable. Lin Ro opened her arms and closed her eyes to feel the wind blowing in front of her. She enjoyed saying that although the wind didn't smell good and even stunk because there were corpses everywhere, this was her hometown. Also touched were Zhang Ye and Lu Xinru. The moment they saw the Linxian toll station, smiles appeared on their faces unconsciously. As if being influenced by everyone, Luo Fan looked in the direction of Tiannan, his eyes flashing. Just when everyone looked at Lin Xian, they all felt something. Jiang Cheng said, "Okay, without further ado, let's go back to the base." "Good, go home." At this time, in front of the west gate of Dawn Base, the three strange birds opened their long beaks and screamed sharply, then circled in the sky. Their staggered bodies suddenly swooped towards the ground, and a pair of black claws rushed towards Father Yang. "You really look up to the old man." Father Yang sneered, his body shining with golden light. He turned around and raised his knife, bent his legs and stared at the three strange birds until they were less than 20 meters from the ground. Then he kicked his leg sharply. Bang! The gravel popped up and cracks appeared on the ground. Father Yang jumped to a height of more than 20 meters. He waved the Tang's sword and shouted angrily. "The third form of the three swords to destroy demons, destroy demons." Swish! The black Tang knife suddenly turned into a 10-meter-long giant knife, and as Yang swung it, it suddenly slashed from the neck of a strange bird. Puff! A blood arrow flew out, and the head of the strange bird was immediately separated, and its red-feathered head fell straight down. After taking out one of them, Father Yang used the power of the knife to turn around in the air and immediately landed on the back of another strange bird. He held the knife in both hands and stabbed downwards with all his strength. Puff! The blade of the knife penetrated the flesh, and blood gurgled out from the orange-yellow back feathers, dyeing the back feathers bright red. The strange bird screamed, unable to flap its wings anymore, and fell down with a whine. Feeling that the strange bird was about to fall, Yang suddenly pulled out his Tang Dao and raised one foot. Bang! Transformed into a golden giant and headed towards the last strange bird. The third form of the three swords to destroy demons, destroy demons. Zheng! The blade of the sword buzzed, and the giant air sword condensed, swung down from above under the horrified gaze of the strange bird. Suddenly the sky was stained with blood, and then the head of a strange bird with sluggish pupils fell to the ground, followed by Father Yang, whose whole body was glowing with golden light. Call! Taking a long breath, Father Yang flicked the blood on the Tang knife, looked up at the birds in the sky again, took a deep breath, and used his inner strength to shout angrily. "If you don't fade away, these four beasts will be your fate." This angry roar caused a group of strange birds in the sky to commotion, but the strange bird that was twice as big as the leader remained unmoved. Unlike the other strange birds, its eye sockets and eyeballs were golden, and its eyes were similar. It is more fierce than other strange birds. The leader of the strange birds roared loudly, and the frightened flock of strange birds around them immediately calmed down and restored order. After controlling his men, the strange bird looked down at Mr. Yang. Suddenly, its 40-meter-long wings suddenly fluttered, and the strong wind roared and flew away. The men behind him were unsteady and almost fell. The leader of the strange bird was also hovering in the sky. For a week, it then opened its long golden beak full of fine teeth and pounced down. I don't know if it was because the strange birds were too powerful. For a moment, the beasts that were attacking the city wall stopped and backed away hundreds of meters in awe. Between them and the city wall, there was an empty space of 300 meters, a vacuum zone of many meters. Haha, it seems that you, the beast, are going to fight to the death with the old man. Father Yang observed the reactions of the giant beasts around him, then looked at the sky, his expression getting colder. The guards with their backs to the city wall said loudly, "All guards withdraw from the city wall, so that the battle between the old man and this beast will not affect you." "Yes, Captain." The escorts received the order and retreated without any hesitation. They knew that being on the city wall would only cause trouble to the captain. Back down the wall. As a member of the 6th Guard, Chen Beixian looked at Hungfeng beside him with some worry and said, "Brother Feng, this strange bird is obviously much stronger than the previous few strange birds." Just listening to its cry, I feel heart palpitations. Can the captain do it alone? Whether it works or not, the captain has to do it even if he doesn't. Hungfeng said calmly. What do you mean? Chen Beixian asked worriedly. Hungfeng glanced sideways at Chen Beixian and said, It's not interesting. We just have to do our duty. As he spoke, he looked up at the sky. The knuckles of the first-level submachine gun he held in his chest were almost pale. He has already made plans to destroy the base. And above the sky, the strange bird was very fast, like a sharp arrow piercing through the clouds. With a whoosh, he arrived in front of Father Yang, and a pair of sharp claws quickly grabbed him. What a beast! Father Yang cursed and waved the Tang Dao again with both arms. The third form of the three swords to destroy demons. Destroy demons. Swish! The Tang sword was full of black light, and the sharp edge cut through the air, heading straight towards the black claws. The next moment, buzz! The blade hit the black claw, and the sound wave vibrated, buzzing like a bell. Following this, billowing air waves flew in all directions. Wherever it passed, the trees at the entrances of private houses on both sides of the community were broken, the walls were collapsed, and the giant beast in the front row of the herd hundreds of meters away was even shaken to the ground. Only at Shuguang Base, under the 20-meter-high secondary city wall, the air waves fluttered on it and immediately dispersed. Right in the middle of this electric light, there was a pop. Father Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was like a kite with its string broken, flying straight towards the houses nearby. Bang, bang, bang. 3 sounds in succession. After crashing through 3 concrete and stone walls of the private house, Yang finally stabilized his body after knocking 4 concrete and stone walls into dents. TSK. This beast is really strong. If it weren't for the golden body of the Buddha and the defense of hard Qigong, I'm afraid my bones would fall apart. Old man Yang spat a mouthful of blood foam to the side, smiled bitterly and murmured, but soon, his eyes were fixed, and he pulled himself out of the wall with force, leaned on the knife on the ground, and said to himself, But before Jiang Kid went to Chudu, he entrusted his life to me. Even if I die, I have to keep this family business. As he said, he swung the Tang knife, bent his legs, leaned over, and rushed back to the road. At this time, the leader of the strange birds swooped into the sky again, flapping his long wings, like a king returning victoriously. The rest of the strange birds surrounded the leader of the strange birds, excitedly singing, as if cheering for their king. Looking at the group of strange birds in the sky, Old Man Yang's eyes became colder, and at the same time, he analyzed the gap between him and the leader of the strange birds in his heart. He had just been in the Buddha state, and he used the third move of the 3 demon-slaying swords. With the hard Qigong, the destructive power could reach 411,360 jin, which is equivalent to 205.68 tons. With such strength, he is confident that he can fight even zombies below the 3rd level. But the strange bird just hit him and flew him away, which shows that its strength is at least in the 3rd level or above. Thinking of this, Father Yang felt bitter. Jiang boy, you have exhausted me this time. After a bitter smile, Father Yang's mind turned secretly. If it is in the 3rd level, it can still fight. If it is below the 3rd level, then he will try his best to buy time for the survivors behind him. With his mind settled, Father Yang looked solemn, silently running Xinyuan Gong, and shouted softly, Hard Qigong, open. Bang! The shriveled body swelled up again. But it's not enough. Father Yang continued to shout, Open your inner energy. Bang! An extremely powerful airflow was released from the body, blowing the surrounding sand and dust in all directions, and even caused the leader of the strange bird hovering proudly in the sky to turn his head. When he saw that the human in front of him was still alive, apart from being in a wretched shape, a flash of surprise flashed through the golden beast's eyes, but was soon replaced by ridicule, and he neighed at the human, as if mocking the human in front of him. Small. He. Father Yang sneered. Regardless of the strange bird's ridicule, he whispered again, Become a Buddha. Zheng. Golden light bloomed all over his body, and Father Yang once again transformed into a muscular Buddha. Although his face was neither sad nor happy, his eyes were filled with solemnity. Staring at the leader of the strange birds, he slowly held the Tang Dao in his left hand, turned his body slightly, and bent his legs to gather strength. The third form of the three demon-killing swords. The voice was faintly shouted, and the powerful energy could no longer be suppressed, and the internal force in the body was like a rolling wave constantly pouring into the Tang Dao blade. 3 meters, 5 meters, 8 meters, 12 meters, 15 meters. The Tang Dao formed by the inner energy reached a length of 15 meters before stopping. The sword energy condensed into shape, and Father Yang looked at the sky and shouted loudly, "Beast, today is the day you die. Destroy the demon." Bang! The ground collapsed under the pressure of the powerful force, and the concrete floor cracked and cracked like a spider web, spreading around with Father Yang as the center. And then there was a bang. Father Yang shot up from the ground like a golden cannonball, and the 15-meter air knife in his hand turned into a black stream of light. As Father Yang rushed over, the leader of the strange bird gave a rare look in his eyes. The contempt in his eyes dissipated and was replaced by incomparable solemnity, because he felt the threat from this knife. With a long roar, he signaled the surrounding men to disperse. The strange birds under his command understood what their leader meant, and they were so busy that they took off and dispersed. After his men left, the leader of the strange bird stared straight at the approaching black light. He changed his body's shape, raised his claws forward, opened his bloody mouth, and let out a sharp scream. As the cry rang out, a faint black light also appeared on the black bird's claws. Bang! The long wings flapped, and he faced the sword light with both claws without fear. This moment, the guards and survivors behind the city walls of Dawn Base were nervous. Qinbei, Hungfeng looked helpless as he listened to the conversation on the side, but surprisingly did not interrupt. His palms were sweaty, no better than Qinbei Xian. As for the other escort members, they were also praying silently. Pray for a miracle to happen. The next second, two black lights collided. Bang! A golden spark bloomed in the blue sky, like a firework, but more dazzling than fireworks. At the same time, the sound of metal chiming sounded, and the oscillating ripples spread out in circles until they extended to 10 kilometers away. 5 minutes ago, on the straight road outside Lincian Base, a group of figures came flying towards him, until they arrived a few hundred meters away from Lincian Base. The leader let out a surprised sound. Heard, Jiang Cheng stopped immediately. Lin Ro, Wang Chong, and others who were following him also stopped. Everyone followed Jiang Cheng's gaze and looked forward, only to see that the large iron door at the entrance of Lincian Base was dented by the impact, and at the door, giant beasts were pouring in one after another. Brother Jiang, is Lincian Base responsible? Captain, looking at the densely packed beasts and the broken gate of Lincian Base, Wang Chong suppressed the urge to rush forward. He knew that this was not the time to be impulsive. Jiang Cheng silently opened the Eye of Data. The data of each monster is displayed on his panel. There are nearly first-level iron-tailed rats, first-level red-tailed Vajra centipedes, first-level Titan pythons, first-level ironhide rhinos, etc. And if you look carefully, there are also a few second-level fire scales mixed in. Moonhorn cow. After roughly scanning, Jiang Cheng already had an idea in his mind and said directly, Lin Ro, you stay and take care of Lin Yi. Qi Yue, Zai, Lu Ziyun, and Yuan Ningling, as a group, attack the right side of the herd from Open the Gap on the right. Yes, leader, several people said in succession. Jiang Cheng continued, Mrs. Zhang, please, along with Miss Yang, cooperate with Sister Ye, and Xinru, you can open a gap from the left side of the herd. There's no problem here, old lady. Mrs. Zhang nodded, and Yang Rue, Zhang Ye, Lu Xinru, and the other girls also nodded. Finally, Jiang Cheng looked at Wang Chong and said, Wang Chong, you and Luo Fan will go around the base first to find the whereabouts of Brother Li and the other survivors. No problem, Wang Chong said quickly. Luo Fan nodded slightly. Finally, Jiang Cheng warned Lin Ro again and said to everyone, Okay, take action. Yes. Everyone responded. As the former elite of the Chudu Doomsday team, Qi Yue could no longer stand it any longer. Chudu was too big and full of dangers, including many high-level zombies. He didn't dare to make a big show of it, but in the small Lincian city, he couldn't let go of his depression. It's finally my turn to perform. July shouted excitedly, took a step, and immediately jumped into the air. With his hands spread out, his whole body was burning with flames. Then he faced the right side of the beast group below him, overlapped his palms, and shouted, "Fire Dragon Cannon!" Suddenly, a ball of fire with a radius of 3 meters in front of his palms continued to condense, like a small sun. With July's shout, the ball of fire turned into a fire dragon, opened its mouth wide, and roared towards the beast group below. The beast group that was running into the gate of Lincian base soon noticed that there was a scorching heat rushing over their heads, but the fire dragon flew very fast. As soon as they looked up, they saw the fire dragon opening its huge mouth and enlarging in their sight until it swallowed them. Bang! The flames hit the beast group, and the spirit beast screamed fiercely. Seeing July showing off his power, Ziyi and others naturally did not want to fall behind. Energy bomb. Wind blade tornado. Everything grows. One after another, the big moves continued to hit the right wing of the herd, and soon, the rushing herd opened a gap, and the left side of the herd. Old Lady Jiang was naturally not willing to lag behind. With a step, her body floated lightly. Her hands drew a mysterious trajectory in the air, and then both palms came out, shouting, "Mountain Shock Palm." Bang, bang, bang. As the two palms slapped out, the internal energy turned into huge handprints and slapped up. It was similar to Jiang Cheng's Great Destruction Palm, but the size and power were much smaller, but it was enough to cause huge damage to the first and second level spirit beasts. Old Lady Jiang took action, and Yang Rue naturally had to show off. She and Zhang Yeliu Xinru rushed directly into the herd, and their hands kept dancing. With the cooperation of several people, the flow of beasts pouring into the Lincian base was quickly cut off. Wang Chong and Luo Fan had already climbed in from the houses next to them. "You guys clean up the spirit beasts outside. I'll go explore the base first." Seeing this, Jiang Cheng said this and flew directly into the base. Lincian base, a vacant lot in a shanty town. A man was surrounded by dozens of spiritual beasts. The man's skin was covered with stone lines, and his whole body was soaked in blood. Under his feet were the corpses of several spiritual beasts. He was like a god of war bathed in blood. His bloodshot red eyes were staring at the two men in front of him. The fire-scaled moon-horned ox. The man was Li Feng, who had been confronting the fire-scaled moon-horned ox for a long time. Li Feng's shoulders were shaking up and down, and he was breathing heavily. He had just fought with this second-level spirit beast. During this period, many spirit beasts attacked him sneakily, which caused him to lose a lot of strength. Now he has lost a lot of energy. That brat Guopeng should have arrived at Shuguang base. Li Feng half closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and smiled bitterly to himself. In this current beast wave, Lincian base can be said to have been basically destroyed, and several soldiers were killed and injured. Fortunately, most of the survivors and soldiers hid in the basement, and this was able to temporarily preservation. However, if rescue is not possible, it will only be a matter of time before he dies from exhaustion, and by then the soldiers and survivors hiding in the basement will inevitably be massacred. Maid, this captain really has a heavy responsibility. Thinking of the tragic scenes that would happen in the future, Li Feng grinned and looked at the giant beast in front of him, raised his hand and hooked his fingers and said, "Come on, stupid cow. Let me, Captain, see what you are capable of." Hiss. Faced with Li Feng's provocation, the fire-scaled moon-horned cow exhaled 2 streams of hot air from its nose. Its black hooves scratched the ground, and then raised its head to the sky and let out a long cry. Moo! He rushed towards the human in front of him. It was very fast, with a pair of horns poking straight in front, and its body was covered in blazing flames. As it ran, the air around it made a roaring sound. Good God, Li Feng secretly thought. His legs were shoulder-width apart, and he was in a half-squatting position. He spread his hands and stared straight at the charging horns. When he was less than half a meter away from it, Li Feng suddenly took action. Stop! He grabbed the flaming horns with both hands and kicked the ground with one foot, trying to stop it. But the power of the second-level spirit beast was not comparable to that of a first-level awakened person. His feet were directly hit and dragged backwards on the ground. It continued to slide for more than 50 meters until the wall of the teaching building behind it was completely dented, and then it barely stopped, and the hands holding the horns were also released by the impact. Damn, damn guy, he's so strong. Cough, cough, cough. I don't know whether it was because he was choked by dust or suffered internal injuries from being knocked out. Li Feng coughed several times, but his body showed signs of quitting petrification for a while. Moo. Seeing that the human in front of him was injured by his own impact, the fire-scaled moonhorn cow took a few steps back and then charged forward again. Bang! Li Feng had no way to avoid it and was hit hard by the horn in the stomach. With a wow sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the mimetic state that he had managed to maintain suddenly exited. Not good. Li Feng secretly thought something was wrong and immediately touched the wall with one hand, wanting to perform material simulation again. But due to serious injuries, his arm had just been half petrified, and the petrified state immediately retreated. At the same time, the fire-scale moonhorn ox charged over again. Looking at the enlarging horns in his sight, Li Feng was a little distracted for a moment. Am I going to die here? Between murmurs. The horns were close, and just when they were about to pierce his abdomen, they suddenly stopped. Li Feng also stopped breathing at this moment. The next second, moo. The fire-scaled moon-horned cow let out a long moo, with a humanized look of displeasure on its face. It turned around and found a three-headed same, all white in body, biting its tail, and this same was still standing next to it. A human with his arms crossed on his chest. Moo. There was another cry, as if asking why it was being stopped from killing this human. Little did they know that the visitors were none other than Luo Fan and Wang Chong, who had turned into a three-headed hell dog. Ouch! A long roar. Wang Chong bit the cow's tail and twisted his body hard. Swish! Caught off guard, the fire-scale moonhorn ox was thrown away. Then, Wang Chong, who transformed into a three-headed hell dog, turned his head in the middle to look at Li Feng embedded in the cement wall and shouted, "Captain, are you okay?" Hearing the sound, Li Feng came back to his senses. When he saw the huge snow-white head in front of him, with blood at the corner of his mouth, he smiled and cursed. Damn it. Do you think I'm fine? Hey, Captain, let's not talk about it for now. I'm going to take care of this thing. After Wang Chong finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the fire-scaled moon-horned cow who got up and glared at him. He looked up and shouted, "How dare you hurt me? Captain, go to hell." Then he jumped up and bit the opponent's neck. Old Wang, be careful. This guy will burst into flames. Li Feng was about to remind him, but found that Wang Chong had already rushed forward. He could only hold his forehead helplessly. Sure enough, the next moment, bang! Hot flames rose from the body of the fire-scaled, moon-horned ox. Hot! Wang Chong screamed, and he hurriedly let go and took a few steps back. His claws kept patting the burning flames at the corners of his mouth, and even the snow-white fur on his body was burnt to a crisp. Puff! Seeing Wang Chong's embarrassed look, Li Feng let out a sigh and quickly covered his mouth with his hands, trying not to laugh out loud. But his shaking shoulders and suppressed red face showed that he had to endure it very hard. Luo Fan, who was standing aside, turned his head slightly and said he didn't recognize this guy. And just then, another voice came, with a hint of doubt in his tone. "Hey, Brother Chong, have your skin been changed?" Puff! Ha 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 ha! Li Feng couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed out loud. Wang Chong's face was filled with embarrassment, and then he gritted his teeth and stared at the fire-scaled moonhorn ox, wishing he could go up and tear this guy to pieces for making him look embarrassed. After all, Jiang Cheng said, "Okay, stop playing around, Luo Fan. Let's deal with this spiritual beast first." "Yes," Luo Fan responded. Without waiting for Wang Chong to take action, he flashed and soared over the fire-scaled moon-horned cow. He raised his palm and shouted softly, "Double repulsion!" Bang bang. In an instant, two invisible ripples flew out from his arm, pressing the fire-scaled moon-horned cow directly into the ground. Two sounds in succession. The ground cracked and collapsed half a meter downward. Look at the fire-scale moonhorn ox again. Its bones are cracked and its mouth is vomiting blood. It seems that it exhales more and inhales less. Seeing this, Luo Fan raised his hand again expressionlessly. Repulsion. Bang. A circle of ripples crashed down. The ground was shaken up with a circle of dust. As for the fire-scaled moon-horned ox in the center, there was no life left at all. After dealing with the spirit beast, Jiang Cheng looked at the rioting spirit beasts around him and Li Feng, whose mouth was dripping with blood. He took out a bottle of spirit pond water from the space ring and threw it away. Brother Feng, leave these spiritual beasts to us. You can drink this bottle of spiritual water first to heal your wounds. After saying that, it turned into a silver lightning and disappeared from the place. Looking at the flying water bottle, Li Feng hurriedly stretched out his hand to catch it, waved in the direction of Jiang Cheng, and said, "Brother Jiang, thank you." Then he looked at Wang Chong and said, "Old Wang, don't stand there stupidly. Hurry up and help clean up the spirit beasts." "Oh, okay." Wang Chong reacted and ran over. At this time, Jiang Cheng turned into a silver lightning and shuttled back and forth among the spirit beasts. Wherever he passed, there was a blood arrow shooting, and at the same time, there was a sound of a huge body collapsing. In less than 10 minutes, all the spirit beasts in the Lincian base were eliminated. At the same time, the spirit beasts outside the base were also eliminated by Qi Yu and others. The results of the battle were counted. A total of 1 spirit beast on the second level, 3 on the second level, 3 below the second level, 10 on the first level, 15 on the first level, 20 below the first level, and the remaining spirit beasts totaled 1,500. After collecting the corpses and crystals of spirit beasts, Jiang Cheng left 10 spirit beasts to the Lincian base to replenish supplies. "Brother Jiang, are you leaving now?" Li Feng looked at Jiang Cheng and said. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "I just returned to Lincian, and there are still many things to deal with. Besides, the Lincian base was attacked by the beast tide. I don't know what happened to Shuguang yet, so I won't bother you. Yes, my Lincian base was attacked by the beast tide, and a lot of damage was done. Everything needs to be rebuilt, so I won't leave you, Brother Jiang." Li Feng nodded. At this point, Li Feng suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, the Lincian base was attacked before, and I asked Guopeng to ask people to go to Shuguang for help, but they haven't come back yet. If you meet them on the road, please notify them, Brother Jiang." "No problem." Jiang Cheng nodded, waved to Li Feng, and said, "Then I'll leave first. Take care, and send a message to Shuguang if you have anything." After leaving a word, he hurried away with the others. Several people walked along the Silver Avenue. On the road, the bodies of 2 soldiers, Yang Tian and Su Fei, were found. Jiang Cheng was silent for a moment before putting them into his space ring. He had a hunch that the Shuguang base was definitely in big trouble. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng said to Lin Ro and others behind him, "Lin Ro, Zhangya, you lead the way. I'll rush back to the base first." "Did something happen?" Lin Ro couldn't help asking. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I don't feel good." "Then take me with you. If there are any wounded, I can still help." Lu Xinru walked out and said, "Okay." Jiang Cheng nodded, and after instructing everyone, he took off and flew towards Lincian at a high speed. At the same time, Old Man Yang collapsed on the concrete floor, his limbs twisted in a weird posture, his chest sunken, blood still flowing out of his mouth, and next to him was a second-level Doomsday Tang sword that was only half broken. In the collision just now, he was defeated miserably. On the other hand, the 40-meter-tall strange bird was in high spirits. Except for a gap in the black claw shell on one of its toes, there was no damage. Damn, this beast is so strong. It seems that I am really going to die this time. Jiang boy, I am so sorry that I couldn't help you keep the family business." Looking at the strange bird that kept coming towards him, Father Yang sighed softly. His body could no longer move, and he could only wait to die on the spot. However, before he died, he still had some regrets in his heart. He might never see that person again in his life. Well, let's not see each other. After all, I was the one who let her down at the beginning. Just as Father Yang was talking to himself, the strange bird had already walked in front of him, like a proud and victorious warrior, looking down proudly at the defeated humans on the ground, with a proud look on its eyes. Cry, a long cry, as if mocking the defeated opponent. Then he opened his huge bloody mouth, revealing a row of sharp teeth, and slowly reached towards Old Man Yang. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the city wall, raised the first-level Doomsday submachine gun in his hand, pulled the trigger suddenly, and shouted, "You bastard, don't hurt the captain!" Bang, bang, bang. The muzzle spewed out flames, and one by one, The first-level doomsday bullets hit the body of the strange bird leader fiercely. Unfortunately, the moment the bullet hit it, it was like hitting metal. A spark came out and bounced to the side. Looking at the feathers, there was not even a white spot left. Its defense is so terrifying. Although the attack did not work, it successfully attracted the attention of the strange bird leader. Chun Beixian, are you looking for death? Get down quickly. Seeing Chun Beixian so impulsive, Hongfeng quickly climbed up the wall, grabbed Chun Beixian's arm, and shouted. Chun Beixian didn't listen, but struggled and said, Brother Feng, let me go. Now is not the time to be a hero. Get down quickly. Hongfeng said anxiously. I won't. The captain risked his life to protect us. I have no reason to. Before Chun Beixian finished speaking, the strange bird leader slowly turned his head. When it found that they were two ordinary humans who were as weak as they could be, it showed a surprised look. In the jungle, the strong always prey on the weak. When weak animals see strong animals, they will flee in panic. But in its eyes, the human in front of it is no different from an ant. Why dare to attack its powerful king? The leader of the strange birds tilted his head. It couldn't figure it out, and it was too lazy to figure it out. Then, his eyes changed, turned fierce, and opened his mouth. Cry. The sharp cry turned into a hurricane and blew towards the two. Not good. Feeling the strong wind coming, Hongfeng secretly said that it was not good, and hurriedly pulled Chun Beixian off the city wall, but the sound wave came too fast. Caught off guard, Chun Beixian was directly shaken by the sound wave and flew down the city wall. Hongfeng also fell down because he wanted to catch Chun Beixian. The two fell to the ground together, and their bones were broken. And outside the city wall, watching the two ants being shaken away by his voice, the leader of the strange birds was extremely proud. Ants are ants. They can't even withstand their own sharp cries. Shaking his head in boredom, the strange bird turned his head again to look at the human lying on the ground, feeling even more proud. Such a powerful ant is worthy of being eaten by himself. It opened its golden beak, revealing a row of densely packed inverted triangle-shaped sharp teeth, and bit towards Father Yang's head. At this critical moment, double-fold force. Bang! A huge force came from the right side of the body, and it almost had no reaction, flying out horizontally, and crashed directly into the second-level doomsday wall. This sudden attack made the whole bird stunned. He quickly shook his somewhat dazed bird head and looked at the place where he was attacked before, only to see that there were two more humans beside the human. One of them squatted next to the human he defeated, with green light emitting from his hands, while the other human was staring at him, with his hands still in an attacking posture. That's it. It must be this human who attacked it. The leader of the strange birds figured it out, roared angrily, and then quickly fluttered his wings to get up, and with a flap of his wings, he soared into the sky. Haha, you want to run away after hurting my old man? Yes, the leader is back. Feeling the movement outside, several guards hurriedly climbed up the city wall. When they saw Jiang Cheng standing with a sword in hand and the strange bird fleeing to the sky, they shouted excitedly. The leader is back. Listening to the shouts of the guards on the tower, Chun Beixian, who had broken an arm, sat up with all his strength and asked his teammates on the wall in disbelief. Is the leader really back? Of course, who else can make this strange bird flee except the leader? The guard said proudly. Chun Beixian was stunned when he heard it, and his face gradually flushed. He kept muttering to himself, Yes, only the leader can do it. Hongfeng also looked incredulous when he heard the news. He ignored the dissuasion of the people around him, and immediately climbed up and climbed towards the city wall. After climbing up the temporary scaffolding next to the city wall, Hongfeng looked down. Jiang Cheng was seen holding the iconic silver tang sword, bending his legs and shouting, Where are you running? Thunderbolt. Zila. The silver arc of electricity surrounded Jiang Cheng, and then with a whoosh, it turned into a silver lightning and shot towards the leader of the strange bird. Li. The leader of the strange bird raised his head to the sky and let out a long cry, circled in the air, and turned to rush towards the silver lightning. Crackling. With a thunderous explosion, the black claws of the strange bird crossed with the silver lightning. The two separated. Jiang Cheng landed and slid for a distance to stabilize his body, while the leader of the strange bird stared straight at the human on the ground, his face full of fear. Although the fight was hasty, the human who could withstand its attack was at least above the 3rd level. On the other hand, Jiang Cheng also had a serious face. This strange bird is not weak. Although it is far inferior to the one encountered on the Yanghe River embankment before, it is definitely a strong enemy for Xu Guang. It is good that the old man can hold out with it until now. Data Eye open. Name: Phoenix Tail Xuanyu King. Race: Xuanyu. Level 3. Wisdom: 1.2. Strength: 30,000. Agility: 80. Skills: Black Claw, Wind Wing Slash, 1000 Feather Blade. Comprehensive Combat Power: 30,000 and 81.2. Jiang Cheng sneered after glancing at the other party's information. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. It turned out to be a spiritual beast on the 3rd level. But if you dare to hurt Father Yang, then stay. With a whisper, Jiang Cheng held the Tang's sword and dragged it, shouting, "Hard Qigong." Xinyuan Gong was immediately activated, and the muscles on his body were immediately filled up, like inflated. With a sizzling sound, the short sleeves on his body were torn apart due to the violent expansion of muscles, revealing his broad chest muscles and a figure like an ancient Roman sculpture. The strength attribute also began to soar at this moment. Strength: 2834 to 5668. But it's not over yet. Jiang Cheng shouted again, "Spirit open." Bang! A strong airflow surged out of his body, and his whole body was covered with a faint pink color, and a large amount of white air was steaming from the surface of his skin, and even his hair was blown upside down. Strength: 5,668 to 19,271.2. Agility: 154.35 to 524.79. Feeling the continuous burst of power in his body, Jiang Cheng tightened his palm, raised his sword, and pointed it at the phoenix tail, Xuanyu King, in the sky, and said lightly, "Dare to hurt my people, you will stay today." His tone was full of unparalleled domineering. Li, feeling the increasing momentum of Jiang Cheng, the phoenix tail Xuanyu King's eyes flashed with fear, and he immediately let out a long roar, flapped his wings, and flew high into the sky. The remaining 9 phoenix tail Xuanyu received the king's order and flapped their wings. Their feet flashed black light and rushed towards Jiang Cheng with a hiss. "Jiang Cheng, be careful," Lu Xinru hurriedly reminded him when she saw this, and she did not dare to neglect the healing light on her hand. At the same time, the guards on the city were also sweating for Jiang Cheng. At the beginning, one strange bird was enough for them to bear, and now there are 9 at a time. Even the invincible leader might have some difficulty, but they were wrong. The next second, Jiang Cheng stared at the group of phoenix tail Xuanyu birds flying towards him in the sky, waved his tang sword, and kicked his legs fiercely. Bang! The ground sank directly under this kick, and with Jiang Cheng as the center, the radius of 10 meters was trampled and dense cracks appeared. Jiang Cheng was like a cannonball, soaring into the sky. Thunderbolt. Zila. The blade of the Tang's sword was surrounded by silver arcs. As the silver light became stronger and stronger, the blade in Jiang Cheng turned into a silver lightning, heading straight for the 9 Fengwei Xuanyu. Just a blink of an eye. Swish. The silver lightning crossed with the 9 Fengwei Xuanyu. Puff, puff, puff. In one breath, 9 gorgeous blood flowers exploded in the sky. The heads of the 9 Fengwei Xuanyu were thrown high, with a hint of confusion in their eyes, and they drew an arc in the air and fell with their bodies. This gorgeous knife made everyone on the ground stunned. But as a head fell to the ground, there was a muffled sound. Everyone quickly came to their senses, and their faces were flushed with excitement. What a gorgeous knife! Too amazing! Long live the leader! Contrary to everyone's excitement, Jiang Cheng calmly tapped the back of a phoenix-tailed bird and shouted softly, "The wind is coming. Call out." A whirlwind lifted him up from his feet, and then he flexed. Whoosh! It turned into a phantom again and rushed towards the phoenix-tailed Xuanyu King. And at this time, looking at the 9 men who were killed with one sword, King Fengwei Xuanyu was completely confused. This human being is ridiculously strong. After coming back to his senses and looking at the humans rushing over, the phoenix-tailed Xuanyu King couldn't bring himself to fight. It just wanted to run away at the moment. He immediately turned around and let out a long cry. The dozens of meters long orange feather wings flapped, and a whirlwind flew to both sides, trying to escape. But it obviously miscalculated Jiang Cheng's speed. The next moment, a voice sounded behind it. "I told you, the person who hurt me, you can only stay here today." The voice was not loud, but it was like a devil's whisper in the ears of Fengwei Xuanyu King, making his eyes widen and his heart feel like an ice cellar. It knew it couldn't escape, so it quickly turned its head, with a hint of pleading in its eyes. But alas, it was too late. A more than 10-meter-long tang knife, blooming with silver light, slashed down. Second form of the 3 demon-killing swords. Subjugate the demon. Swish. With one strike of the sword, the situation changes. The tang knife fell from its back without any accident, and then drew out from its belly. The blood was like a fountain, soaking a small area of the sky. At the same time, a thing the size of an ostrich egg flew out of its body. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed, as if he realized something, and he made a flash of his body to catch the egg that was about to fall. If you look closely, you will see that the egg is green in color with a flame-like pattern surrounding it. Jiang Cheng immediately opened the Eye of Data. Item: Phoenix Tail Sunda Feather Prince Egg. Level 3. Looking at the information, Jiang Cheng's face was filled with ecstasy. I really didn't expect that after killing a phoenix-tailed Xuanyu King, a spirit beast egg would explode. You know, in the last days, spirit beast eggs are extremely rare. Even if it is a first-level spirit beast egg, he only heard that Huang Shui and the others got a first-level spirit beast egg back then and sold it at a high level. As for the buyer, Jiang Cheng didn't know. He only knew that this thing made them Linxian base exchange supplies for 500 people for 1 year. If a spiritual beast like Meowpath can be hatched, the base's combat power will be greatly increased. Thinking about this, Jiang Cheng couldn't wait to put the phoenix tail and Xuanyu Prince egg into the space ring, then dropped down and walked to Father Yang, who was collapsed on the ground and had regained consciousness. He stretched out a hand and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work, old man." Ahem. Ahem, if you don't come here, old man, I will become that beast's daddy," Father Yang said angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, another voice came from behind Jiang Cheng. Haha, it would be nice to become a daddy. It would save me the trouble of risking my life and coming here from Chudu to find him. The moment I heard this sound, Father Yang suddenly coughed rapidly. You are. Father Yang looked past Jiang Cheng and looked at the silver-haired old lady behind him, with a look of disbelief on his face. The silver-haired old lady immediately sneered and said, "You Yang Jianan, you don't even recognize me anymore. Why don't you help me recall your memories?" As he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and a white light flashed in his hand. But he seemed to have thought of something, and as soon as his inner energy dissipated, he clenched his palm into a fist and hit Father Yang directly in the face. Although it is an ordinary blow, as a second-level innate master, an angry blow is not something that ordinary people can take. There was a bang. Father Yang's head hooked, and his body flew backwards, collapsing a wall of a private room behind him. Everyone present felt terrified. This silver-haired old lady is ridiculously strong. Even if it was Jiang Cheng, a line of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Women, no matter how old they are terrifying creatures. Not waiting for everyone to come to their senses, there was a bang. A figure suddenly jumped out from the collapsed wall and shouted, "Kai, if you take a few steps, you will be able to escape towards Shuguang Base. You have been hiding for decades. Where do you want to run this time?" The silver-haired old lady sneered and stepped a little closer. Apparition. The figure suddenly appeared in the sky above Father Yang and stepped on his back with one foot. Bang! There was another sound. Father Yang fell straight to the ground from the air, making a big hole in the ground. Wow! This kick directly affected the previous injury, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. It was only then that the silver-haired old lady stopped and looked at the pool of blood on the ground with a look of astonishment on her face. The kick I just kicked seemed extremely powerful, but it only hit the outside without hurting the inside. Also, this old immortal has a hard Qigong body protection. Shouldn't he vomit blood? He couldn't help but said, Have you been injured before? Otherwise, do you think I can be caught by you so easily?" Father Yang said angrily. Listening to Father Yang's reply, The silver-haired old lady's eyes were full of sarcasm, and she said, "Looking at how angry you are when you speak, it seems that the injury is not too serious." After saying that, he punched Father Yang in the face again. With each punch, the silver-haired old lady cursed angrily, as if she was venting the resentment she had accumulated over the years. "Tell you to confront me. I don't care if I tell you to disappear. I told you, a heartless person, not to come to see me. Tell you." The silver-haired old lady was the old lady Jiang and her party who arrived later. Seeing this violent scene, Lu Xinru was a little worried and said, "Jiang Cheng, won't anything happen if you fight like this?" Jiang Cheng twitched his lips and said, "This old guy has let me down and deserves to be beaten. Besides, doesn't our base have a treatment cabin? He can be saved even if he only has one breath left." "That's right." Lu Xinru nodded with understanding. Then she clenched her fists and made little punching movements. "Say, scumbag, you should be beaten." Listening to this voice, a row of black lines appeared on Jiang Cheng's forehead. Lin Yi and others who came behind him also had a look of astonishment on their faces, especially Chi, who felt a chill running down his spine after seeing this, and shook his head in a hurry and said, "It's too tragic. It's really too tragic. Women are so terrible." As he said this, he turned his head and met the unkind eyes of Yuan Ningling and the other girls. Seeing this, Chi hurriedly laughed and ran behind Lin Ro. Except for a few women, even Dr. Ho Yin, who is engaged in scientific research, shook his head and sighed. Since ancient times, there has been a lot of passion and hatred, and this hatred lasts forever. Dr. Ho, what are you doing?" Miao Feng looked at Dr. Ho Yin and sighed, feeling that the other person had a story. Ho Yin smiled and said, "It's just hormones." "Okay." Miao Feng shook his head helplessly. As for Yang Rui on the side, she wanted to open her mouth several times, but when she thought of her grandmother gnashing her teeth with hatred, she shut her mouth obediently and sighed in her heart. "Grandpa, please wish yourself a happy life." The fight lasted for more than 10 minutes. Only after beating old Yang into a pig's head did old Mrs. Jiang stop, and then said breathlessly, "Boy Jiang, let me ask you, if you let a pregnant woman raise a fetus, she disappears, and as soon as she disappears, she will be 5 years old. 15 years, do you think this person should be beaten?" Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Mrs. Jiang, don't worry. The medical equipment at my base is very complete. Even if you are beaten to only one breath, I can still save you. It's good to have your words, boy." Mrs. Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, she just got a little carried away. After all, this old guy was this kid's subordinate, and she rashly beat him up seriously. I'm afraid that this kid was dissatisfied with her, but now it seems that she can rest assured. Then he pointed at Father Yang, who was beaten into a pig's head, and said, "Yang Jianan, I'm going to ask you, do you know you were wrong?" "It's wrong. It's wrong. Ah Ping, I was wrong. Don't hit me. You beat me so much that I don't even recognize my mother." Father Yang wailed, and then cursed at Jiang Cheng. "Jiang Cheng, you stinky boy, I risked my life to protect your family business, but you stabbed me in the back and brought this itch here. You are so cruel." Jiang Cheng spread his hands helplessly and said, "I'm sorry, old man. I couldn't help it. I accidentally met you in Chudu. Besides, you, the old man, were the first to apologize to Mrs. Jiang. You will bear this beating." Bar. Old man FCK. Just as Father Yang was about to curse, there was a snap. His head sank directly into the cement floor, looking so miserable. "Young Master Jiang brought me here to find you out of kindness, but you still dare to scold me. It seems that I'm going to give you a gentle beating." Mrs. Jiang stretched out her fist and wiped the blood on Father Yang's body with disgust, then stretched out her hand to lift out Father Yang, who was stuck in the cement floor. Then she looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "Boy Jiang, the infirmary of your base is here." "Where?" "You come with me," Jiang Cheng said, then turned around and said to the people in July behind him, "Welcome to join my base, Shuguang." The guards on the city wall immediately shouted, "The leader is back. Open the door." As soon as he finished speaking, the city gate opened. 6 members of the Dawn Guard stood straight in 2 rows, as well as the survivors in the base, Li Qingwan and other members of the guard who came over. They all lined up to welcome their leader's return. As for Chiyue and others, they followed Jiang Cheng and curiously looked at the environment in Shuguang base. Occasionally marvel at it. Entering the base, looking at the members of the Dawn Guards who were all covered in paint and with mud on their faces, especially Chun Beixian who had a broken arm, Heng Feng and Jiang Cheng glanced around and nodded. Okay, the people at Dawn Base are all great. After speaking, Jiang Cheng said to Zhou Sheng who was coming over, Zhou Sheng, you take the team members and the injured survivors to heal first. Yes, leader. Zhou Sheng said immediately. Jiang Cheng continued. Wang Xiaolong, go and count the losses in the base, sort them out, and hand the report to me tonight. Yes, leader. Wang Xiaolong said. Finally, Jiang Cheng looked at Yi Siwen, who was looking embarrassed, and said, Yi Siwen, go and arrange for someone to start the stove. As long as those who participated in the battle during this period, each person will be given a bottle of milk and a kilogram of meat. Yes, leader. Yi Siwen nodded quickly. After doing this, Jiang Cheng looked at the excited survivors and said loudly, Don't worry, everyone. As long as I am here, those beasts will not be allowed to break through the city wall. Now, let's all go rest and recuperate our spirits. We will gather in front of the base early tomorrow morning. I have something important to announce. Yes, leader. Long live the leader, the survivors shouted. Jiang Cheng is their backbone. As long as Jiang Cheng comes back, their sense of security will return. After waving goodbye to the survivors, Jiang Cheng said to the people standing aside, Let's go. Everyone, follow me into the base. Shuguang, open the door. Jiang Cheng stood at the door of the backyard and said, Ding. Identity confirmed. Door opened. Welcome home, master. The mechanical sound sounded, and the back door slowly opened, and a soft little lowly hurriedly ran down the stairs, followed by a big white cat. The little lowly was like a swallow returning to its nest, and suddenly he rushed into Zhang Ye's arms. Mom, why have you been gone for so long? Tuanshuan misses you so much. Gu Tuanshuan, a child, put his little head into Zhang Ye's arms and rubbed it. Then he raised his little head curiously and looked at Zhang Ye's face and said, Mom, your hair is so messy, it's covering your face. After saying that, he stretched out his hand to push away the hair that covered the left side of Zhang Ye's face. Zhang Ye felt embarrassed for a while, but Jiang Cheng saw Zhang Ye's embarrassment, grabbed Gu Tuanshuan's little hand, and said, Tuanshuan, do you miss Uncle? Gu Tuanshuan's attention was diverted by Jiang Cheng's actions, and then he immediately opened his little hands cheerfully towards Jiang Cheng and said, I miss you, Uncle. Uncle, please give me a hug. Okay. Jiang Cheng laughed loudly and took Gu Tuanshuan from Zhang Ye, and then said to Lu Xinru behind him, Xinru, please take Sister Ye, the old man, and Lin Yi to the operating room. If you need anything, please go directly to the operating room. Tell me. Okay. Lu Xinru nodded, looked at Mrs. Zheng, and said, Aunt Zheng, Xiao Jing'an, please bring Dad and Lin Yi with me. Okay. Mrs. Zheng and Lin Yi both nodded. For the rest, Jiang Cheng took everyone on a tour. It has to be said that under Jiang Cheng's introduction, the technology of Shuguang base directly shocked everyone in Chiyue. Oh my god, is this your base, leader? It's more advanced than the Chuda base. I really wonder if you are from an alien planet. This is too science fiction. July looked at the automated devices everywhere and pointed. Ziyi, Yuan Ningling, Dr. Ho Yin, and others were also shocked by the facilities at Shuguang base. Every technology here is hundreds of years ahead of human technology. Dr. Ho Yin sighed. After visiting Shuguang base, Jiang Cheng arranged for everyone to rest in the living room, and then went directly to the operating room. Just stepped into the operating room. Jiang Cheng saw Lin Yi and 3 others lying in the medical cabin, and turned to Lu Xinru and asked, Xinru, how are their injuries? Lu Xinru thought for a while and said, Sister Ye's injury is not bad, and there is not much problem on her face. It is true that the injury among the 3 is lighter. Dad said it is not bad. That is Lin Yi. Speaking of which, there was some hesitation. What's wrong with Lin Yi? Lin Ro on the side immediately became anxious. Jiang Cheng also said directly, Xinru, just tell me directly. If you have any problems, I will figure it out. Yeah. Lu Xinru nodded helplessly. That's right. Lin Ye's trauma is not a big problem. But the broken left leg cannot be restored with the current Sugan technology, unless the broken leg can be repaired at that time. There is still an 80% chance of surviving, but now it seems that he may be disabled for the rest of his life. I wonder if he can accept it? After hearing these words, Lin Ro stared straight at Lin Ye's closed eyes in the medical cabin. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and 2 lines of tears fell from the corners of her eyes. The reason why Lin Yi became like this was to save her. If it weren't for saving her, maybe he wouldn't. Jiang Cheng was silent for a while. A long time. He patted Lin Ro on the shoulder and comforted. Don't worry, I will try to find a way to restore Lin Ye's left leg. Yes. Lin Ro choked and nodded. She only thought it was Jiang Cheng comforting her, but she didn't know the existence of Jiang Cheng's base mall. Patting Lin Ro's shoulder again, Jiang Cheng looked at Lu Xinru and said, "Let's start treating Sister Ye and the old man first." Okay. Lu Xinru nodded and said to the advanced medical robot assistant beside her, "Start testing." "Yes, Dr. Lu." The advanced medical robot assistant replied calmly and pressed the start button of the medical cabin. As the button was pressed, a red light swept across Lin Yi and the 3 people in the medical cabin from beginning to end. Ding. Detection target, Lin Yi. Result, small area of visceral bleeding, unhealed rib fractures, broken left leg bone. Detection completed, repair now. The mechanical sound fell, and green nutrient repair fluid was injected into the medical cabin at a speed visible to the naked eye. The nutrient solution wrapped Lin Ye's entire body in it. Because of its special material, people in the cabin will not feel suffocated or feel any discomfort. On the contrary, they will be very comfortable. The nutritional repair solution was filled within a minute. Soon, Lin Yi, who had his eyes closed tightly, let out a soft groan of comfort. He could feel that he was wrapped in a cool and moist feeling, and this coolness was still seeping in. Within his body, his damaged internal organs and bones were being repaired bit by bit. Except for Lin Ye's side, the same is true for Zhang Ye's side. She felt that her burned and uneven left face was being penetrated by a coolness, and the burned area on her face was itching, and the blood scab covering the surface was peeling off bit by bit. Then there is Father Yang, needless to say. The entire treatment lasted about 20 minutes. Suddenly, steep, a burst of white gas erupted from the medical cabin. The 3 medical cabins slowly opened, and then Zhang Ye and the other 3 sat up in confusion, especially Zhang Ye, who caressed the left side of her face blankly. With the tender and smooth feeling coming from her fingertips, she couldn't help but murmured, My face." While talking, Lu Xinru handed over a mirror and placed it in front of Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye brushed aside the hair on the left side of her face and looked at her smooth face in the mirror, a line of tears falling uncontrollably. I have recovered. My face has recovered." Zhang Ye's voice was trembling as she spoke. Looking at this scene, everyone in the operating room was silent, especially Jiang Cheng. Although he was not a girl, he could feel the despair of being disfigured and thinking that it was impossible to recover, and the joy of regaining a new life after regaining his appearance. "Sister Ye, you have recovered." Lu Xinru gently held Zhang Ye's head, patted her back, and slowly comforted her, listening to her soft sobs. And this time, Lin Yi also slowly sat up, feeling that his body had completely recovered and his mental strength had returned to its peak, and he was shaking slightly. However, when he was about to stand up, the empty feeling in his left leg made his eyes dim again. "Come down." "Sure enough, the leg can't recover?" he murmured, and just when he was feeling extremely depressed, Jiang Cheng's voice sounded from beside him. "Don't worry, your legs can recover." Listening, Lin Yi turned his head and looked at Jiang Cheng in disbelief. Are you telling the truth?" "Yeah, but not now." Jiang Cheng nodded. "How long will it take?" Lin Yi asked excitedly. Jiang Cheng thought for a while and said, "If it's fast, it might be a month. If it's slow, it might be a year. Depending on the characteristics of the base, you can either obtain items from the base mall or lottery, which is more metaphysical, or you can upgrade the base and operating room, which Jiang Cheng thinks is more reliable. The base has now been upgraded to level 4. It's not far from level 5. I can't say for sure. Then I'll wait." With Jiang Cheng's words, Lin Yi said with a wave of despair, just among a few people chatting. A tragic cry sounded. "Oh my God, old man, I am not dreaming. a ping actually appears. Bang! As soon as Father Yang finished shouting, Mrs. Zheng knocked him on the head. The pain caused Father Yang to cry out in pain and cursed repeatedly. You old witch, you don't have martial ethics. If it weren't for the old man, I would. As he said that, Father Yang looked up again and saw a palm imbued with this inner energy slapping directly over him. He was so scared that Father Yang quickly closed his eyes. Just a few seconds later, unable to feel the pain in his body for a long time, Father Yang opened his eyes with half-closed eyes and saw old Mrs. Zheng's palm stopped in front of his head. The inner energy in the palm had completely dissipated, leaving a face eroded by time. The beautiful face from back then can be vaguely seen on her face. Why? With a sigh, Mrs. Zheng retracted her hand, looked at Father Yang with red eyes, and said softly, Jianan, do you really don't want to see me? Father Yang was speechless, lowering his head and not daring to look at Mrs. Zheng's face. Forget it. I'll just take Xiaowei with me. But being able to see you can be regarded as fulfilling my 55-year wish as an old woman. After saying that, he was about to walk out of the operating room. Seeing this scene, even Zhang Ya, who was crying, and Lin Yi, who was dejected after losing his leg, forgot their sadness for a moment and turned to look at the old couple, Father Yang and Mrs. Zheng, with a heavy look on their faces. Gossip, you know, this is 55 years of aging. Xiaowei? Upon hearing these two words, Father Yang suddenly raised his head and shouted to Mrs. Zheng, who was about to step out of the operating room. Wait. Hearing this, Mrs. Zheng's lips curled up slightly, and without turning around, she turned her back to Father Yang and said in a sad voice, Why are you asking me to do this? Are you going to make fun of me if I stay here? No. Who is Xiaowei? Father Yang couldn't help but say. Mrs. Zheng smiled bitterly and continued with her back turned. Who else could it be? It's your granddaughter, your biological granddaughter. You mean I have a son? Father Yang breathed rapidly. Of course. Mrs. Zheng nodded and said, When you left, I found out that I was 2 months pregnant. Unfortunately, I foolishly thought that you would come back, so I kept waiting until the baby was born. When I came down, I didn't see anyone from you. Jianan, I'm so disappointed in you. Speaking of this, the sadness in Mrs. Zheng's tone became even stronger. This time she was really disappointed. Father Yang trembled. What is our child's name? Yang Liang, my nickname is Xian. Mrs. Zheng said softly. Xian, what is Xian? Father Yang murmured, and finally laughed. Plop. Mrs. Zheng, who was facing the door, knelt down, turned her head, and said, A ping. It was my fault in the first place. I shouldn't have abandoned you, mother and son. Do you think it's useful to apologize now? Mrs. Zheng said lightly. But Father Yang said seriously, I know that no matter what I do, I can't make up for the debt I owed you back then, but I will spend the rest of my life making it up to you until I die. Do you think I will still believe your words? Old Mrs. Zheng said sarcastically, and then slowly said, However, I am very curious. Why did you leave me for no reason in the first place? Was it because you had another woman? No. Father Yang shook his head. Why is that? Mrs. Zheng said calmly. Father Yang hesitated for a moment and then said, Because your father came to me and asked me to leave you. Otherwise he would lead troops to destroy our Tian sect. Then why didn't you come to me later? Mrs. Zheng said angrily. Father Yang rubbed the back of his head and complained. It's not because the news showed you and Wang Zhengwo getting married. I thought that if you said you were married, you must have forgotten me. So naturally, I didn't want to disturb you. Hey, Mrs. Zheng said with a face full of hatred. I originally got married because of the needs of my family, but it was just a formal marriage. The second year after my marriage, I went to Chudu. I have been here for more than 50 years, and I have sent people to look for you, but there is no news about you. After saying that, Mrs. Zheng sighed, waved her hands and said, That's all. This is my fault. After a pause, he continued, Then what do you think of me now? I said before, I will spend the rest of my life making it up to you. Father Yang said seriously. Mrs. Zheng turned around excitedly and said with a trembling voice, Don't you dislike me for being married? You didn't sleep with that old boy Wang Zhengwo. Why should I dislike it? Father Yang muttered. Okay. Even if you are an old man, you still have some conscience. Old Mrs. Jiang cried with joy and then hurriedly pulled Yang Rui, who was standing next to her, and said, "Xiao Rui, hurry up and call me Grandpa." "Hello, Grandpa." Yang Rui came over, looked at this overly young-looking grandfather with a lively look, and said, "Hello, girl." Yang Jinan smiled from ear to ear as he listened. Jiang Cheng and others watching on the side also sighed. This is a period ethics drama from the 1960s and 1970s. However, Jiang Cheng knew in his heart that before his rebirth, Father Yang had known him for less than a month, and before he died, he told himself that if possible, if he could find Ms. Zheng Ping, he would say that Yang Jinan still loved her, which would be enough to prove that Father Yang still loved her. Dad never forgets Mrs. Zheng in his heart. Now, this happy ending is what Jiang Cheng wants to see. So he said at the right time. The misunderstanding between the two elders has been resolved, and everyone is happy. I just killed a phoenix-tailed Sunda Feather King as a celebration for the two elders. I will host a banquet for you in a while. I agree. When it comes to the banquet, Lin Ro was the first to raise her hand excitedly. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Jiang boy. The old lovers reunited, and Father Yang was in a good mood. Several people followed Jiang Cheng out to the rest area. At this time, Chi Yu, who was originally chatting, saw Jiang Cheng coming over and immediately asked excitedly, "Leader, do you still have this spiritual tea?" "Yes, I just drank a cup, and I felt that all my fatigue was completely eliminated, and even my mental strength was restored to a large extent, and the hidden injuries in my body also showed a trend of improvement. It's really amazing," Lu Ziyan also exclaimed. Ho Yin looked at Jiang Cheng with a look of seeking knowledge. Looking at the eyes of the crowd, Jiang Cheng smiled but said nothing, but said, "I'm sorry I can't explain the principle, but this kind of water will be enough in the future." Yeah, everyone listened to a burst of excited cheers. Next, Jiang Cheng scanned everyone's favorability towards him, because only when the favorability reached 90 or above could he enter the authority in the base room. With a scan, Chi Yue, Zai, Lu Ziyun, and Ho Yin all had a favorable impression of 80. Yuan Ningling, Lin Yi, Old Lady Zhang, and Yang Rui all had favorable impressions of 95 unexpectedly. As for Miao Feng, it reached an astonishing 100 points. There were only 2 rooms left in the base. So room 8 was assigned to Miao Feng, room 9 was assigned to Yang Rui, and Old Lady Zheng naturally lived in Old Man Yang's room. For the rest of the people, Jiang Cheng took out the board house in the space ring and stationed in the backyard, and everyone agreed. After preparing all this, Jiang Cheng took out the body of Fengwei Shu and Yu King and gave it to Zhang Ye and Lin Ro to deal with. At the same time, he also took out the wagyu, mutton, oranges, bananas, hula noodles, etc. rewarded by the system, and took out some of the spiritual plants and pork in the warehouse for the banquet. After doing all this, Jiang Cheng went straight into the gym. As soon as he entered the gym, a long-lost female voice sounded. "Master, welcome to the level 5 gym. You must know that you should be diligent and inactive." The tone was a bit admonishing. Jiang Cheng listened and looked at the shadow of the queen in front of him awkwardly and said, "Shu Guang, I went to Chudu on a mission before and was delayed. Oh, let's start training." Shu Guang turned sideways expressionlessly and made way for Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng walked in a little embarrassedly. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he heard a hint of arrogance in Shu Guang's tone. Taking off the short-sleeved shirt on his upper body, Jiang Cheng stood straight in the middle of the gym and said solemnly, "Okay, let's start." Well, today's training is still intermediate mental training. Unlike before, the weight is converted to 20 kilograms. The training lasts for 1 hour. After 1 hour, mental flying needle training will be carried out. Shu Guang said lightly, "Mental flying needle?" Jiang Cheng was refreshed when he heard this term, and asked hurriedly, "Is this a mental attack method?" The so-called mental needle is to turn the mental power into an embroidery needle. The flying needle can cause damage to the opponent's mental power, and in severe cases, it can directly destroy the opponent's brain and nervous system. Shu Guang said, and then said, "However, the premise of learning mental flying needle is to be able to drive a 20-kilogram object. Otherwise, everything is in vain." "I understand. Let's start training without further ado," Jiang Cheng said in an encouraging mood. He currently has few means of attack. If he can learn mental flying needle, he will have another powerful attack skill. Training begins. After Xu Guang finished speaking, a huge tray rose up again in the center of the gym, and inside the tray was an unknown metal ball the size of a fist. Xu Guang introduced. The requirement for the master is to use mental power to lift a 20-kilogram metal ball 3 meters high and place it steadily in the tray. The lifting frequency is once per second, and 60 times after 1 hour is considered qualified. I understand. Jiang Cheng nodded and immediately began his intermediate mental power training. He stared at the metal ball on the tray 1 meter in front of him, and then a faint blue line slowly grew out of his forehead. The line slowly crawled towards the metal ball like a worm, and then pulled it up with force. The next moment, the metal ball floated up. Well done. Jiang Cheng secretly cheered himself up. Although it was a bit difficult to lift the metal ball, he lifted it up anyway. In this way, he carefully controlled the metal ball to float up. The metal ball continued to rise under Jiang Cheng's control, but when it rose to 1 meter, with a bang, the mental thread suddenly broke, and the metal ball fell straight down and hit the tray. Jiang Cheng also felt his brain go blank. He lost consciousness for less than a second, but soon recovered. He quickly stabilized his body, and Jiang Cheng only felt a surge of fatigue, which made him want to go back to the room to sleep. At the same time, Xu Guang's voice sounded beside him. It did not rise to the standard height, and did not fall as required. This lift is considered a failure. I understand. Jiang Cheng's face was hot, and he said with all his strength, I will try again. Come on. Xu Guang said 2 words lightly, and then stood aside and observed silently. Huh. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. After adjusting his state, he activated his mental power again. But this time he learned his lesson. In order to save his mental power, he only mobilized a little bit, which caused the problem of insufficient mental power when lifting to 1 meter. If the strength of the mental power thread was increased, the problem would not occur. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng secretly said, Come again. Focusing on the metal ball. A faint blue thread invisible to others emerged from Jiang Cheng's forehead, and the thread crawled forward a few points like a worm. Then, another thread emerged from his forehead and entangled with the first thread. Then there was the third, the fourth. Jiang Cheng wound 5 mental threads until he confirmed that the output mental power was enough, and then stopped. At this time, the mental thread on his forehead, which was originally only the size of ordinary sewing thread, became as thick as a fountain pen core, and then slowly swam in the air. Until the blue thread touched the metal ball, it wrapped around it several times like a long snake, and then lifted it again. Immediately, the metal ball floated again. However, when the metal ball floated up, Jiang Cheng felt as if something had pulled something in his brain. It hurt, but he still gritted his teeth and endured it. After all, a similar situation occurred when he first started the intermediate mental training. In this way, the metal ball was successfully lifted into the air and then slowly fell under Jiang Cheng's careful maintenance. When the metal ball fell into the tray, Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Xu Guang and said, Is it counted as 1 time now? No, Xu Guang said lightly, without waiting for Jiang Cheng to question, pointing to the time on the wall, and said, According to the time calculation, the lifting is 60 times in an hour, so the lifting and lowering must be completed within 1 minute, and your lifting this time has far exceeded 1 minute, so it is unqualified. No way. Jiang Cheng only felt a deep sense of helplessness. In the lifting training just now, he was constantly enduring the pain of brain tearing. He finally completed it once, but was told that he failed? This made him a little difficult to accept. Just when he was uncomfortable, Xu Guang continued to hit him mercilessly. By the way, I remind you, you have 57 minutes left. That is, you need to complete the next 60 lifting trainings within 57 minutes. Otherwise, you can only repeat the lifting training in the second training. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng didn't know why he felt that Xu Guang was deliberately making things difficult for him, but he couldn't refute it. But since Xu Guang asked so, there must be a reason. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I'll continue. After that, he walked to the metal ball again. With the experience of making thick mental power threads for the first time, this time, Jiang Cheng's mental power threads were much smoother to wind, and the time was saved by at least half of the previous time. In about 10 seconds, the mental power threads were wound, and then controlled to crawl towards the metal ball. Soon, the thread wrapped around the metal ball for 2 fists and then pulled it up again. The familiar pain came again. Miraculously, the pain this time was not as strong as the last time, and it was within his tolerance. Is it because he is used to the pain? Jiang Cheng guessed. Soon, he concentrated his mental power again and controlled the metal ball to float upwards. Soon, it was completed in one go. He hurriedly checked the time. It took 59 seconds. Very good. Keep it like this. Continue. Jiang Cheng's subsequent training went very smoothly. By the time he finished, he had been able to ignore the pain and even completed it 1 minute ahead of schedule. Phew, training completed. Jiang Cheng let out a big breath, looked at Xu Guang, and said excitedly, "It's not bad. After 2 minutes of rest, we will start the mental flying needle training." Xu Guang's tone was very calm, but inadvertently, he raised his head slightly for 0.01 second. Good. Jiang Cheng didn't care about Xu Guang's tone. He sat cross-legged on the ground and shouted softly, "Return your spirit." The training just now was very strenuous, and it consumed 2/3 of his 180.7 mental energy. As the spirit return was activated, a whirlpool of spiritual energy formed with Jiang Cheng as the center. A large amount of spiritual energy poured in from the top of Jiang Cheng's head, constantly injecting it into the somewhat shriveled cells. While Jiang Cheng was recovering, Xu Guang began to explain. The prerequisite for practicing the flying needle of mental power is that the master needs to be able to condense the mental power, and the standard for concentration is that he needs to be able to lift a 20-kilogram weight, move it up and down, and persist for an hour. But according to the master's strength, I require another increase. However, condensing the thick thread of mental power is only the simplest step. If you want to train the mental power to fly the needle, you need to condense the mental power. In other words, the second step is not just as simple as condensation, but to condense the mental power. It needs to be solid enough to become an iron rod with a diameter of 2 centimeters. The third step is to compress it, but if the master trains it, the second step is enough for the master to train it for a long time. Of course, the benefits brought by these few steps of training are very useful to the owner, and the owner can feel it on his own later. 3 minutes later, Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes. If you look carefully, you will find a light flashing in his eyes. I have recovered a full third of my mental power, Jiang Cheng said in shock. You know, when he used spirit return in the past, it took at least 2 hours to start each time, but this time it only took 3 minutes to recover a full 1/3, plus 1/3 of the original. He still has 2/3 of his mental strength left, which is enough to support the following training. Feeling the speed of spiritual return, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but ask, "Xu Guang, can spiritual lifting training increase the speed of spiritual return?" Master feels it. Xu Guang smiled slightly, and then said, "It is not difficult to use mental power. For example, the master's superpower creation can create wind, fire, and other substances. It only requires the amount of mental power to reach it. But if you want to creating more advanced moves, such as transforming wind into wind blades, or even tornado blades, continuously compressing fire, increasing its core temperature, and even changing its shape, all require extremely strong mental control. And as long as the mental control is once the power control is practiced to an advanced level, it will be possible for the master to rub the sun with his hands." Is he so strong? Jiang Cheng muttered to himself. Before, Jiang Cheng had never understood the principle of Xu Guang's small ball control training on him, but now it seemed that he was short-sighted. Okay, let's continue training. Jiang Cheng was in high spirits and immediately stood up to start training on the spiritual entanglement. Compared with before, it is not difficult to entangle with mental power. The difficulty is to solidify the created mental power threads and turn them into steel-like hardness. Fortunately, an hour later, Jiang Cheng managed to create the mental power as strong as a wooden stick as thick as his arm. Ding! The training is over. Master, please come on time for training tomorrow. As time passed, Xu Guang finished speaking and disappeared directly into the gym in a flash. Jiang Cheng, on the other hand, was so tired that he collapsed on the ground in exhaustion. Checked his properties. Strength, 2,834, 2837. Agility, 154.35, 155.85. Spirit, 180.7, 181.2. Attribute points have increased again. It feels better to have increased strength. Looking at the properties page, Jiang Cheng let out a long sigh. To be honest, when he went to Chudu before, there was no gym and he only relied on the water from the spiritual pond, which slowed down the increase in his strength too much. Furthermore, this trip to Chudu also made him realize a problem. The more densely populated a big city is, the higher the level of zombies that appear. For example, the Fury at the 4th level, the weird female zombie who released sound waves and destroyed the Chudu base, and even the monster on the Chudu base whose body was covered in scales that made people tremble with just its breath. Compared with these monsters, his strength is considered to be the ceiling for Lin Xian, but outside of Lin Xian, he is the material used for evolution in the eyes of high-level zombies. In addition to these, there is also the mysterious voice of the Zwabin star before his death. The world is about to be destroyed, and the gods will revive. What does this sentence mean? What is that so-called god? Jiang Cheng was puzzled. However, one thing he knows very well is to constantly improve his own strength. In the face of absolute strength, everything is vain. After the thought fell, Jiang Cheng thought of the base mall that he hadn't opened for a long time. This time he went to Chudu and suffered heavy losses. All the Doomsday Warriors under his command were destroyed, and all the Doomsday Warriors he gave to Dawn members were also destroyed in this battle. Then there are Lin Ye's legs. Let me see what has been updated in the base mall. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng said, "Open the base mall." Ding. The base mall is open. Product column. Level 4 Tang Dao, 10W energy points. Has toughness comparable to level 4 mutants, cutting iron like clay. Level 4 Space Ring, 100W energy points. Contains space-time technology, can store objects. Volume, 1,000 cubic meters. Level 4 Doomsday Warrior, 50W energy points. Strength is comparable to level 4 mutants, 100% loyal. Can absorb sunlight to restore energy on its own, and possesses ordinary human wisdom. Level 3 Crack Accelerator Card, 20W energy points. Quantity, 3, can accelerate unhacked projects in the research room. The acceleration time is 20 days. Level 5 Eye of Doomsday Data, 300W energy points. After use, it can observe the combat power of creatures below level 5 mutants, and can be superimposed with the level 3 Eye of Doomsday Data. Level 1 Base Charge Cannon, 500W energy points. After redemption, it will be automatically assembled on the base. It takes 1 hour to recharge, and can instantly kill level 4 creatures. Level 3 Doomsday Armored Vehicle, 10W energy points. Can protect against level 3 mutant attacks 10 times. Has an automatic cruise system. Is equipped with a level 1 Doomsday submachine gun. Quantity, 5. Level 1 Doomsday Rockets. Quantity, 5. Secondary laser gun. Quantity, 3. Secondary tracking missile. Quantity, 2. Third level laser cannon. Quantity, 1. Automatic flight device. Maximum speed, 350 km per hour. Small nuclear reactor. Unlimited range. Automatic cruise. Top speed 400 km per hour. 10. Seats. Equipped with a small living area of 10 square meters. With its own bathroom, rest area, small kitchen, and a trunk of 10 cubic meters. Level 3 Air Defense Fortress, 50W energy points. After redemption, it can automatically connect to the Level 2 Doomsday City Wall, covering all the Level 2 Doomsday City Wall and base area, and comes with Level 1 Air Defense Cannon. Quantity, 4. Note, can kill Level 1 anti-aircraft targets. Level 2 anti-aircraft guns. Quantity 2. Description. Can kill Level 2 anti-air targets. Level 3 anti-aircraft guns. Quantity, 1. Description. Can kill Level 3 anti-air targets. Storage time 10 minutes. Refresh time, 8 hours 10 minutes and 15 seconds. Sure enough, the product column was refreshed. However, when he saw this line of new products, no matter how strong Jiang Cheng was, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Hey, I'll be a good boy. First of all, the product in the first column, the 4th level Tang Dao, is definitely what he needs urgently at the moment. The 3rd level Tang sword was too reluctant to fight against 4th level zombies. Although there was no gap in the only 3rd level Tang sword after continuous battles, It would be encountered sooner or later as high-level zombies continued to emerge. As for the remaining products, it goes without saying. Jiang Cheng said without any hesitation. Buy. Clear the product column directly. The system prompt sounds immediately. Ding. Do you want to consume 10 80W energy points and clear the product column? Purchase. Ding. 10 80W energy points are deducted, and the purchase is successful. The remaining energy points are 15125668. Commodities will be distributed within 1 meter of the host, and large items will be distributed near the base. Please pay attention to the host to check. As he finished speaking, a dazzling white light bloomed in front of Jiang Cheng. The light disappears. A large number of items appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. The first thing that catches the eye is a rosewood box about 1 meter 3 long. Jiang Cheng slowly opened the wooden box, and lying on the soft brocade with a red background was a snow-white Tang Dao. Compared with the silver Tang Dao, this snow-white Tang Dao is more beautiful. The jade-like handle is inlaid with unknown gems, and the scabbard is engraved with a long, winding dragon. Holding the handle of the knife, a cool and transparent feeling comes from the palm of the hand, making people feel that the whole body is transparent, and it fits the palm of the hand incomparably. Holding the handle of the knife, Jiang Cheng twitched slightly. Zheng. The blade of the sword hummed softly, very pleasantly, and it was still completely white. Looking at the back of the knife, it is covered with patterns like fish scales, and the blade is flashing with cold light. They say that a sword can blow and break hair, and that falling jade can make no sound, so I'm here to give it a try. After muttering to himself, Jiang Cheng forcefully pulled out a piece of his hair and then slowly placed it on the blade. However, before he could blow his breath, his hair broke into 2 pieces as soon as it came into contact with the Tang Dao blade. Good knife. Jiang Cheng's eyes burst out with brilliance, and he praised loudly. He took out a sword flower in his hand, returned the Tang's sword to its sheath, turned his wrist, and put it directly into the space ring. Next, Jiang Cheng continued to look at the second item. It is still a fist-sized box made of rosewood. Opening the box, there was a golden plain circle without patterns lying inside. Jiang Cheng put it on his finger. Instantly, I felt connected to the ring. With a thought, Jiang Cheng looked inside the ring. The huge space inside really opened his eyes. The entire space was 5 meters high, 50 meters long, and 4 meters wide. The space it could accommodate was much larger than before. Nice one. Jiang Cheng immediately transferred the items in the original space ring to the 4th level space ring, and then placed the 3rd level space ring into the 4th level space ring. With this 4th level space ring, when he travels in the future, it is equivalent to bringing a large mobile warehouse with him. After handling the space ring, Jiang Cheng looked at the 3rd product. It is a bracelet with a silver metallic luster all over its body. He picked it up gently. Immediately, he felt a stinging pain in his palm, and a drop of blood merged into the silver metal bracelet at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the blood seeped into it, the silver bracelet squirmed and transformed into a woman about 170 centimeters tall in front of Jiang Cheng. And compared with the previous Doomsday Warriors, the woman has a face that is extremely delicate and beautiful. Her skin is as smooth and shiny as milk. She has long straight silver hair like a waterfall, and she is even more proud of her chest. The most perfect shape I have ever seen. Continue to look down. The waistcoat line is clear on the flat belly. The abdominal muscles are not as exaggerated as those of the King Kong Barbies in the gym. The lines are very soft, and there is a pair of straight long legs, which is even more impressive. Infinite beauty. The only flaw is that this level 4 Doomsday Warrior has no clothes. While Jiang Cheng was in a daze, the woman slowly leaned over, half kneeling on the ground, and said, Level 4 Doomsday Warrior Bai, I have met my master. Do you have a name? After listening to Bai's words, Jiang Cheng couldn't help it. The Doomsday Warriors in the past were all extremely dull. Apart from their decent strength, they had almost no intelligence. However, the Doomsday Warrior in front of him actually had his own name. It really makes people feel amazing, and it seems that the other party has his own consciousness of autonomy. Don't you like this name, Master? If you don't like it, Master can give me another name. Bai changed his image of the cold and aloof lady just now and looked at Jiang Cheng with a smile. Just call me Bai. Jiang Cheng nodded awkwardly. then turned around, took out a set of white shirts he had worn before with one hand from the space ring and handed it over. Put this on. Master, no need. Bai belongs to life metal, and its appearance can be changed at will. I wonder what style Master likes. For example, human, Lolita style, or royal sister style, or nurse, doctor, teacher, stewardess. As Bai spoke, the clothes on his body kept changing one by one. Although Jiang Cheng was carrying his back, due to his strong mental power, Bai's appearance could easily appear in his mind without looking at it with his eyes, even better than what he could see with his eyes. Be comprehensive. Cough, cough. Okay, just. Jiang Cheng thought about it, and an image of a beautiful classical beauty appeared in his mind unconsciously, and then said directly, Hanfu will do. Oh, it turns out that the master likes pure and beautiful women. Bai said with a smile, and she changed again, putting on a white bottoming gown. Underneath was a beige horse skirt with several layers of tulle, and her silver-white hair was tied high and tied into a bun. She had a ponytail and a thin red forehead smear on her smooth forehead. Okay, master, let's take a look. Jiang Cheng turned his head and pretended to be calm and said, Yes, very good. Having said this, he seemed to have thought of something again, and couldn't help but curiously asked, By the way, Bai, do you have autonomous consciousness? Of course, our 4th level warriors already belong to high-level life metals. If we have life fire, our wisdom will be further improved, and those with corresponding strength can also be promoted to level 5 or above. Bai said this, paused lightly, and then in a playful manner, he poked his head towards Jiang Cheng's red ears, exhaled softly, and said, Master, our life metal can perfectly replicate the structure of the human body 1-to-1, whether it is appearance, touch, or life metabolism. Yes, even Bai can do it as long as the master wants. Stop it. Jiang Cheng directly stopped Bai from continuing, then stretched out his hand and said, Now change back to the bracelet. Oh, Bai boring pouted, and then his body squirmed, turning into a pool of metallic liquid again and clinging to Jiang Cheng's wrist, turning into a silver bracelet. Seeing Bai Cheng return to the bracelet, Jiang Cheng let out a long sigh of relief. If it's not necessary, he'd better put it out less often. After thinking for a while, Jiang Cheng looked at the 4th product, and his eyes suddenly flashed. It was a transparent box of about 10 centimeters, which contained 3 golden cards the size of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. This should be the level 3 cracking acceleration card. After taking the box in his hand and flipping it over, Jiang Cheng couldn't wait to open the box and take out a card. Before, because the level 2 biochemical laboratory had not been cracked, his level 5 base had been delayed in upgrading. Now it was just right to upgrade the base. Thinking about it, he directly opened the level 2 biochemical laboratory. The first level 2 gene enhancement agent had been cracked during his visit to the Chudu base, and the 3rd item. 2nd level awakening potion. 200 W energy points are required to crack, and the cracking time is 40 days. After the cracking is successful, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column. The remaining cracking time is 7/18:43:21. There are 718 hours left to crack, which is equivalent to 30 days left. The crackable card is a one-time product and can only be used once, which means that nearly 10 days will be wasted. Forget it. In order to improve strength as soon as possible, no matter what, Jiang Cheng muttered, gritted his teeth, took out 2 golden cracking cards, and said, Crack the 2nd level awakening potion. Ding! The 3rd level cracking card was used successfully. Congratulations to the master for obtaining this 2nd level awakening potion. This product can be purchased in the permanent commodity column. Because the cracking is successful, it will be 20% off when redeemed. Finally, the redemption is successful. Jiang Cheng looked at the description of the 2nd level awakening potion and was excited. After using the 2nd level awakening potion, the 1st awakening will be directly awakened to the 1st level upper awakener, and after a month, the drug effect in the body will be completely consumed, and it can be directly transformed into a 2nd level lower awakener. In this way, almost 2nd level awakeners can be mass-produced. However, the loyalty of the other party still needs to be considered. Apart from this, what makes Jiang Cheng most excited is that the base can finally be upgraded. Opening the upgradable equipment without hesitation, Looking at the last column of unupgraded equipment, Jiang Cheng directly said, "Upgrade to the 5th level base." Ding. Do you want to consume 100 W energy points to upgrade? The system prompt sounded again. Upgrade. Jiang Cheng said. Ding. Consuming 100 W energy points. The 5th level base is being upgraded. The upgrade takes 24 hours. Please wait patiently. Perfect. Then wait for the upgrade. Jiang Cheng smiled and clicked on the mall lottery page again. Number of free first level draws, 11. Free second level draws, 1. Do you want to do a free draw? Not for now. Jiang Cheng shook his head. He didn't want to waste the first level and second level draws. After all, he couldn't draw anything good. It would be better to accumulate more times and draw after synthesis. Jiang Cheng skipped the free draw and looked at the paid draw. It showed that he was already a 3rd level draw member. Do you want to do a 3rd level draw? 3rd level draw. Each draw consumes 10,000 energy points. 10 consecutive draws will get 3rd level items. After 100 draws, you will automatically upgrade to a 4th level member. The system prompted. Upgrading to a 4th level member costs only 1 million energy points, which is affordable. And maybe you can draw the potion that can restore Lin Ye's left leg. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng immediately said, "Draw. Give me 100 consecutive draws." The host is generous. The draw begins. The system voice sounded, and Jiang Cheng's heart immediately became nervous. After all, it's 1 million energy points, so don't draw anything weird. Just thinking about it. The lottery prompt sound has already sounded beside my ears. Congratulations to the host for winning the 1st level regeneration potion. 1st level regeneration potion? Jiang Cheng was stunned when he heard it, and then he became excited. He couldn't be so lucky that he drew a potion that could restore Lin Ye's injuries at the beginning. He quickly looked at the description of the 1st level regeneration potion. Item: 1st level regeneration potion. Introduction: it can restore the damaged parts of creatures of level 1 and below, and the disabled can be regenerated. It is ineffective for creatures of level 2 and above. It's a waste of joy. Jiang Cheng's mood immediately fell. Lin Yi is a 2nd level awakener, obviously not within the recovery range of the potion. Forget it, keep reading. Jiang Cheng sighed and continued to look down. Thank you for your patronage. Keep up the good work. Thank you for your patronage. After 8 consecutive thank yous for patronage, the 10th time finally sounded the winning Easter egg. Wow. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3rd level Dragon Pig armor. Dragon Pig armor? Jiang Cheng frowned and looked at the introduction. Item: 3rd level Dragon Pig armor. Introduction: made by Iron Armored Dragon Pig, it can defend against the normal attacks of 3rd level strongmen in normal state. Skill: protective water shield. Condense the water shield to wrap the body, which can resist the skills of 3rd level strongmen. It can be used 3 times a day. After use, a 1st level crystal is required for energy replenishment. Good stuff. The moment he saw this armor, Jiang Cheng immediately gave a judgment. Although he didn't need it, it was definitely a defensive weapon for other members of the base. Next, the lottery reminder sound rang for another 90 times in a row. He looked at the items he got from the lottery, which were Level 1 Regeneration Potion, Level 3 Dragon Pig Armor, Level 2 Doomsday Battle Armor, Level 2 Doomsday Warrior, Quantity 4, Level 3 Doomsday Warrior, Quantity 1, Level 3 Spiritual Beast Meat, Phoenix Eye Dragon Fish, Quantity 100 Gene, Level 3 Gene Enhancement Potion, Quantity 10, Level 3 Technology Treasure Box, Quantity 2, Level 4 Martial Arts Treasure Box, Quantity 1. After scanning, the system voice sounded. Congratulations to the host for successfully becoming a Level 4 lottery member. Level 4 member? Jiang Cheng smiled helplessly. The subsequent Level 4 lottery is not like the Level 3 lottery. Each time it requires 10 W energy points, and 100 times is 10 million, and with the remaining energy points he has now. Okay, 10 million energy points does not seem to be a lot. However, the things he drew this time made him quite satisfied. Generally speaking, they are all very practical items. After putting these items into the space ring, Jiang Cheng exited the lottery page and continued to look at the 5th item on the ground. It was a white contact lens box. Jiang Cheng picked it up skillfully, took out the transparent lens inside, and put it in. and the level 5 Doomsday data, I was fused. The 6th, 7th, and 8th items were directly piled near the base because of their large size. After a sigh of relief, Jiang Cheng took out the level 4 martial arts treasure box drawn in the lottery. This is a wooden box. After opening it, a blue transparent inheritance crystal with a faint halo lay quietly inside. Jiang Cheng grabbed the crystal in his hand. Instantly, the crystal melted into a pool of blue slime-like solution that penetrated into his palm. The next second, the memory of the inheritance crystal appeared in his mind. Skill, Triple Vajra Body. Introduction. The first level, the body strength is doubled. The second level, the body strength is doubled, and the third level, the body strength is tripled. This is a pleasant surprise. And these 10 third-level genetic medicines. Jiang Cheng took one out. The syringe was still a transparent glass tube, with dark blue liquid rippling inside, and the instructions about the third-level gene enhancement potion also immediately appeared in my mind. Item: Level 3 Gene Enhancement Potion. Introduction. After injection, each attribute increases by 10 points. The effect of the second injection is halved, and the third injection is invalid. It has certain antivirus ability and can increase arousal level by 40%. Sure enough, the effect is the same as the previous potion. Jiang Cheng looked helplessly at the syringe in his hand. There is no way, he has already been injected once before, but it is enough to increase it by 5 points. However, one thing that makes him excited is that the third-level gene enhancement potion can increase the arousal level by 40%. Even if the effect is halved, it can still increase by 20%. In other words, his creative regeneration is about to break through to the second level at this moment. When he was about to take off the sheath on the needle, he aimed it at the arm and plunged it in directly. The injection of the medicine feels different from the last injection. When the last injection was made, there was a burning sensation like a fire, but this time it was a cooling sensation that started to move along his arms towards other parts of the body. Began to spread. Not long after, bang! Jiang Cheng's mind went blank, as if something had broken through the limit, and his body emitted a faint white halo. Is this what a breakthrough feels like? Jiang Cheng quickly took out the fourth-level Tang Dao he exchanged, then pointed it at the palm of his hand, gritted his teeth, and swiped it hard. Under his deliberate control, the level 4 Venom armor did not actively defend, but instead removed the defense from the skin at the lower edge of Tang Dao. The blade fell. The skin was directly broken open, and even due to deliberate force, the wound was even deep enough to show the bones. A lot of blood gushes out, but as soon as the blood flowed out less than 2 centimeters from the cut wound, it shrank back as if it had its own consciousness, and granulation sprouted from the wound rapidly. In just 5 seconds, the cut wound recovered as before. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng suddenly beamed. With such a recovery speed, if he turns on the Spirit Blast again, it will definitely last for more than an hour, and the Spirit Blast state can last from the previous 5 minutes to 10 minutes. This is definitely a huge change. When he was overjoyed, Jiang Cheng quickly checked his attributes. Wisdom, 118.5, 123.5, 173.5. Strength, 2,837, 2,842, 8526. Agility, 155.85, 160.85, 321.7. Spirit, 181.2, 186.2, 236.2. All attributes are enhanced again based on the injection of third-level gene enhancement potions. Wisdom increased by 55 points. Strength increased by 2 times. Agility doubled. Spirit increased by 55 points. In addition to these attributes, there is also the ability. Superpower, second-level creation, awakening degree, 49%, second-level super speed regeneration, awakening degree, 1%. In my current normal state, even if I'm facing a third-level zombie, I won't be far behind. Jiang Cheng muttered and punched the side casually. Bang! The air was knocked out with a loud bang. Jiang Cheng retracted his fist with satisfaction. With his current strength, if he were to face the fourth-level Fury again, he was confident that he could use the Great Destruction Palm to kill it instantly without turning on the spiritual explosion. Feeling the huge change in strength, Jiang Cheng was even more looking forward to breaking through to the third level. According to my current speed and the improvement efficiency of the spiritual pool, it will take 51 days to create a breakthrough to the third level. It depends on how high the level 6 spiritual pool can be improved after the base is upgraded. While muttering, a voice came from the door. Jiang Cheng, the banquet is about to start. Hearing the sound, Jiang Cheng came to his senses, took out a piece of clothing and put it on, then walked to the door and opened the gym door. When he saw it was Lin Ro, he smiled and said, "I'll be down in a minute." Perhaps because she had just finished exercising, a strong smell of male hormones hit her nostrils, making Lin Ro's cheeks turn red. Nana said, "Anyway, hurry up, everyone is waiting for you." After saying that, he turned around and hurried downstairs. This girl. Seeing Lin Ro suddenly fleeing, Jiang Cheng smelled the smell on his body for no apparent reason. Then he suddenly realized what he was doing and quickly walked into the bathroom to freshen up. Almost 10 minutes later, the bathroom door opened and a cloud of steam spurted out. Jiang Cheng wiped his still dry hair and changed into clean clothes. After wiping off the water droplets on his head, he silently circulated the inner qi of Xinyuan Gong again. Instantly, a large amount of white steam steamed up, and his hair became dry again in an instant. Looking at himself in the mirror, due to the improvement in strength, his skin has reached the most perfect state of human beings. Coupled with his not bad face, he is no less than the top students in the country. The corners of Jiang Cheng's mouth are slightly raised. It's almost time to go down. At the same time, dining room. A group of people sat around a huge round table, whispering to each other and talking about interesting things from time to time. Suddenly, a voice came. "It seems that you guys have adapted well." After listening, the dining room suddenly became quiet, and all eyes turned to Jiang Cheng. Among them, Lin Ro and Zhang Yu were all slightly surprised. "Sister Ya, do you feel that this guy seems to have become more handsome?" Lin Ro lowered her voice and whispered to Zhang Yu beside her, and remembering her previous embarrassment, her pretty face turned red again. "Yeah." Zhang Yu, who was standing next to her, didn't notice anything strange about Lin Ro. She stared straight at Jiang Cheng with a pair of sparkling eyes and nodded in agreement. Lu Xinru looked at Jiang Cheng with beautiful eyes shining brightly. Yuan Ningling and Lu Ziyun also showed admiration. "Jiang Cheng, you're finally down. Come on, I'm waiting for you," Lin Ro said quickly. "Good." Jiang Cheng walked over with a smile and sat down next to Lu Xinru naturally. Then he raised his voice and raised his glass. "Today, everyone is welcome to join our Dawn base and become a part of our Dawn. Here, I would also like to congratulate Dad on being able to reunite as a family. I won't say much more about the rest. I just have one request today: eat well and drink well. Long live the leader." As soon as the words fell, everyone cheered, and for a while they drank, and it was so lively. And outside the Dawn base, Jiang Cheng naturally did not treat the guards who contributed to the base badly. The technology meat tube is full and comes with milk and other nutritional supplements. The laughter coming from the outside of the base could be heard from a long distance away. One night passed. August 12, 2022. Inside the gym, Jiang Cheng wiped the sweat from his head and checked his attributes. Checked his attribute points. Power, 8,526, 8,538.5. Agility, 321.7 to 323.2. Spirit, 236.2, 239.7. Superpower, second level creation, awakening degree, 50%, second level super speed regeneration, awakening degree, 1%. In this upgrade, he deliberately added the awakening level to the second level creation. Currently, there are only 50 days left for the second level creation to complete the breakthrough, while the second level super speed regeneration can be delayed slightly. Apart from his attributes and training on the mental flying needle, he has been able to condense a mental wooden stick with a diameter of 9 centimeters. The next step is to continuously recompress it to make it as hard as iron. But even so, it can be regarded as a big step forward on the second step of cultivation. Next, it's time to verify your current strength. Jiang Cheng walked straight to a metal door in the corner of the gym. He pulled the door handle, and a cold mechanical sound rang out. "Welcome to the second level Fusion Spirit Cabin. Please choose the trial section, first or second level. Of course it's the second level. Jiang Cheng smiled. Please choose the difficulty, easy, difficult, hell. Easy, Jiang Cheng said. No matter how much he improves, he has to verify his strength from the simplest point. This is his character. He is the first to go. The selection is completed. You are about to enter the second-level spirit trial area. The first trial scene, please be ready. Okay, Jiang Cheng finished. The next moment, his eyes blurred, and the scene in front of him suddenly changed. When his vision was clear, he looked around again and found that he was already on a bridge. What is this? Jiang Cheng saw the surrounding environment clearly and felt a little ridiculous. It must be said that the second-level spirit training cabin is still very smart. The last time he entered the first scene was the Seoul base, but now it has become the Longjiang Bridge in front of the Chuda base. However, it is somewhat different from the current Longjiang Bridge. Looking around, the Chuda base is like a steel giant, standing still on the other side of the Longjiang building. The Longjiang building has not collapsed yet, maintaining its previous appearance. Looking at the Longjiang Bridge in Longjiang, it still spans the Longjiang River. Just as he was enjoying the scenery, the prompt sound sounded again. Task content: kill 1,000 second-level Death Crushers and 1 second-level Death Crusher King. Mission successful. Get the qualification for the second scene trial. Mission failed. Forced to exit the second-level Fusion Spirit Hut. Do you want to start the trial? Start it, Jiang Cheng said eagerly. He now really wants to know, facing the Crusher King, with his current strength, to what extent can he do? While thinking, the trial countdown starts. Countdown 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The system prompt sounded, and at the bridgehead of Longjiang Bridge near Longjiang Tower, a second-level Death Crusher suddenly rushed towards him. As the second-level Death Crusher rushed out, countless black shadows turned into gray-white waves and surged over. In the blink of an eye, the leading second-level Death Crusher had already rushed to the front. Ouch! The second-level Crusher let out a long roar, crossed his hands and clenched his fists, covering Jiang Cheng's head, and then smashed it down fiercely under a gust of strong wind. With the power of the second-level Death Crusher, this punch reached at least 40,000 pounds of power. If an ordinary human was hit, he would be turned into meat paste directly. On the other hand, Jiang Cheng looked at the shadow that was constantly expanding above his head, and he curled his lips and punched casually. Compared with the second-level Crusher's millstone-sized fist, his fist was about the same as a baby's hand. The next moment, the two fists collided. But strangely, at the moment of impact, Jiang Cheng's fist was like a steel needle, piercing the fist of the second-level Crusher. Immediately, a large amount of fresh gray-blue blood covered Jiang Cheng's fist. I didn't expect that my casual punch was so powerful. Jiang Cheng retracted his fist in boredom, shook off the gray-blue mucus on it, and then looked up at the second-level Crusher again, with no patience in his eyes. Whoosh! His figure flashed and disappeared immediately. When he appeared again, the head of this second-level Death Crusher had exploded from the back of his head. Bang! The giant-like body collapsed because of the shattered head. After getting rid of a second-level Crusher, Jiang Cheng faced the next second-level Crusher that raised its fist to hit him. This time, he did not make a move, but when the second-level Crusher was about to hit his chest, he shouted softly. The first level of the triple diamond body, open. Bang! A burst of internal energy suddenly burst out from his body, constantly filling the muscles on the surface of his body. It was somewhat similar to the principle of hard Qigong, but the difference was that the Vajra body did not expand the body, but compressed the muscles and protected the internal energy on every cell, so that the body itself was strengthened. With the opening of the first Vajra body, a layer of light gold appeared on Jiang Cheng's skin. It seems that there is no difference. It is somewhat similar to the immortal golden body. While muttering to himself, the fist of the second-level Crusher had already hit his chest. Buzz! A sound of golden bells humming sounded. Jiang Cheng only felt a tremor in his body. How to describe this feeling? It was like a 5 or 6-year-old child hitting the back of an adult man with force. It was not much different from massage, and it was even very pleasant. Interesting. Come again. In order to experiment, Jiang Cheng shouted loudly, repelled the second-level Death Crusher, and then used his face to meet the opponent's fist. Bang! Another golden bell hummed. Next, Jiang Cheng continued to experiment in several places, of course, not including his brothers. He came to a conclusion, that is, the triple diamond body is to strengthen the whole body, which can be said to be an extraordinary version of the iron vest. Okay, now the experiment is over, and it's time to send you to see the king of hell, Jiang Cheng said, and rushed straight into the corpse tide formed by the second-level death crusher. As time passed, blue blood flowers continued to explode. Almost 10 minutes later, boom, the last second-level death smasher fell in front of Jiang Cheng, and there was a fist-sized hole in the zombie's chest. The head on its neck was also missing, but the flesh on the broken neck looked like it was torn, as if it had been ripped off directly by something. Boring. Shaking the head in his hand, Jiang Cheng looked at the dark figure sitting on the cable of the Longjiang Bridge and said loudly, "Hey, enough is enough. I have killed all your men. Now it's your turn to take action." As soon as he finished speaking, the black shadow jumped off the iron lock with a swipe and landed 50 meters away from Jiang Cheng. The figure flashed and teleported more than 30 meters towards Jiang Cheng in the blink of an eye. This time, the entire black shadow was exposed to sight. The body was about 7 meters tall, 2 meters taller than an ordinary second-level death crusher. His eyes were red, and he stared at Jiang Cheng coldly and said, "Human, you are very strong, so strong that I can't. I won't use my strongest form to fight you. Hurry up and transform. I don't have much patience." Jiang Cheng waved his hands and said, The king of Shatter nodded and immediately roared, shrinking to a size of 1.5 meters, and his face became childlike compared to before. "I have completed my transformation. Human, be careful." The words fell. Swish! The concrete bridge beneath his feet cracked, and a fist instantly appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. Looking at the enlarging fist, Jiang Cheng still didn't dodge or avoid it. Bang! One punch. Jiang Cheng only felt a pain in his cheek, his body and head tilted to the right, and he slid back 5 or 6 meters before he stabilized. "Hiss! I have to say, your punch is quite painful." Jiang Cheng rubbed the red left side of his face and said speechlessly, "How do you describe this feeling?" It was like the pain of being slapped in the mouth by a girlfriend, but it was still within the tolerance range. Moreover, the redness and swelling on the left face dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye under the action of the second-order superfast regeneration. It seems that the first level of his current 3-layered Vajra body should be able to defend at 300,000 kilograms. This number is also the full force punch of the King of Shatter in his mutated form, which means that his physical strength can now reach the 3rd level. Lower level. Try the 2nd level again. Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, and the energy in his dantian began to circulate again. A soft drink. The 2nd level of the 3-layered Vajra body, open. Zheng. At the moment of opening, there was no internal energy overflowing like the spiritual explosion. The only change was that the gold color on the surface of the skin deepened a little. Jiang Cheng looked at his hands shining with golden light and complained speechlessly, "This is to push me towards the direction of the 18 bronze men." While speaking, the king of crushing punched again. Jiang Cheng did not use his face to receive it this time. To be honest, the feeling of being slapped in the face is very unpleasant no matter how strong it is. He thrust his chest and met the opponent's fist. Bang! The body shook. Jiang Cheng only took a step back this time, and then stabilized. The feeling this time was still quite different from the first level. This was like the feeling of a child pounding his back when the 2nd-level crusher hit him at the beginning. This time, the defense improvement should have reached the level of the 3rd level. Jiang Cheng estimated and did not want to experiment again. The king of crushing has limited strength, and it is meaningless to test the 3rd level of the triple diamond body. His eyes changed, and he smiled at the king of smash who was rushing towards him again. "Sorry, I'm done with the experiment. It's time to send you on your way." After saying that, at the moment when the king of smash's fist was about to hit him, he turned his body to the side, then raised his hand and slashed at the opponent's head with a palm. Double-fold force. Bang! The palm fell, and the king of smash's head exploded. The system prompt sounded immediately, and the zombie corpses on the ground around him gradually faded and disappeared into the air. Ding! Congratulations on completing the 2nd level first mission scene trial. Trial level. Simple. Automatically advance to the second scene trial by default. Trial level. Simple. Do you want to proceed with the second level second scene trial? Yes. Jiang Cheng nodded. The first scene was no longer difficult for him. Ding. The second trial scene is open. Task content. Kill 1,000 second level death harvesters and 1 death harvester king. Task success. Unlock the third trial scene. Task failure. Forced exit from the second level fusion spirit training hut. Got it. Got it. Let's get started. Jiang Cheng waved his hands impatiently. The countdown begins. 1. The voice fell. A red sickle was slashing straight at his head. FCK sneak attack. Jiang Cheng cursed, immediately raised his hand to hold the sickle, and then threw it to the side. Bang! The figure immediately sank into the stone pier beside the Longjiang Bridge. But soon, it shook its head, shook off the cement and stones on its body, stood up, revealed a 3-meter-tall figure, looked at Jiang Cheng, and said, "Human, you are very strong, so strong." Without waiting for the other party to finish, Jiang Cheng said directly, "Okay, stop talking nonsense, transform." After saying that, he was also quite surprised. This time, the King of Harvest actually appeared directly. Is it a change made by the system because of his strength? Regardless of that, after a roar, the King of Harvest began to compress his figure and turned into a 1.4-meter-tall child. But the huge sickle in his hand was extremely inconsistent with his height, and his mouth was still the 8-petal mouth of the harvester. "Human, I hope you don't die next." Nonsense. At the moment when the King of Harvest flew over, Jiang Cheng moved his body and pinched the other party's head with one hand. "You talk too much, which makes me a little irritable." After saying that, there was a click. The King of Harvest's head was directly crushed. The grayish-white mucus mixed with green slid from his hand. Throwing away the King of Harvest in his hand, Jiang Cheng looked at the second-level death harvester rushing over and showed a cruel smile. This level is too simple, and there is no value for experimentation, because the strength of the King of Harvest and the King of Crushing is almost the same. The only difference is that one focuses on strength and the other focuses on speed. If it was the agility value of more than 100 before, Jiang Cheng might be worried. But now, the agility value of more than 300 is enough for him to control the King of Harvest. Almost 5 minutes later. Ding! Level 2 second scene trial passed. Trial level. Simple. Automatically advance to the third scene trial by default. Trial level. Simple. Do you want to conduct the second level third scene trial? Open. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, the system voice sounded immediately. Ding. The third trial scene is open. Task content. Kill 1,000 second-level death killers and 1 killing king. Task success. Unlock the fourth trial scene and reward a killing king crystal. Task failure. Well, let's get started. Listening, Jiang Cheng nodded. Compared with the second-level crusher and the second-level harvester, he was more looking forward to the killer. After all, the second-level death killer is the combat power ceiling of the second level. The ordinary strength attribute is about 800. In the rage state, it can reach 2,500. The strength is very strong. As the king of the second-level killers, the killing king should surely surprise him a little. Soon, the countdown sounded. 3, 2, 1. The sound fell. Several figures rushed towards Jiang Cheng. "Come on." Jiang Cheng looked at it and raised his fist. Bang! With one punch, a second-level death killer was knocked away. At the same time, 2 more second-level killers attacked from the left and right directions. This is interesting. Looking at the bone spurs piercing him from the left and right, Jiang Cheng didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, he looked excited. He leaned back, held the bone spurs piercing from the left and right with both hands, and waved them hard. Bang! The 2 second-level killers collided immediately. Then, Jiang Cheng once again lifted up the 2 second-level killers and smashed them hard on the ground. At the same time, he released his hands, stepped a little, jumped up high, and the moment he fell, he pressed down on the heads of the 2 second-level killers. Grab it hard. Click, click. Both heads were crushed. Shaking off the gray mucus on his hand, Jiang Cheng shouted in a good mood. "Come again." Seeing their companions being killed, the second-level killers around them no longer rushed forward stupidly, but instead surrounded Jiang Cheng in the center. At the same time, A faint blue color gradually appeared on the surface of the skin, and their eyes even melted. Make black. Dozens of second-level killers turned on the rampage at the same time. Feeling the dozens of powerful auras around him, Jiang Cheng laughed and said, "This is interesting." He didn't activate any status, but just raised his fist and swooped forward. "Punch me." Ouch! A second-level killer roared and rushed out from among the many second-level killers to face Jiang Cheng. The bone-spike spear in his hand pierced the air and made a blast of air. "Welcome." Jiang Cheng smiled. His fist did not change its direction, and he directly hit the bone spear that was stabbing him. The next moment, the fist collided with the spear, but the fist that should have bled did not spill out at all. Instead, the bone spear that was stabbed was directly shattered by the impact, and the fist drove straight in and hit the chest of the second-level killer, denting the chest as if it was hit by a truck. As if hit, the second-level death killer flew backwards like a cannonball. It seems that the second-level killer is nothing more than this. Jiang Cheng laughed and glanced provocatively at the dozens of second-level killers that surrounded him. It seemed that he felt the provocation from Jiang Cheng. Dozens of second-level killers rushed out, covering Jiang Cheng's top, bottom, left and right, and front and rear. From the outside, it looked like a zombie pot lid covering Jiang Cheng. Looking at the blocked light around him and the second-level killers getting closer and closer, Jiang Cheng didn't panic at all. Instead, he slowly raised his hands and drew an exquisite arc in the air. There was a faint layer of light on his palms. Of white light. At the moment when the shadow completely enveloped him and the last ray of light was blocked, Jiang Cheng shouted loudly, "Erdujin!" Bang! A white light bloomed. The dozens of second-level killers surrounding Jiang Cheng were directly beaten, and their limbs were separated and scattered in all directions. "Come again." Jiang Cheng stood there, holding one hand behind his back and laughing. His move weighs nearly 1.7 million kilograms. Even if these second-level killers are in a furious state, they are just stronger ants to him. Under Jiang Cheng's provocation, the other second-level killers simply stopped hiding their bodies and leaned out from around the Longjiang Bridge. At a glance, there are crowds of people everywhere. "Come on, let's go together so we don't waste time." Jiang Cheng hooked his hand. The second-level killers all roared, turned into a rage, and all rushed towards Jiang Cheng. Looking at the second-level killers rushing towards them, Jiang Cheng made a move, and a black tang knife formed in his hands. He bent his legs and leaned forward to rush forward. A flash of thunder. Suddenly, the black light flourished, and the black electric arc surrounded the tang knife, making a sizzling sound. A black lightning turned into a long snake and kept swimming among the corpses. Poof! Poof! The head is rolling. In 10 minutes, the second-level killers were completely eliminated. With a flick of the blue slime on the blade, Jiang Cheng said loudly to the empty surroundings, "Come out, King of Slaughter." The voice fell. A zombie 2 meters tall, covered with a gray-white exoskeleton, dragging a long white spine and tail, and covered with bone spurs fell from the sky. Data eyes open. Name, King of Killing, Mutation, Ultimate Form. Race, Zombie. Level 3 below, middle level 3. Wisdom, 1.2. Strength, 4,000, 8,000. Agility, 300, 600. Skills, Dance of Bone Spurs, second stage transformation. Comprehensive Combat Strength, 4,300, 1.2. 8,600, 1.2. The beginning is the ultimate form. It should not be said, but this guy has already crushed the King of Harvest and the King of Shatter based on his wisdom. Jiang Cheng scanned the other party's information with interest. Suddenly, a strong wind came. Unexpectedly, he felt a pain in his lower abdomen and flew backwards. There was a loud bang, which directly hit the guard box on the edge of the bridge, and the whole person flew more than 20 meters off the bridge. Just when it was about to fall into the Longjiang River. A soft drink. The wind is coming. Whoosh! A hurricane blew through. Jiang Cheng slowly levitated from midair and looked at the killing king who had knocked him away again. His eyes boiled with fighting intent. He rubbed his sore belly and said to himself, "Finally something interesting." He shouted immediately. The second level of the Vajra body, open. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint golden glow appeared on his body. According to his thinking, His body probably has the strength to defend against the third level. As for the strength value, he is slightly higher than the King of Slaughter. Jiang Cheng does not intend to use Lin Kai directly, but to adjust his own strength to a situation where he is equal to the King of Slaughter. This will allow him to become familiar with the application of the triple Vajra body and increase his practical experience against the third level. Holding the Black Tang Dao, Jiang Cheng raised it with one hand, pointed at the King of Slaughter in front of him, and said calmly, "Come again." Faced with Jiang Cheng's provocation, the Slaughter King seemed unusually calm and stepped forward. Bang! The ground was trampled and cracked like a cannonball, and he raised his fist and blasted towards Jiang Cheng. What a speed! Jiang Cheng looked at the King of Slaughter, who was already close at hand, and hurriedly raised his knife to block. Zheng! A spark flickered up. After one move, Jiang Cheng took half a step back and steadied his body, but the Killing King took 3 steps back in succession. The level of strength is clearly distinguished, but this move seemed to arouse the Killing King's desire to fight. He kicked off his right foot and rushed towards Jiang Cheng again. Good strength. Jiang Cheng praised him, and this time he no longer blocked, but raised his sword to face him. The collision just now made him feel a slight numbness in the tiger's mouth, which made him more interested in fighting. When the King of Slaughter arrived, Jiang Cheng raised his sword and killed him. The first move of the 3 demon-killing swords is to kill the demon. The Black Tang sword instantly transformed into a 10-meter-long giant sword. As soon as the knife was swung out, billowing air waves flew towards the surroundings. Facing the surging giant knife, the calm face of the Slaughter King finally showed some emotion. His black eyes were slightly stunned. Then he closed his fist, touched the ground with one foot, hugged his chest with both arms, and lifted the knives on his elbows. Bone spurs to the outside. Dance of bone spurs. The body rotated at high speed, driving the surrounding air and turning it into a black tornado with a diameter of 2 meters. The bone spurs on the elbows and knees formed an extremely sharp blade under the high-speed rotation. Wherever the tornado passed, the cement on the ground cracked and splashed, and the body of the second-level killer lying on the ground was cut into countless pieces by the tornado. Well done! Jiang Cheng looked at the opponent's moves and cheered loudly, the momentum of the giant sword in his hand unabated. The next second, Zila, the 10-meter-long Tang Dao transformed into internal energy, struck the tornado, causing bursts of sparks to appear from the friction. But after all, Jiang Cheng is more powerful. After the tornado persisted for 5 seconds, its rotation speed gradually slowed down until the body of the King of Slaughter was revealed. If you look closely, you will find that the sharp bone spurs on its elbows have been smoothed away. The King of Slaughter shrugged his shoulders against Jiang Cheng's blade, and his chest rose and fell violently, obviously wasting a lot of strength. It seems that the peak strength of the King of Slaughter in this simple trial level should be in the 3rd level. Jiang Cheng muttered, and looked at the King of Slaughter without any interest in fighting. He shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, the game is over." After speaking, Jiang Cheng put away the knife and then shouted, "The second move of the 3 swords to kill demons, subdue demons." Swish! The knife light fell, and time seemed to be forbidden. Soon, a system prompt sounded. "Congratulations to the master for completing the 2nd-level 3rd mission scene trial. Trial level. Simple. Reward, King of Slaughter Crystal. Automatically advance to the 4th scene trial by default. Trial level. Simple. Do you want to proceed with the 2nd-level 4th scene trial?" Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "Let's get started." Ding. The 4th trial scene is open. Task content. Kill 1,000 2nd-level Death Crushers, 1,000 2nd-level Death Harvesters, 1,000 2nd-level Death Killers, 1 Crusher King, 1 Harvester King, and 1 Killing King. Task success. Unlock the 5th trial scene. Corpse King Crystal, Strength, 100, Agility, 50, Spirit, 10, Virus Resistance, 1. Task failure. Forced exit from the 2nd-level Fusion Spirit Training Hut. Listening to the system's prompt sound, Jiang Cheng was a little surprised. The rewards this time have changed a little, but if the lineup is just like this, it's just a little more effort. As he was talking to himself, the countdown has already fallen. A group of zombies filled the bridge and spread towards him like a flood. And on the bridge pier above the zombie tide, 3 figures formed a triangle and surrounded him. The killing was about to begin. Quantities are meaningless. Jiang Cheng shook his head, condensed the Tang Dao in his hand, bent his body, and transformed into a black lightning that swooped forward. It has to be said that 3,000 second-level zombies killed him for half an hour. In the end, only 3 zombie kings were left staring at him. Come on, let's go together. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, 3 figures rushed towards him. Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed, and he mobilized the energy in his dantian to continuously pour it into the Tang Dao. A flash of thunder. The figure disappeared, turning into black lightning and rushing straight towards the Harvest King. Intersecting moments. A head with 8 mouths clashed. After finishing one of them, Jiang Cheng turned around in the air and rushed towards the King of Shatter. Puff! Another head flew up, blue blood spraying into the sky. After getting rid of the King of Shatter, Jiang Cheng's figure changed again. Soon, the beep sounded again. Congratulations, Master, for completing the Level 4 Scenario 2 training. Trial level, easy. Reward, Crystal of the Corpse King. Advance to the 5th scene trial by default. Do you want to start training? Yawn, turn it on. Jiang Cheng yawned greatly. The first 4 scenes were too simple for him, so he only aroused a little interest when he met the King of Slaughter. If the 5th scene is still the same in this way, you can waste some time today and go through all the simple scenes. However, I still hope that the 5th trial scene can put a little pressure on him. The 5th trial scene opens. Mission content. Kill the 7 deadly sins of gluttony and rage. Task rewards. Crystal of Gluttony, Crystal of Rage, opening all difficult trial scenes, and obtaining simple scene management permissions. The countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. As the sound falls, 2 huge gray figures surrounded Jiang Cheng. Quack, quack, humans, I didn't expect that we would meet here. A fat zombie with a big belly strode out. It licked the corners of its mouth, stared at Jiang Cheng and laughed. What a pity that I couldn't swallow all the people in Yanghe community. Isn't it? Jiang Cheng felt a sudden change in his heart when he heard these words. I couldn't help but ask, are you the one from the steamship community? What do you think? Gluttony said with a big mouth, and the fat on his face also folded into several folds. No, that's not right. It's probably just an illusion created by the spiritual training hut, specifically to mess with my mind. Wanting to understand this, Jiang Cheng replied calmly. If I can kill you the first time, I can kill you the second time. Gluttony, what nonsense are you talking to this human being? If you don't want to do it, just let me do it. I have a blood feud with this guy. Another big guy with a body like a lizard spat out apricots and said calmly. Jiang Cheng turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw the appearance of the owner of the voice clearly, his pupils shrank again. It turned out to be it. At this moment, what comes into view is the one on the Longjiang building in Chudu, but in comparison, this one is much smaller. I opened the eye of data and scanned around roughly, and found that their strength was at the level of the 3rd level. Jiang Cheng blindly guessed that it was because of the 2nd level spiritual hut that he suppressed his apparent strength to the highest level of the 3rd level. As for the actual strength, I am afraid it can break through to the level of the 3rd level. It seems that this trial is finally a bit interesting. It's just a defeated general. Jiang Cheng stared at Fury and said calmly, You? Raging Fury was speechless for a moment, but the eyes that looked at Jiang Cheng became more and more dangerous. Before Gluttony could say anything, it said impatiently, If you don't come, then I will come first. 2nd stage transformation. A roar. The attributes of the rage immediately changed. Name, Fury, 2nd stage transformation. Race, zombie. Level 3 middle, level 3 upper. Wisdom, 1.3, 1.5. Strength, 15000, 50000. Agility, 150, 300. Skills, Earthcrack, Skyclaw, 2nd stage transformation. Comprehensive combat strength, 15,121.3, 50,301.5. The transformation was completed. A monster with a height of 2 meters and 5 meters, 2 horns on its head, a face like a lizard, a mouth like a lamprey, and a body like the Western dragon in the movie, but closer to a human body, with a pair of flesh wings growing out of its back. Transformation completed. Humans, go to hell. Furious roared, flapped his wings, soared into the air, and waved his claws at Jiang Cheng. Double cracking claw. Hee hee. Jiang Cheng looked sarcastic. This fury is just a weakened version of fury. Moreover, he could kill him at first. Now that his strength has been greatly improved, the weakened version of fury is no longer a problem. Looking up at the intertwined sky-splitting claws attacking through the air, Jiang Cheng said calmly, "The third level of the triple Vajra body, open." Moment. Light golden color covers the whole body, and the body strength is increased to the third level. But if used to deal with rage, it is not enough. Hard Qigong start. Immediately, the inner energy flowed to all parts of the body like a stream, and the body slowly began to expand as if it were inflated, and did not stop until it reached 2 meters. With the increase of Hard Qigong, my strength attribute can be increased to 17,077 at most. Facing the double hollow claw, it is still far behind. Muttering, Jiang Cheng shouted again, "Spiritual opening." Bang! A strong airflow was released from the body, and the internal energy turned from a small stream into a surging river, constantly running in the body. White gas began to rise from the surface of Jiang Cheng's pale golden skin, and a faint blush still appeared under the skin. However, unlike before, with the protection of the triple diamond body, his skin did not crack, and as long as the internal energy was sufficient, the state of spiritual opening could be maintained. As the spiritual opening was opened, Jiang Cheng's attributes changed again. Strength, 17,077 to 58,061.8. Agility, 323.2 to 1,098.88. Spirit, 239.7 to 814.98. It's enough now. Looking at the increase in strength attribute to 58,000, Jiang Cheng nodded secretly, then slowly raised the Tang sword, stared at the double-splitting claws rushing over, and chopped it with a knife. The third move of the 3 swords of Demon Slayer, Zheng. The internal energy was infused, and the blade of the Tang sword was wrapped in a layer of internal energy, and the blade began to extend, condensing into a giant sword about 20 meters long. The internal energy giant sword chopped down, and the sky changed color, and the gluttony who was watching the battle on the side was even more shocked. He stared at Jiang Cheng fiercely, and his pair of black eyeballs like copper bells rolled around. And then he looked at Jiang Cheng, who was seriously swinging the sword, and his body moved quietly. At this time, the internal energy turned into a sword, and it hit the claw marks formed by the 5 intersecting shock waves. The next moment, the giant sword collided with the sky claw, but in just a breath, the black giant sword chopped the sky claw into pieces and chopped towards the head of the furious man without slowing down at all. On the other hand, the furious man was shocked when he saw this scene, and then he was terrified. Seeing the black Tang sword fall, he screamed in fear. "No, don't kill me. I don't want to die. No, don't, save me." As he screamed, the black giant knife fell from above his head, splitting his body in half, and his crystal was shattered under the black giant's chopping. Rage death. Seeing that rage was solved, Jiang Cheng put away his knife and prepared to fight gluttony, but he didn't expect a loud shout from behind. Whale swallow, air cannon. Oh! Feeling the strong wind blowing behind him, Jiang Cheng scoffed with a sarcastic look on his face. He waited for the strong airflow to reach him and shouted softly, "Unbreakable golden body." Zheng. A layer of golden light suddenly surrounded the surroundings. The air cannon hit the protective light shield that did not break the golden body. It only caused the light shield to shake slightly before it collapsed. How? How is this possible? How did you find out? Furious looked at Jiang Cheng, who was unharmed, with disbelief on his face, but before he could react, the figure disappeared instantly. An array of black light crisscrossed its neck. Poof! The wrinkled head was raised high, and the eyes like copper bells still retained the fear from before. Ding! Passed the 5th scene trial. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining Crystal of Gluttony, Crystal of Rage, opening all difficult trial scenes, and obtaining simple scene management permissions. As the voice fell, Jiang Cheng's vision blurred for a while. When the scene in front of him stabilized, he found that he had appeared outside the second-level spiritual training cabin. What's going on? Why did I just quit? Jiang Cheng asked with confusion on his face. Master has completely conquered the simple trial scene. You can only enter the difficult trial scene again. The mechanical voice returned. So that's what happened. Jiang Cheng nodded. Would you like to enter again? The mechanical voice asked. Forget it next time. Jiang Cheng shook his head. After exiting the scene, his fighting spirit had mostly subsided, and he had no intention of fighting again. Ding. All rewards are being distributed. Please check in time, Master. The mechanical sound fell, and a white light lit up in front of him. The white light fell, and the rewards for clearing all the trial scenes were piled on the ground. A third-level Slaughter King spar is still pink in color, but slightly darker than the Harvest King. A third-level medium Corpse King's crystal, the color is rose red. There is also a crystal of gluttony and a crystal of rage, both light blue in color and at the third level. As for properties, Jiang Cheng looked at it. Strength, 85 38.5 plus 100. Agility, 323.2 plus 50. Spirit, 239.7 plus 10. Virus resistance, 4.0 plus 1.0. Can be immune to level 5 mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. The attributes have indeed improved a lot, but such data is only between the middle and upper levels of the third level. In addition to these, he also had administrative permission instructions for simple scenarios in his mind. Explanation. After obtaining the permission, you can enter the second-level spiritual training cabin and perform simple scene training without consuming energy points or receiving any rewards. There is no limit on the number of entries. The level can be adjusted at your own discretion. Others can choose to adjust it in the permission holders with permission. You can enter simple scenes for training any number of times, but for each level you clear, you can only get rewards for the first time. It's not much different from the authority of the first-level spiritual training cabin. After scanning the instructions, Jiang Cheng quit immediately. At this point, his training for today is completely completed. Apart from training, it is about how to improve the overall defense and combat power of the base. Judging from the situation after returning this time, the base's combat power is still insufficient. Facing the spirit beasts, the members of the escort team were obviously struggling, and this was even when Yang Lao and Li Qingwan were both present, and the base was also equipped with 2 first-level combat armors and hundreds of first-level weapons. That's it. Despite the fighting strength, 3 members of the escort team were still dead, and the 2 mechas guarding the gate were also damaged. It can be seen that the strength of the Dawn Guards needs to be strengthened. Furthermore, the few people who came to him from Chudu also needed to be rearranged. From the perspective of strength alone, Jiang Cheng thought of simply increasing the number of guards and then reselecting new survivors to be selected into the guard. There is also about the whole Lincian. The news of the destruction of the Chudu base has not spread yet, but Jiang Cheng feels that not all the awakened people may have been killed in the explosion. There must be survivors, so the news of the destruction of the Chudu base is not surprising. Will spread within a month, and it will be inevitable that each city base will act independently by then. At this juncture, he needed to clean up all the remaining forces in Lincian and near Lincian to facilitate future construction and development. As for Lincian base, Jiang Cheng actually has a headache, but being able to convince the other party to join him is definitely the result he wants to see most. Think of this. Jiang Cheng decided to start by upgrading the base defense. After thinking about it, he directly called up the permanent product column, looked at the price of the first-level Doomsday Warriors, and simply said, exchange for 114 first-level Doomsday Warriors. Ding. Do you want to spend 182,400 energy points to redeem? Yes. The exchange is successful. The items will be distributed within 1 meter around the owner. Please check in time. The system prompted. Okay. Jiang Cheng nodded. Soon, a white light lit up, and a stack of silver bracelets appeared in front of him. Among them, 100 Doomsday Warriors, after Jiang Cheng renumbered them, divided them into 4 groups, respectively guarding the 4 walls of the Dawn base, east, west, south, and north. The remaining 11 are first-level Doomsday Warriors, and Jiang Cheng puts them into space rings, which will be used in the following meetings. After doing all this, Jiang Cheng walked straight out of the Dawn base. He needed to receive and install the first-level base charging cannon and the third-level air defense fortress that he had exchanged from the base mall. Walk out of the base gate. The first-level base charging cannon is on the open space beside the city wall. The entire charging cannon is military green. The cannon is about 5 meters long. The muzzle diameter is 80 millimeters, and the muzzle is full of science fiction. Jiang Cheng lifted the cannon body, then took a step, jumped directly to the top of the base, and then put it down. Then, a magical scene happened. The entire gun mount seemed to melt and merge with the base. In the blink of an eye, it merged with the base, and Jiang Cheng also had an extra message in his mind. The first-level base charging cannon has been integrated. The owner can control the charging cannon to fire at any time within the base. As the voice fell, a hole was slowly opened at the top of the base, and the cannon body of the first-level base charging cannon slowly sank, which made Jiang Cheng sigh in wonder again. After installing the first-level base charging cannon, the next step is the third-level air defense fortress. This is different from the first-level charging cannon. It is a 5-meter-high and 10-meter-long container. Jiang Cheng touched it, and the information about how to install it came up. He still touched the other walls to automatically merge. Finally, it was the third-level Doomsday armored vehicle. Jiang Cheng waved his hand and directly put it into the space ring. After doing this, Jiang Cheng returned to the base and notified everyone except Mrs. Zheng and Yang Rui to go to the gym for a meeting. And he was waiting in the gym early. Soon, everyone went to the gym after receiving the notice, and the few people in the Chudu base were full of expectations. They knew that this was to assign work. And the next moment, Jiang Cheng's voice sounded. First of all, welcome everyone from the original Chudu base to join our Shuguang base. There are a few things we need to discuss this time. The first is about the position transfer. Jiang Cheng said here, directly. Regarding the personnel transfer, I will announce it again here. First of all, Dad's position remains unchanged, and he is still the captain of the Shuguang Guard. Lin Ro, adjusted to the second captain of the Shuguang Guard. Li Qingwan, adjusted to the third captain of the Shuguang Guard. Luo Fan, adjusted to the fourth captain of the Shuguang Guard. Lin Yi, the fifth captain of the Shuguang Guard. July, the captain of the 6th Guard of Shuguang. Ziyi, the captain of the 7th Guard of Shuguang. Lu Ziyun, the captain of the 8th Guard of Shuguang. Yuan Ningling, the captain of the 9th Guard of Shuguang. Miao Feng, the captain of the 10th Guard of Shuguang. The above is about the adjustment of the guard team. I will arrange for the survivors to supplement the guard team later. Jiang Cheng said, without waiting for everyone to be surprised, and said, Lu Xinru, the former captain of the 2nd Guard of Shuguang, will be adjusted to the captain of the Shuguang medical team. Similarly, I will arrange 3 survivors to supplement the medical team. Hearing this, Lu Xinru breathed a sigh of relief. Before she heard Jiang Cheng's words, she was still a little worried, but now it seems that such an adjustment is extremely necessary. The main direction of her ability is treatment, and it is absolutely suitable to be a logistics medical team. Then, Jiang Cheng continued. Zhang, the former captain of the Shuguang 4th Guard, has been transferred to the position of Chief of Shuguang Internal and External Affairs, managing the internal and external affairs of the base. The former captain of the outer survivors Zhou Sheng, Deputy Captains Yi Siwen and Wang Xiaolong. You will be under the command of Chief Zhang in the future and follow his arrangements. Yes. Zhou Sheng, Yi Siwen, and Wang Xiaolong also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the position of the survivor captain is gone, but in fact the function is still the same as before. And Zhang also understood what Jiang Cheng meant. But it is true that her combat power is low, but her management ability is good. She has always been arranging all the affairs of the base, and it is appropriate for her to be the chief of affairs. After arranging everyone, Jiang Cheng finally looked at Ho Yin and said, Finally, as a scientist of the former Chudu base and the head of the No. 1 laboratory, Dr. Ho Yin, our Shuguang base is still a wasteland in terms of scientific experiments. To be honest, I still feel a little guilty for letting you be in charge of this area. After all, we have nothing. But as the leader of Shuguang, I promise you that the equipment in the laboratory will become more and more complete in the future. You can directly report to me if you need any materials to ensure the smooth progress of your experiment. Leader, You are too kind. Ho Yin looked at Jiang Cheng with some excitement. To be honest, he really lacks experimental equipment, but a man will die for his friend. At present, his main research direction is awakening, and the most lacking is high-level zombies. With Jiang Cheng's help, I believe that there will be no shortage of experimental materials for high-level zombies in the future. Jiang Cheng nodded, and then said, So, I specially hired you as the chief scientist of the Shuguang base. Thank you, leader. Ho Yin bowed to express his gratitude, and everyone applauded. Okay. Jiang Cheng pressed his hand, signaling everyone to stop first, and then took out 14 silver bracelets from the space ring. Then, under the surprised eyes of everyone, the 14 silver bracelets gradually condensed into 14 doomsday warriors with a metallic color. Are these the robots on the battlefield? July lost his voice. You know, when he was on the Longjiang Bridge, he had the honor to see the second-level doomsday warrior next to Lin Ro. Although his strength was not as good as that of the second-level strongman, it was definitely comparable to the second-level middle level. Such strength was already quite terrifying. And the leader actually took out 14 bracelets at once. There were exactly 14 of them. Does it mean? Jiang Cheng said. This is a first-level doomsday warrior, whose strength is about the level of the first-level middle level. As a gift for joining the Dawn base, everyone can choose a warrior, and because the doomsday warrior was damaged in the Battle of Chudu before, choose one from it. Hearing this, July cheered immediately. Although it is only the strength of the first level, it can also be used as a good amulet. Lu Ziyun, Yuan Ningling, and other girls also went to choose happily. They had also seen the magic of the first-level Doomsday Warriors on the battlefield. While selecting the Doomsday Warriors, Jiang Cheng secretly opened the second-level weapons research room, looked at the weapon column above, and directly exchanged 10 second-level Doomsday submachine guns, 300 second-level Doomsday bullets, and 30 second-level Doomsday bombs, and distributed them to Yuan Ningling and others. Until the weapons were distributed, Jiang Cheng spoke again. Now the positions have been arranged, and I will talk about the second thing next. As soon as these words fell, the excited people immediately calmed down and looked at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng nodded secretly and continued. The second thing is about cleaning up other forces in Linxian. At present, the Chudu base has been destroyed, and each place is bound to act independently. If we want to fight back to Chudu, we need to remove the impurities of Linxian first. This is a major project. I don't know what everyone thinks. You can express your opinions. Listening, everyone lowered their heads and pondered for a while. But soon, Zhang was the first to speak up. I think it won't be a big problem to clean up other forces. We at Shuguang have absolute strength. The problem is that after the cleanup, the resettlement of the survivors in these bases is a huge problem. With the current resources of Shuguang base, a large number of survivors have poured in a short period of time. The amount of work we need to do is not small. For example, the base needs to be expanded, the materials need to be counted, and during the expansion process, it is necessary to understand the surrounding spiritual beings, beasts and zombies, etc. That's good. Regarding the base expansion, I have already thought about the location. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he looked at the display on the wall and said, Look here, everyone. This is the floor plan of Yanghe community, and our Shuguang base is located in Yanghe. Hunan Road. I plan to start from here, with Shuguang base as the starting point, to the ship terminal near the Yanghe embankment and the entire Yanghe school behind it as the new base area. Then Jiang Cheng marked out an area with his hand. Chief, you are really... Zhang Ye smiled bitterly as she listened. What? Is there any problem? Jiang Cheng asked. Question? The problem is big. Zhang Ye wanted to complain, but she couldn't refute the leader's face, so she said, Your idea is very good, but the amount of work in this area will take at least a month to build even if all the survivors in the base are dispatched. Good. There is also the problem of defending against attacks by spiritual beasts and zombies. These require a large number of manpower, but right now the combatants in our base. Zhang Ye stopped talking at this point. Her meaning was already clear. Jiang Cheng naturally knew what Zhang Ye said, that it would be impossible to clear this area in a short time. But if he wanted to accommodate more survivors, the student dormitory of Yanghe School was definitely the first choice. Then he said, Then can we open a straight line from Shuguang base to directly connect the base to Yanghe School? In this way, we only need to do defense around this road and Yanghe School. It's difficult. Yanghe School covers an area of 2 hectares. The school's walls can only protect against ordinary zombies. But we still need to be wary of first-level zombies, so we must strengthen this circle of walls. This is also a huge project. Zhang couldn't laugh or cry. What if only half of the school is included in the plan? Jiang Cheng asked unwillingly. This is possible, but the number of subsequent survivors needs to be reached. Otherwise, we'd better take Shuguang Base as the center and slowly extend to the surrounding areas. After all, Yanghe School and Shuguang Base are separated by 2 streets. Zhang thought for a while and said, "All right. Then the Yishiguang Base will be designated as the center, radiating development, and the roads on both sides of Yanghe West Road as the expansion area." Jiang Cheng decided on the expansion section, and then continued. The next one is about cleaning up the remaining forces. Chief, this is simple. I will be the first to apply to lead the team. Chi Chiyue raised her hand in a hurry. He didn't understand management planning issues, but when it came to fighting, he gained confidence. Okay, who else is there? Jiang Cheng nodded and glanced at everyone. Lu Ziyun and Yuan Ningling looked at each other and raised their hands. Having just joined Dawn Base, this is a good opportunity to perform. Anyone else? I'll go too. And me. I. Ziyi, Lin Yi, and Miao Feng all raised their hands. Finally, Jiang Cheng settled on the number of people and said, "In this way, Captain Lu Ziyun, Captain Yuan Ningling, Captain Chiyue, Captain Zai, and Captain Luo Fan, you will be divided into 5 teams, and I will assign 10 to each of you. The first-level Doomsday Warriors must clear out all remaining forces in Linxian City within a month. Those who surrender can be accepted, but they need to be observed. For ordinary survivors, as long as they do not resist, they will be accepted into the Dawn Base." "Yes, Chief." Several people stood up and responded. But at this point, Miao Feng couldn't help but raise his hand and asked, "That leader, where is Linxian Base?" Jiang Cheng was slightly startled when he heard about the Linxian Base. This was also a headache for him, but after thinking about it, he said, "You and I will go and discuss the Linxian Base matter." "Yeah." Miao Feng nodded. He really didn't want to see the conflict between Shuguang and Linxian Base. "Finally, let's talk about the third thing." Jiang clarified his throat and said, "Recently, a large number of spiritual beasts have attacked, including many second-level or even third-level spiritual beasts. Therefore, the defense of the base needs to be particularly strengthened, and the Dawning East Gate and the West Gate are the entrance to the survivors of my base. Export is the top priority. So, Xiao Jian and Qing Wan, you two will each lead 10 first-level Doomsday Warriors to guard the West Gate. As for the original escort members, they will be on standby for the time being." "Yes, leader." Lin Ro and Li Qingwan responded. Jiang Cheng looked at his father again and said, "Among the East Gate and the West Gate, the East Gate is more important. Old man, you will be responsible for guarding the East Gate, and then I will send you 21st-level Doomsday Warriors to guard it. At the same time, Sister Ya, Zhou Sheng, Wang Xiaolong, and Yi Siwen need to cooperate with the old man's defense when dealing with internal and external affairs. Finally, Shinru's medical team follows up at any time and is responsible for treating the injured." "Yes." Father Yang and others all nodded in agreement. "Okay, that's it for today's meeting. Everyone starts to act according to the order. Dr. Ho Yin and Miao Feng will stay, and the rest can leave first." After Jiang Cheng said this, everyone left one after another, leaving only Miao Feng and Ho Yin standing there stunned. When the last person walked out of the gym, Jiang Cheng slowly closed the door. Then he looked at the 2 people who looked puzzled and smiled lightly. "Are you curious that I will leave you 2 behind?" "Indeed." Miao Feng nodded. Ho Yin looked extremely calm on the surface, which made Jiang Cheng ask with interest, "Isn't Dr. Ho Yin curious? We are subordinates. We listen to what the leader says, and there must be something more important to keep the 2 of us here." Ho Yin said with a smile, his eyes twinkling as if Jiang Cheng would bring him some surprise next. "Okay, no kidding, there are indeed more important things." Jiang Cheng smiled, secretly took out 2 first-level Gene Awakening potions and handed them over. As the core members of Dawn, the strength of the 2 is really too weak. This is a first-level Gene Awakening potion. You should inject it first. Awakening potion? Hiss. Miao Feng took a breath when he heard this. He stared straight at the transparent syringe filled with red liquid. You must know that Jiang Cheng took out this item in the Chudu base conference room. Although he did not personally verify the effect of this thing, Jiang Cheng's words have always been never cheated. Moreover, on the Chudu battlefield, those ordinary soldiers went to die generously, but the awakened ones were able to fight the zombies with ease. What he saw planted a seed in his heart to become stronger. If he can become an awakened person, he can no longer hide behind and go to the battlefield openly. Ho Yin had different ideas from Miao Feng. He was not very interested in things like strength. On the contrary, the ingredients of this potion were more attractive to him. Since it was given by the leader, I will accept it without mercy, Ho Yin said without hesitation, and took the first-level awakening potion from Jiang Cheng. Miao Feng reacted, looked at Jiang Cheng gratefully, and took the potion. Under Jiang Cheng's watch, the two of them injected the first-level awakening potion one after another. Soon, 5 minutes. Both have completed their awakening. Jiang Cheng directly opened the Eye of Data and scanned it. Name, Miao Feng. Race, human race. Level. Those who are awakened below the first level. Wisdom 5.2. Strength, 23.2. Agility, 8. Spirit 5. Virus resistance, 1.0. Can be immune to first-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Power, first-level soil control, awakening level 100%. Comprehensive combat power, 41.4. Miao Feng's strength attribute is 23.2, which is not enough to deal with ordinary first-level zombies. However, his agility attribute is 8, which is comparable to the first-level Reaper, but such strength obviously cannot satisfy him. So he simply took out 2 first-level agility potions from the space ring, exchanged them for 3 small huandan, a Xianyuan gong, and a Miemo Sandao, and handed them to Miao Feng, who was excited about the successful awakening, and said, although you have awakened successfully, your strength is still insufficient to face the first-level zombies. These 2 agility potions can increase your speed. The 2 boxes contain the inheritance crystals of the Xianyuan gong and the martial arts Miemo Sandao. Take them back and absorb them well. The last box contains 3 small huandan, which can increase your internal strength by 10 years after taking them, which can be used to assist you in practicing Xianyuan gong. Thank you, leader, Miao Feng said excitedly. Then Jiang Cheng looked at Ho Yin again. Name, Ho Yin. Race, human. Level, first-order awakener. Wisdom, 6.8. Strength, 21. Agility, 7. Spirit, 4.8. Virus resistance, 1. Immune to first-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, clone, 100% awakening. Comprehensive combat power, 39.6. Clone. Jiang Cheng was a little surprised when he saw this superpower, but after looking at these data, he still said, Dr. Ho Yin, your current strength is worse than Miao Feng, which is also because your original physical foundation is too poor. For Ho Yin, Jiang Cheng took out 2 first-level gene enhancement potions, 2 agility potions, and 3 Xianyuan gong, Miemo Sandao, and Xiao Huandan and handed them over, saying, I hope these can help you strengthen your own strength. Speaking of this, Jiang Cheng seemed to think of something, and immediately took out a kind of technology treasure box that he had exchanged in the mall. In theory, this technology treasure chest can obtain a technology at will as long as he uses it, but he is not going to use it himself. First of all, as the leader of Shuguang, he does not have much time to work on technology. He needs to improve his strength quickly to deal with future dangers. Ho Yin, who originally specializes in scientific research, is the most suitable candidate. Leader, what is this? Ho Yin asked curiously. Jiang Cheng smiled mysteriously and said, compared to the martial arts, the things in here may interest you more. Ho Yin looked at the white box in Jiang Cheng's hand and raised his eyebrows. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, there is a technology inheritance crystal inside. After using it, you can randomly inherit a technology. What do you think of Dr. Ho Yin? Is there really such a magical thing? Listening to Jiang Cheng's words, Ho Yin's breathing became faster. It is true that he is not interested in things like strength, but it is different when it comes to researching unknown technologies. In the field of science, he is willing to pay for it even if it costs him his life. Okay, let's open it, and take a look. Jiang Cheng smiled. He was also curious about what technology Ho Yin would come up with, and there were 3 technology treasure boxes in his hand. Okay, without any hesitation, Ho Yin quickly placed the Xianyuan gong and other treasure boxes on the ground, then held the white first-level technology treasure box like a treasure and hurriedly opened it. I saw a piece of white crystal lying inside. Just hold it. Jiang Cheng reminded from the side. Yes. Ho Yin nodded and held the white crystal directly, as Jiang Cheng said. The next moment, the white crystal turned into a puddle of mucus and quickly seeped into Ho Yan's palm. Ho Yin only felt a cool feeling slowly flowing to his brain, and then a massive amount of information surged up. This is this. Ho Yin read the information in his mind with a look of shock. Miao Feng beside him said hurriedly, "Doctor, what technology have you developed?" A long time. After Ho Yin read through all the information, he took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Cheng, saying, "The technology contained in this crystal is called organ regeneration technology. Specifically, it can replenish missing organs in the human body." Organ regeneration? Does that mean that no matter which organ in the body is missing, it can be replenished? Even a missing arm or leg can be regrown? Jiang Cheng asked. You can say that, but if the organism dies, for example, if it loses its head, then there is nothing you can do. Ho Yin shook his head and laughed, and then said, "Also, it may take me 10 days to digest this technology." Dr. Ho, one more question. Can Lin Ye's leg be saved? Jiang Cheng looked at Ho Yin and asked. Of course this is possible, but it also takes time. You should have studied biology and know that some cells in our human body are totipotent. For example, embryonic stem cells, whose continuous differentiation allows us humans to have hands, lungs, and of course, not only embryonic stem cells, but ordinary stem cells are also totipotent, but they need a medium for stimulation, and this organ regeneration technology is to extract the host stem cells and conduct directional culture to differentiate them into what we need. Organs, but, having said this, Ho Yin swallowed with a dry mouth and continued under Jiang Cheng's anxious gaze. However, this kind of cultivation takes time. How long does it take to grow a leg? Jiang Cheng asked. At least a month. Ho Yin thought for a while and said, "That's enough." Jiang Cheng said, if it was just a month, he could afford to wait, and Lin Yi could definitely afford to wait. Even if it took a few years, it would be very uncomfortable. But Jiang Cheng suddenly thought of a question and asked, will the cultured organs have rejection properties after they are reconnected? It seems that the leader knows something. Ho Yin smiled and said, yes, there is indeed rejection, and the stronger the body, the greater the rejection. But if you are only separated from the body for 2 months, it's not a big problem. Okay, that's good. Jiang Cheng also felt relieved after hearing what Ho Yin said. He waved his hand and dismissed the 2 people. Jiang Cheng stayed alone in the gym thinking about what Ho Yin just said. With such technology, the lives of Dawn survivors can once again be protected. Apart from these, there is the importance of technology treasure chests. Just the first-level Doomsday technology treasure chest has such an epic-making effect, but what if it is the second level, or even the third level? Jiang Cheng couldn't imagine it, and he was also glad that he had just given Ho Yin only 1 technology treasure chest. For the other 3, he would need to reselect candidates. In this way, Ho Yin would not be the only one in power, nor would there be the problem of bringing technology to threaten him. Of course, a scientific madman like Ho Yin would probably not think about political issues. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng relaxed slightly. He looked out the window. Next, it's time to improve the strength of the escort team members. Zhangya, notify all members of the Dawn Guard to gather in the backyard. Jiang Cheng said to the miniature communication device. Yes, leader. Zhangya's voice sounded quickly. Jiang Cheng nodded and immediately went downstairs to the backyard. After a while, a group of Dawn Guard's members gathered in the backyard. Apart from the 3 people who died, there were 12 people left. However, there was a bit of panic on their faces. As early as an hour ago, they were informed to withdraw from their defensive positions, and this was by order of their chief. This order made them feel uneasy, wondering whether the leader wanted to remove them as bodyguards because of their poor defense in the previous battle with the spirit beasts. But the next moment, as Jiang Cheng spoke, they all felt relieved. Everyone, in this battle with the spiritual beast, Everyone was extremely brave and showed a spirit of not being afraid of sacrifice. This makes me very happy. After saying this, everyone felt relieved, but the next sentence made them nervous again. However, during this battle, your lack of strength was also highlighted, so I called you here mainly to improve everyone's strength. As Jiang Cheng said this, he actually had his own thoughts in mind. In the past, he only provided ordinary first-level gene enhancement potions to the Dawn Guards to improve their strength. He was also worried that because their strength was too high, they would have alien intentions in the future and be beyond his control. However, this time in the battle with the spiritual beasts, he retained it through the Dawn base. The video shows the team members unafraid of sacrifice for the sake of the Dawn. And when everyone came in, he glanced at everyone's favorability towards him. Except for Zhou Xiaodai, who only had 95, the others all reached 100. This shows that they have enough trust in him, and there is naturally no loyalty problem. So he said, "Okay, I won't say any more nonsense. Next, you only need to do things according to my instructions." After speaking, Jiang Cheng paused and said, "The person who has only received one injection of first-level genetic medicine before, step forward." "Yes, leader." Everyone except Xin Fu stepped forward. Among them, Hung Feng, Chen Beixian, and Lu Kai all looked excited. They knew that the moment to change their destiny had come. Jiang Cheng took out 11 first-level gene enhancement potions and distributed them. 11 members of the escort team received the injection and immediately administered the injection. And a minute later, everyone looked satisfied, and their bodies were strengthened again at this moment. "I feel like I'm full of power now," Chen Beixian said excitedly. "Me too. If I encounter those stupid monsters again, I will definitely give them some color." Lu Kai also said excitedly. "My strength has increased." Hung Feng was also muttering to himself. As a former rock climber, he knew his body better than ordinary people. Just as everyone was excited, Jiang Cheng's voice sounded again. "If you only have this kind of power, it is far from enough to deal with spirit beasts." Jiang Cheng's words were like a basin of cold water, which immediately extinguished everyone's enthusiasm, and the guards calmed down immediately. Indeed, the feeling of increased strength is obvious, but if you feel it carefully, it only seems to have increased by a few dozen kilograms. You know, the detention center at the door used a thing called a combat mecha, which was as powerful as a first-level awakener, but such a powerful thing was also destroyed in the beast tide. Thinking of this, the pride that had just risen was immediately suppressed by them. "The leader is right. We were indeed too arrogant just now," Hung Feng said loudly. "Well, not being arrogant or impatient is the quality that our Dawn Guard should have." Jiang Cheng nodded and added, and then exchanged 24 first-level agility enhancement potions to distribute to everyone. This is called a first-level agility potion, which can increase your speed. Inject it first. The order fell, and everyone showed an expression of enjoyment again after the injection. In fact, the injection of 3 kinds of potions, such as strength, agility, and spirit, requires caution. For example, if the body strength is not up to standard and the agility is used by force, the speed of the performance will not reach the real attribute displayed on the attribute column, which is a waste. The simplest example is Jiang Cheng himself. Because the creation and regeneration was only at the first level before, when using the 2 skills of spiritual opening and spiritual explosion, the body would break because it could not bear it. Forcibly using beyond the limit will bring the terrible consequence of physical collapse. So while improving strength, it also depends on the strength of the body. After the agility potion was injected, Jiang Cheng took out 12 first-level gene awakening potions. Here, there are 12 first-level gene awakening potions. As soon as the words fell, the backyard was immediately silent, and everyone was like a hungry wolf seeing a delicacy, staring at the red potion in Jiang Cheng's hand. Chen Beixian swallowed his saliva and breathed heavily, saying, "Leader, can I get superpowers by injecting this?" Chen Beixian asked, and the others also looked at Jiang Cheng intently. The question Chen Beixian wanted to ask was also what they wanted to ask. "Of course, as long as you inject this, you will have superpowers similar to Captain Lin Ro," Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Before, he would still hesitate whether to take out the awakening potion, but now, he has absolutely powerful strength to shock everything. Also, Anyone who has obtained superpowers is called an awakener. The power of an awakener will reach 1 ton, and it is no problem to lift a cow at will. The speed will reach 42 meters per second, which is nearly 150 kilometers per hour, comparable to the speed of an ordinary car. Your mental strength will also be strengthened, even if you don't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. In addition, your wisdom will be increased to more than 3 times your current level. The problems that you couldn't figure out in the past will be figured out. It can be said that after becoming an awakener, you will no longer be an ordinary person. As Jiang Cheng explained the various magical aspects of the awakener bit by bit, the backyard was almost silent. The only thing that could be heard was the sound of everyone swallowing saliva. Such strength, to them, is almost like a god, and the things in the leader's hand can help them become gods. There was almost no hesitation. Everyone half knelt on the ground and spoke in unison. Even Shun Fu knelt on one knee. No matter what grudges he had with Jiang Cheng before, he was definitely willing to improve his strength. Leader, please give us the potion. Okay, I can give you the potion, and I only have 3 requirements for you. Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction, and the reaction of the crowd achieved the effect he wanted. Leader, please speak. Jiang Cheng said lightly. First, be absolutely loyal to me. If you dare to betray me, I will kill you even if you are at the ends of the earth. Can you do this? Everyone said in unison, yes. Good. Jiang Cheng cheered and continued. Second point, all my orders must be obeyed. Can you? Yes. Everyone said in unison. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng changed the subject and said playfully, what if I ask you to commit suicide or let you kill your relatives? After this sentence fell, everyone was silent. Yes. If it is such a request, can they still do it? But this thought only lasted 2 seconds, and everyone started talking at once. Especially Chun Beixian, who stepped forward and said, Chief, I can do it. The reason? Jiang Cheng said. Chun Beixian said, if it weren't for the leader, I would have died outside long ago. So it was the leader who gave me food to survive and gave me power over ordinary people. Everything I have can be said to be given by the leader. If the leader asked me to commit suicide, if I, Chun Beixian, frowned, I would be nothing. Good. Well said. Jiang Cheng looked at Chun Beixian with admiration, and if he remembered correctly, this kid also rushed forward to help the old man attract the attention of Fengwei Xuanyu King before he came back, and when he followed him from Linxian, he was the first to speak. This person can be used. As Chun Beixian finished speaking, the other members of the guard team all confessed their hesitation in not being the first to stand up, but they also strengthened their beliefs after Chun Beixian said this. I can do it too. The leader gave us food, and my life belongs to the leader. Everyone in the family is alive because of the leader. It's understandable that the leader wants their lives. Everyone was talking aloud and expressed their determination one by one. And Xin Fu also didn't miss a word. He owed Jiang Cheng. Okay, that's all very well said. Jiang Cheng nodded and continued. The third point is, as the escort, you must be loyal to Dawn and protect Dawn's survivors without fear of death, okay? Abel. Everyone's voice was loud. Okay, these first-level awakening potions are yours, Jiang Cheng said, distributing the first-level awakening potions in his hand one by one. Under his watch, everyone woke up one by one after being injected. Some of the energy beasts turned into flaming demonic cows, and some could float in the air. Everyone had different abilities, but a few of them had awakened abilities that made Jiang Cheng look slightly sideways. They are Chun Beixian, infinitely strengthened; Hengfeng, animal form, divine species, ape-like monkey; Shen Fu, mechanized, unlimited firepower; Zhao Xiaotong, deification, divine seed, angel. These are superpowers that have never appeared before, especially Hengfeng's monkeys and Zhao Xiaotong's angels. They look very simple. Jiang Cheng thought to himself, and distributed 2 more secondary gene enhancements to each of several people. After giving each person a level 1 Doomsday submachine gun, 30 bullets, 3 level 1 Doomsday bombs, and 1 level 2 Doomsday bomb, they rearranged their positions. Starting from today, Zhou Xiaodai, Xin Fu, and Lu Kai are a group. From now on, you will obey the orders of Lin Ro, the captain of the second escort team. Hengfeng, Chun Beixian, and Wang Man. The 3 of you are serving under the command of Li Qingwan. captain of the 3rd escort team. Zhao Xiaotong, Zhao Qiuqiu, and Zhao Tiniu, the 3 of you will serve under the command of Luo Fan, the captain of the 4th guard team. Li Yutong, Li Dashan, and Lu Zhongqing, you will obey the orders of Lin Yi, the captain of the 5th escort team. However, just when Jiang Cheng arranged everyone, suddenly, a rapid siren echoed in the backyard. Alarm! Alarm! A large number of spiritual beasts are coming. Please be prepared. Listening to the voice, Jiang Cheng raised the corners of his lips and said with a smile, "Your strength has been greatly improved now. This beast wave comes at the right time." As he spoke, his voice became solemn. All guardsmen obey orders. Yes, leader. Ready to fight. The members of the Dawn Guards all came out. Jiang Cheng followed closely and walked out of the backyard. Soon, Zhang Ye's voice sounded from the miniature liaison device next to her ear. Jiang Cheng, the East Gate, West Gate, and the North and South sides are all attacked by a large number of spirit beasts. According to Dad, the number of spirit beasts this time is larger than in the past few days, and the attack is more fierce. Dad Lin Ro and the others are leading a group the Doomsday Warrior has already gotten into trouble with him. Yes. Jiang Cheng nodded, and then asked, "Have they gone out in July?" "We left the base about 10 minutes ago." Zhang Ye answered truthfully, and then asked, "Do you need me to send someone to recall them?" "No, the base has enough manpower now." Jiang Cheng shook his head. All 12 members of the Dawn Guard have just been promoted to first-level Awakeners, and there are 50 more first-level Doomsday Warriors to defend the base, as well as Yang Lao, Lin Ro, Li Qingwan, Lin Yi, Mrs. Zheng, and Yang Rui. Base. There are also weapons loaded in the base, and the defense power is definitely sufficient. You first arrange for Wang Xiaolong and the others to maintain order among the survivors, and leave the combat to the old man, Jiang Cheng said. Okay. Zhang Ye nodded and hung up the call. Then, Jiang Cheng connected to Father Yang's communicator and said, "Old man, how is the situation? Can you still hold on?" "Hey, look what you said. With my strength, I can easily catch these little beasts." Father Yang said with a smile. "Okay, I have just awakened all the members of the Dawn Guard. Old man, you can just arrange for them to fight." After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, Old Yang was obviously stunned, and then said in disbelief, "You mean you awakened all those dolls?" "Yeah." Jiang Cheng nodded. "Oh my God, you have to be the one to act boldly. Now I can feel a lot more relaxed, old man." "Okay, let's not talk nonsense with you, kid. The old man is going to arrange things." Young Dad laughed and hung up the call directly. Jiang Cheng nodded. It seems that this time there is no need to take action against the beast tide. Thinking about it, he flashed his figure and reached the city wall with a few steps. As a second-level Doomsday City wall, it is about 20 meters high, 20 meters long, and 1 meter wide, which is half a meter wider than the first-level Doomsday City wall. Standing on it, looking from a distance, a thick cloud of dust rose up, and among the thick smoke, there were giant beasts running one after another. Most of them are mutated beasts to the level of first-order spiritual beasts, and a small number are first-order spiritual beasts. There are also dozens of second-order spiritual beasts, and even a third-order spiritual beast. Overall, the number definitely exceeded 10,000, and the scene was quite spectacular. And 21st-level Doomsday Warriors have already rushed down from the city wall to engage in hand-to-hand combat with these spiritual beasts. Almost every Doomsday Warrior can easily take away a spiritual beast within a few seconds. There were also ordinary guards holding level 1 Doomsday submachine guns and started shooting at the spirit beasts below. The ordinary spirit beasts rushing at the front were constantly shot and fell down. As for the guards guarding the east wall, Beast Transformation, Flame Demonic Bull, Zhao Tiniu shouted angrily and rushed down from the city wall. His clothes were torn by the 5-meter-long body, and his body was burning with blazing flames. All spiritual beasts that came close were burned by the fire, and a pair of half-meter-long the red horns are even more powerful. "Beast, look at the brutal impact of your iron bull, Grandpa." Zhao Tiniu hooked the cow's hoof, raised his head, and let out a long moo, and the whole cow rushed towards the herd like a bulldozer. And because of his transformation into a beast, his agility and strength attributes have doubled. As he ran, flames surged, and wherever he passed, The oncoming spiritual beasts were hit with their heads bruised and bleeding, and the beasts turned on their backs. Not only Zhao Tinyu, but also Li Dashan, petrified, mountain-moving giant. With a roar, Li Dashan's figure began to rise, reaching a full height of 10 meters before stopping. His body was like a mountain stone, with green shrubs covering his body. He was really like a giant transformed from a mountain. "Open it for me." Li Dashan rushed forward, grabbed a charging spirit beast with one hand, lifted it up easily, and then flicked it away. The spirit beast let out a howl and was thrown to a height of more than 20 meters before being hit hard again. There is also the woman Zhao Xiaotong who was rescued from the soul base before. Deification, divine seed, angel. As she drank, her body emitted a dazzling white light. When the light fell, her originally black hair turned into gold. Her face that was originally a little dusty became sacred and inviolable, and a pair of white wings grew out of her back. The wings are spread out, and the length of a single wing is at least 3 meters. With a flutter of his wings, a hurricane rushed towards the surroundings. Zhao Xiaotong instantly rose to a height of tens of meters. He pulled his hands, and a golden long bow appeared in his hands. Holy light arrow. With a soft shout, a long arrow condensed with golden light, more than 1 meter long, shot out of the air and shot straight towards a first-order spiritual beast. The next second, puff, blood spattered, and the first-level spirit beast's head was directly penetrated by the light arrow. It cried out and immediately fell to the ground lifeless. Such a strong penetrating power, definitely a first-level destructive power. Jiang Cheng looked at it and sighed secretly. Then, Zhao Xiaodong seemed to feel that it was not too tough. He raised his right hand, and a 3-meter-long light spear condensed in her hand. "Go, holy spear." Whoosh! The spear was thrown, piercing the air with a burst of explosions, and a black sound barrier constantly appeared at the end of the spear. The next moment, bang! Another first-level spirit beast was pierced through by the light spear, and the spear head penetrated the body and pierced half a meter into the ground under the spirit beast. This move can even hurt the second level. Jiang Cheng exclaimed, which made him wonder whether the awakened god species have stronger strength than ordinary beasts. For example, Qingwan, after the beast transformation, turned into a fire phoenix. Not only was the flame extremely hot, but the horse country, which was a first level lower, still did not lose to the first level higher. Of course, this is just a guess. Seeing this, he was relieved about the battle at the east gate, and simply flashed and appeared on the west gate again. The battle here was equally fierce. "Get out of the way," Lin Yi shouted angrily, and the first-level Doomsday warriors who were fighting with the spirit beasts and the guards who were fighting in hand-to-hand combat all got out of the way. Lin Yi jumped down from the city wall, half-knelt on the ground, propped his hands on the ground, and shouted, "Ice 1,000 miles." As the voice fell, his hands burst into cold air, and a 1-meter-thick, transparent ice layer instantly formed where his palms touched. The ice layer spread, and wherever it passed, half of the body of the spirit beast that attacked the west gate was frozen by ice. The most terrifying thing was that after freezing hundreds of spirit beasts, the ice layer continued to extend far away until it spread to 1 kilometer before stopping. Looking again, the number of spirit beasts frozen by Lin Yi reached thousands. "What a show," Jiang Cheng exclaimed. But he would not do this, as it would consume too much physical and mental energy. For example, Lin Yi now had a tired look on his face after being frozen for 1,000 meters. But it was worth it. Seeing the beast in front of him frozen, Lin Yi shouted, "Why are you standing there? If not now, when will you take action?" "Yes, Captain Lin Yi. Now it's our turn to perform. Beast transformation, divine species, long-armed ape. Infinite strengthening. Mechanization, unlimited firepower." Shen Fu flipped in the air and turned into a 3-meter-tall metal robot. He raised his arms and turned them into several metal guns. "Kill!" With a loud shout, flames spurted out of the guns. Tut tut tut. Countless bullets shot out, forming a firepower net covering the herd. Chun Beixian also shouted, "Infinitely strengthen, double strengthen." After the words fell, a powerful force burst out of his body, and the overall attributes were all doubled. He stepped forward. The ground sank instantly. Schwa! The whole person turned into a humanoid cannonball and rushed into the herd. While Hung Feng was running, his body swelled, and long golden hairs grew all over his body, turning into a 5-meter-tall giant ape. Roar! Opened his bloody mouth and roared, revealing 4 sharp fangs. Hitting the ground with both fists, his body jumped high with the force, like a meteorite hitting the ground, and smashed into a spirit beast. In an instant, the bones of the spirit beast were broken, and it fell to the ground, and a deep pit was smashed under it. The momentum is quite strong. Jiang Cheng nodded secretly when he saw the fearless attitude of several newly awakened guards. On the city wall, watching their men fighting fiercely, the captains Lin Ro and Li Qingwan were not willing to be outdone. Water pattern needle, thousands of needles fired at the same time. Lin Ro shouted, and a half-meter-long needle made of water condensed as thick as an index finger was suspended in front of the spirit beast's forehead. Go! With a wave of one hand, the water pattern needles were ejected and pierced the head of the spirit beast in front of him. In an instant, hundreds of spirit beasts on the battlefield were killed. Transform into a phoenix. A high cry rose, and a phoenix with flames all over its body flapped its wings and flew over the battlefield. Phoenix Divine Flame. Li Qingwan shouted, her golden beak opened, and red flames spewed out of her mouth. Wherever she passed, the spirit beasts were burned all over, emitting bursts of burnt smell. According to this trend, it won't take long for the beast tide to be repelled. Jiang Cheng looked at the battle outside the city wall, and he was no longer worried. He simply took out a small bench and sat on the city wall to watch the battle. After about half an hour, the number of spirit beasts began to decrease visibly, and those who could still stand on the battlefield were basically spirit beasts of level 2 or above. However, the entire outer base was surrounded by the level 2 Doomsday City wall, and it was almost impossible for these level 2 spirit beasts to break through the city wall, unless a level 3 spirit beast appeared. Just as Jiang Cheng was analyzing the battle situation, suddenly, an alarm sounded in his mind. Alarm! Alarm! There is a level 3 spirit bird attacking at an altitude of 3,000 meters, and the level 3 air fortress is automatically activated. Level 3 spirit beast? Jiang Cheng listened to the alarm in his mind and couldn't help but look up. He saw a group of black spots swooping down from the sky of the Dawn base. As the black spots got closer and closer to the Dawn base, their shapes gradually emerged. This group of spiritual birds was estimated to be at least 25 meters long, with gray feathers, only a circle of white on the top of the head, slightly red cheeks, round eyes, brown pupils surrounded by a circle of light silver, short but hooked beaks, and gray claws. The leading one was even larger, reaching 35 meters. Looking at these strange birds, Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance. Ding! Name, White-headed Zhaoye King. Race, Zhaoye. Level 3. Wisdom, 1.1. Strength, 25,000. Agility, 100. Skills, Iron Wings, Iron Claws. Comprehensive Combat Power, 21,101.1. It's level 3 again. It seems that after the spiritual energy burst, birds have to improve faster than beasts because of the small space. Except for this white-headed Zhaoye King, the rest of the white-headed Zhaoye are all below level 3. At a glance, there are about 30 of them. At this time, the outer base, the shantytown. The survivors looked at the big bird swooping down from the sky and were immediately frightened and panicked. Run! A strange bird is flying over. Mom! I want my mom. Is this going to let people live? The screams of women, the crying of children, and the complaints of men were mixed together. But soon, Zhou Sheng brought people over. As the former captain of the outer base, Zhou Sheng, who already had rich experience in maintaining stability, shouted loudly, "Don't panic. Listen to my orders now, and all go into your respective shanties." In front of the chaotic crowd, his voice was like throwing a stone into a surging river. It only caused a little splash and was quickly drowned by the noisy crowd. "Captain, this won't work. They can't hear it at all." Yi Siwen frowned. "Don't worry, look at me." After Zhou Sheng finished speaking, he shouted, "Beast transformation, subgod species, red flame, titan python." After the roar fell, he immediately turned into a more than 10-meter-long giant python covered with red scales. His pair of red vertical pupils were even more fascinating. He shouted to the crowd, "Calm down." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately stood still, not daring to move. Everyone stared blankly at this more than 10-meter-long giant python with a bucket-thick face, with fear on their faces. Seeing that the effect was achieved, Zhou Sheng spoke again. "I am Zhou Sheng. Now everyone listen to my instructions and enter your respective sheds in an orderly manner. Our guards and leaders are outside, so these beasts can't rush in. But Captain Zhou, our sky defense." As soon as the survivor finished speaking, he saw several artillery shells rocketing into the air at the base and shooting towards the strange bird. And then the next second, a strange bird was hit by a cannonball, whined, and fell down with black smoke. Everyone should be relieved now. Seeing this scene, Zhou Sheng was also surprised by the magic of the leader's base, and he did not forget to comfort the survivors nearby. Don't worry. The survivors saw that their own air defense force was so powerful, and they killed a strange bird in one confrontation, so they calmed down one by one and headed into the shanty in an orderly manner. In a minute, there were almost no survivors running around in the outer base. After maintaining his position, Zhou Sheng said to the two people next to him, "Siwen, Xiaolong, let's stay here and guard against a strange bird." "Yes, Captain," Yi Siwen and Wang Xiaolong said in unison. And a minute ago, enter the west gate. Jiang Cheng stared at the group of white-headed Turiya in the sky and immediately said, "The anti-aircraft guns started automatic aiming, and the first-level base charging cannon started to charge, targeting the third-level white-headed Turui king." "Yes, master." The mechanical sound fell, and a 7 to 8 meter-long sci-fi-colored coiled pipe at the top of the base slowly lifted up. On the barrel, the energy bar also showed that the charge was 0.02% complete. Except for this first-level base charging cannon, the other anti-aircraft gun barrels have completed charging. There was a loud bang. Within the barrel, several small missiles were ignited and flew out, aiming straight towards the white-headed group of stars in the sky. And after flying for more than 10 seconds, a white-headed Turiya was knocked down. "Well done," Jiang Cheng cheered. "It is indeed a 3-level air defense fortress worth 500,000 energy points, and the exchange is indeed worthwhile. As for the white-headed Jiaye king, it depends on the power of the first-level base charging cannon." Jiang Cheng was interested in testing the first-level base rechargeable cannon, so he didn't intend to directly take the life of the white-headed Turiya king. So he said to Lin Ro, Lin Yi, and Li Qingwan below, "You guys should keep a good watch here for now. Just leave those strange birds in the sky to me." "Do you need my help?" Li Qingwan asked worriedly. After all, those strange birds in the sky seem to be quite powerful, and he can also fight in the air, which can be of some help to Jiang Cheng. "It's okay, Qingwan, just guard Shimen." Jiang Cheng said a word. The wind blew under his feet. He flipped his wrist, condensed a black tang sword, and flew towards the white-headed Jiaye king. Looking at Jiang Cheng's leaving figure, Li Qingwan felt a little disappointed in her heart. Once again, she failed to help Jiang Cheng. But this loss was only fleeting, and she quickly adjusted her mentality, secretly planning that one day, sooner or later, she would be able to protect Dawn Base and be responsible for it on her own, without relying on Jiang Cheng. Soon, Jiang Cheng arrived in front of King Baitu Zhaoye. However, compared with the 35-meter-long body of the white-headed Night King and the wings that spread out to 50 meters, Jiang Cheng's height of just over 180 meters seemed extremely small. "Hey, silly bird, where are you going?" Jiang Cheng pointed the tang sword at the white-headed Zhaoye king opposite and said loudly. The white-headed Zhaoye king screamed angrily at Jiang Cheng's words. Now at the third level, his intelligence is no less than that of an ordinary human being, or even more so. He immediately raised his claws, a pair of gray barbed claws glowing with a faint white light, and clawed straight at Jiang Cheng. "Do you want to fight with me? It's easy to talk about." Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows slightly, held the created second-level Tang Dao, and swung it. Zheng, clank. After a few blows, under Jiang Cheng's deliberate control, everyone and the bird were evenly matched. At this moment, the east gate of the base. Roar. A tiger roar, accompanied by gusts of fishy wind, shook several members of the escort team and almost fell to the ground. Even Zhao Xiaotong, who was flying in the sky, almost fell down. Everyone steadied their bodies and looked forward in horror. I saw a giant beast that was 10 meters long and 3 meters tall, with orange tiger stripes all over its body, and its pupils glowed with a faint silver light. It was similar to a tiger and walked over. The giant beast was quite powerful in its movements. Feeling the momentum of the giant beast in front of him, Father Yang immediately made a judgment and said loudly, "Get behind the city wall and leave this beast to me." "Captain, but..." Zhao Xiaotong couldn't help but said, "Haha, you guys have just awakened. You don't have much fighting experience, so you are no match for this guy." Father Yang smiled and waved his hands, with an unquestionable tone in his tone. And just with a roar, he can knock back the first-level awakened person with one move. This guy's strength has definitely reached the third level, and these young babies are almost destined to die. Execute the order. Yes, Captain. The members of the escort also understood that staying would only hinder the captain. Although they were unwilling to do so, they had no choice but to retreat. When all the escort members retreated to the city wall, only Father Yang and a group of first-level Doomsday warriors were left under the city wall. And on the city wall, Yang Rui was a little worried and said to Mrs. Zheng beside her, "Grandma, should we go and help Grandpa? The strength of that beast is at least level 3. If we go there, it will only cause trouble. Since this old immortal dares to face it alone, he naturally has a way to deal with it. We will just watch. If it doesn't work, Grandma, I will take action." He evacuated. Mrs. Zheng looked calm, but murmured in her heart, "Jianan, let me see where your strength is now." "Okay." Yang Rui lowered her head. At this time, under the east gate, Father Yang took a deep breath, stared at the giant tiger in front of him with sharp eyes, and said calmly, "This is the territory of my Dawn base. If you don't want to die, leave immediately." Ouch! The giant tiger roared, its silver pupils filled with disdain. It was obvious that it did not take the humans in front of it seriously, and even slapped away the first-level Doomsday warrior who was close to it with a provocative slap. "Then there's nothing to talk about." Father Yang sneered, and simply stopped talking nonsense. He took a deep breath again, slowly moved the Xian Yuan Gong, and shouted, "Hard Qigong." Bang! The qi inside the body surface circulated, and the body suddenly expanded into a muscular man. But facing the giant tiger, it was obviously not enough. He continued to put his hands together and shouted, "Become a Buddha, Zheng." Suddenly, golden light bloomed from the body, and the figure began to rise to more than 3 meters. The whole person turned into a golden Buddha with no sorrow or joy. Feeling the surging power in his body, Father Yang continued, "Open your inner energy." Bang! As the inner energy surged, Yang's aura once again increased, and his whole body was filled with energy. Even when facing the second-level awakened ones, he was not inferior. Is this the strength of this old immortal? Feeling the faint coercion emanating from Father Yang, Mrs. Zheng was also slightly stunned. Originally, she was still slightly proud of her second-level innate strength, but now it seems that this old guy's strength has also changed dramatically in these years. Grandpa is so strong." Yang Rui admired. "Shut up and watch." Old Lady Zheng scolded. Yang Rui secretly stuck out her tongue, shut her mouth obediently, and looked quietly at the bottom of the east gate. Preparation is complete. Old Man Yang took out the black second-level Tang sword from the space ring. This move of taking things out of thin air shocked Old Lady Zheng again. He raised the sword in front of his chest and said in a cold voice, "The first move of the 3 swords to kill demons. Slash the demon." Swish! The ground shook. After leaving a crack, it instantly appeared in front of the giant tiger. "Take the old man's sword." The black glowing Tang sword fell. Looking at the attack, the giant tiger narrowed his eyes and immediately raised his claws to slap it. Clang! The sound of metal collision sounded. The Tang sword slashed at the giant tiger's claws, and Father Yang only felt his tiger's mouth tremble violently, and then a huge force came from his wrist. Suddenly, his face was shocked, and he retreated quickly. When he stabilized his body, he had a general understanding of the strength of this giant tiger. The power of that claw just now must have exceeded 150,000 pounds, and it was a casual attack, which means that this guy's strength is definitely above the third level. It seems that I can't keep my strength to test it anymore. which will only waste my internal energy in vain. Thinking of this, Father Yang simply used all his strength. He held the Tang sword tightly with both hands and shouted, "The third style of the three swords to destroy demons, destroy demons." After the words fell, the black Tang sword instantly turned into a giant sword of more than 10 meters. Father Yang took a step, dragged the giant sword with both hands, and slashed at the giant tiger from the air. "Cut it for me." This gorgeous sword made the sarcastic look on the giant tiger's face disappear and turned into an extremely solemn one. Because it felt threatened by this knife. Intuition tells it, if you get hit by a knife, you will die. Immediately, he used his speed to the extreme and retreated quickly. "You're pretending to be cool here, old man, and you want to leave?" When Father Yang saw the giant tiger trying to avoid his blade, he immediately increased his speed and chased after the giant tiger. And with the dual blessings of spiritual enlightenment and Buddha transformation, his speed was no less than that of ordinary third-level spiritual beasts, and he appeared behind the giant tiger in the blink of an eye. Roar! Seeing the humans behind him chasing after him, the giant tiger simply gave up and escaped. Using its forelimbs as a fulcrum, it turned sharply with the inertia brought about by running. Its claws flashed with golden light, and its knuckles flicked. The claws smacked towards Dad's sword. The next second, there was a loud bang. The giant knife, transformed from the inner energy, collided with the tiger's claws. Waves of air flowed from the center of the collision towards the surroundings, causing waves of sand and dust to rise around, blowing the trees on both sides of the road to sway left and right. Even those dilapidated private houses collapsed under the hurricane like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The two only held each other for 3 seconds. The giant sword with internal energy dispersed immediately. Father Yang retreated back more than 30 meters before he stabilized, but his eyes looking at the giant tiger became more solemn. This beast is so powerful. Even if the old man activates the Buddha transformation state and adds hard Qigong, even the ordinary second level can't break through the defense. But this claw shocked the old man and my inner breath was disordered, and I almost missed this knife, just let go. Father Yang secretly exclaimed that it was very dangerous. On the other hand, the giant tiger also became extremely cautious. If it looked down upon this human being before this move, then after this move, it placed this human being on the same level as itself. The silver tiger pupils as big as copper bells shrank, his body lowered. He took a deep breath and opened his mouth slightly. "Be careful, this beast is going to attack." On the city wall, Mrs. Zheng saw this and quickly reminded her. Father Yang turned around with a smile and said, "Don't worry, Ping, I can still handle this old kitten. It's still the same as before, always showing off." Mrs. Zheng showed a rare girlish attitude and rolled her eyes at Father Yang angrily. Father Yang also turned his head, and the smile on his face immediately turned into an extremely serious one. He raised his sword in front of him again and said calmly, "The third form of the three swords to destroy demons. Destroy the demon." At the same time, above the sky, Jiang Cheng and the white-headed Jiang King were fighting back and forth. Taking advantage of the gap between their moves, Jiang Cheng checked the charging time of the first-level base's cannon. "Well, there's still half an hour left." Jiang Cheng secretly muttered, looking at the big bird again. The teasing in his eyes was particularly obvious, and whispered, "I'll just play with you, this stinky bird, for a while longer." As he said that, he glanced at the battlefield at the east and west gates. Lin Ro's side showed a one-sided trend, while Yang's side seemed to be struggling. Watching, Jiang Cheng fell from the air to a position more than 20 meters above the ground, lowered his head, and said to his wrist, "Bye. Go help Father Yang." "Master, you have thought nothing of it." A charming voice sounded, and the silver bracelet on Jiang Cheng's wrist squirmed, and soon transformed into a silver-haired beauty, falling steadily from the air to the ground. "Okay, stop talking nonsense. I'll leave the Eastern District battlefield to you." Jiang Cheng said this and flew up again, rushing towards the white-headed Jiang King. "TCH, what a tasteless master." I curled his lips and looked in the direction of the battlefield in the Eastern District, with a charming smile on his face. "I can finally come out and stretch my muscles." After finishing his words, he twisted his joints and stepped a little. Bang! The ground exploded directly. The white light turned into a silver stream of light and rushed towards the battlefield in the East District. At this time, the East District. The giant tiger opened its bloody mouth, and a golden ball of light continued to condense in front of the tiger's mouth. A strong wind swirled around the ball of light. After half a minute of energy storage, the ball of light finally condensed and reached a diameter of more than 1 meter. Judging from the crazy shaking of the surrounding trees caused by the ball of light, the power must be terrifying. Roar! With a roar, the ball of light in front of the giant tiger's mouth blurted out, drawing a long ravine on the ground, coming with great momentum. Well done! Father Yang shouted loudly, and the power of the 3 demon-killing knives in his hand was fully charged. Seeing the golden ball of light coming, he slashed out without hesitation. Open it for me. While roaring, Tang Dao slashed down at the golden ball of light. For a moment, the giant sword transformed from inner energy and the golden energy ball were in a stalemate. But this scene did not last long. Only 3 seconds passed. Damn, this energy is so powerful. Father Yang gritted his teeth, his arms began to tremble, and the golden light around him also faded in and out. Then there was a loud bang. The 10-meter-long sword that was condensed with inner energy collapsed. The energy ball rushed forward, hard on Father Yang. No, the old immortal is in danger. Mrs. Jing's expression changed greatly, and she did not bother to give Yang Rue instructions. She used Qing Kung Fu and moved several times in the air to get in front of Mr. Yang. Then she raised her palms, and the inner energy spurted out from her palms. Shaking mountain palm. The inner energy turned into a huge white palm as big as a hill and faced the golden energy ball. But less than half a second after hitting the golden energy ball, the white palm collapsed, and the golden energy ball enveloped the two of them with an unstoppable trend. Seeing the golden energy ball getting closer and closer, the two of them obviously couldn't avoid it. At this critical moment of life and death, instead, Father Yang calmed down, looked at Mrs. Zheng with a self-deprecating smile, and said, "I never thought that I would see you again before I die." "What? You're not happy to die with me?" Mrs. Zheng said angrily, but her tone did not contain any hint of blame. Instead, there was a hint of tenderness on her face. Haha, the old man feels that this god is really good to me. I thought I was alone, but I didn't expect to have a son, especially when I saw you here. Father Yang sighed. Then do you regret leaving me? Mrs. Zheng said with a smile. Father Yang sighed and said, I regret it. Why don't I regret it? Now when I think about your father and that boy Wang Jiangwo, I feel itchy with hatred. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and hit Mrs. Zheng on the shoulder. What do you want to do? It's not a pity for me to die, but you can't die. Eping, Xiaorui still needs you. As she spoke, qi surged from the palm of her hand. Mrs. Zheng only felt her shoulder being hit by a huge force, but her face was obviously unwilling to accept it. She endured the severe pain caused by the internal force and forcefully pushed Father Yang, holding tightly by his arms. Want to pretend to be a hero? I tell you there's no way. You ran away 55 years ago. Today I won't let you run away again. No matter what I say, we will die together. Looking at Mrs. Zheng, who was holding his arm, Mr. Yang's face was full of relief. He opened his mouth and laughed. Okay. We can't live together, but we can die in the same hole. We will never be separated again this time. After saying that, the two looked at each other affectionately. Just when the two of them were about to die happily, a joking voice sounded from the side. Tisk, TSK, what a love story at dusk. I was so moved that I almost cried. The sound of teasing disappeared in a flash. Father Yang only felt a flash of silver light beside him. Then he was shocked to see the energy ball in front of him split in half by the silver light and dissipated in the air. Was this menacing golden energy ball dispersed like this? Father Yang just felt that his brain was a little insufficient. In his impression, there seemed to be no such strong people in Donbase. However, looking at Bai Jinfeng's charming figure with flying silver hair in front of him, he couldn't help but express his doubts and asked, Who are you? Why did you save us? White. The silver-haired woman turned her back and spoke quietly, her calf muscles contracting. Bang! A gust of air rippled out, making Father Yang and Mrs. Zheng unable to open their eyes. When their vision became clear, the silver-haired woman named Shiro had already flashed in front of the giant tiger. Be careful. This guy is very powerful, at least as strong as the third level. Father Yang reminded him hurriedly. The giant tiger stared at the human in front of him, with a look of fear on his face. This human being is so strong that it can directly break its tiger roar energy cannon. It is definitely not weak in strength, and may even be stronger than it. Thinking of this, it suddenly exploded. With a roar, he took 3 or 4 steps back, then opened his bloody mouth again and roared wildly. Ouch! The airflow moved, blowing the white silver hair in all directions. Bai's face was damned, and he slowly raised his right arm. A silver meter-long knife extended from his arm, and then with a look in his eyes, he bent forward. Ouch! Seeing the humans rushing towards him, the giant tiger panicked. Its claws flashed with golden light, and the golden energy balls in its mouth continued to gather. But Bai was very fast. In a flash, he arrived in front of it and waved his right hand. In an instant, the incoming tiger's claws were directly cut off by the long knife on his right arm. At the same time, he leaned back and kicked up with his right foot, kicking the tiger's mouth that was originally spitting energy cannons directly closed, and the huge body with this step. She flew directly upwards, and she flipped backwards and landed firmly on the ground. Then he bent his legs, jumped up high again, appeared above the giant tiger, raised his right foot high, and struck down with a tomahawk. Bang! The giant tiger was kicked in the head, and his body fell to the ground like a meteor, with gravel flying everywhere. But Shiro's attack was not over. High in the sky, Bai leaned back, pointed the silver blade of his right arm at the giant tiger, and began to spin his body upside down. As the rotation speed increased, and under the gravity, the white turned into a silver tornado, flashed with a stream of light, and penetrated directly into the body of the giant tiger on the ground. Poof! Almost instantly, before the giant tiger had time to scream, a huge bloody hole was drilled out of its body, and then another silver light flashed from its neck. Zila! Blood spurts out. The giant tiger's head slowly slid down. Swish! Bai shook off the blood on the silver blade and looked at the lifeless giant tiger. He then took the silver blade back, turned around and glanced at the stunned Yang and his wife, curled the corner of his mouth slightly, and tapped the ground again. Bang! The airflow flew away and the ground cracked. Father Yang and his wife looked at where Bai was before again, only to find that the other party had left. This strength must exceed level 3, right? Father Yang looked at Mrs. Zhang at a loss. The scene just now was too shocking. Apart from Jiang Cheng, Father Yang had never seen anyone who could kill a third-level spiritual beast so easily. It's definitely higher than the third level, and may even reach the 4th level. Mrs. Zhang said solemnly. No, I have to report the news here to the leader quickly. Father Yang reacted and immediately said to the micro-communicator on his collar, Boy Jiang, an unidentified master just appeared at my east gate and rescued me. He also killed a 3rd-level spirit beast. You'd better pay attention. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Cheng's voice immediately rang out from the communicator. Old man, is that woman named Bai? She has silver hair and is very beautiful. Yes, she did say her name was Bai, no? Wait, how did you know her? Father Yang reacted and asked curiously. I sent her there. Jiang Cheng smiled. People from our base? Father Yang was shocked and murmured. When did such a powerful person appear in our base? Regardless of Father Yang's shock, Jiang Cheng ordered, Old man, I'll leave the cleaning of the battlefield at the east gate to you, and the meat of those spiritual beasts is a great tonic for us and can strengthen the body. Remember to store them all in the backyard of the base. After giving the instructions, Jiang Cheng looked at the time. 15 minutes left. Looking at the 20 white-headed Turiya left in the sky and the white-headed Turiya king in front of him, Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes. 15 minutes is enough to finish off your men. With a secret thought, Jiang Cheng dismissed the 2nd-level Tang Dao in his hand, grabbed it with one hand, and a snow-white Tang Dao appeared out of thin air. Holding the handle of the knife tightly, staring at the rest of the white-headed Turiya who was shouting in the air, he shouted softly. The 1st level of the 3-layered Vajra body. A flash of thunder. The white blade shines brightly, and the blade is surrounded by tiny arcs of electricity. Whoosh! Jiang Cheng turned into white lightning and flew towards a white-headed Jiaoya. As if sensing the approaching danger, the white-headed night-brown pupil shrank sharply, and its claws flashed with white light as it rushed forward. But the next moment, as soon as the claw hit the blade, a bloody arrow shot out, and the claw was cut off on the spot. Seeing his claws being severed, Baitu Teruya panicked and prepared to escape. But Jiang Cheng was so fast. Where to go? It turned into a white lightning again and chased the injured white-headed Teruya. In almost a breath, Jiang Cheng dodged to the side of Baitu Teruya and swung the level 4 Tang sword to mercilessly slash at the opponent's neck. Puff! Blood blooms like a fountain in the air. The head of the white-headed Jiaoya was thrown high up, and then it fell with its body. There are still 19 left. Jiang Cheng licked the corner of his mouth and turned into silver lightning again and shot at the remaining white-headed Jiaoya. The next 15 minutes. It was almost a feast of slaughter. This was when Jiang Cheng deliberately slowed down his movements and deliberately exposed his flaws. 19 white-headed Jiaoya were killed one by one. Seeing that all his brothers were killed, the remaining white-headed Jiaoya king also gave up the idea of escaping and immediately wanted to fight Jiang Cheng. And at the moment when it was about to launch an attack, Jiang Cheng glanced at the time. No more, no less, exactly 1 hour. And the energy storage next to the first-level base charging cannon at the top of the base showed 100%. Charge complete. Countdown 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The mechanical sound fell, and a golden beam of light was fired from the muzzle of the first-level base charging cannon. Jiang Cheng looked at the white-headed Jiaoya king who rushed over, smiled, and waved his hand, and slowly uttered 2 words. Bye. After that, under the confused eyes of the white-headed Jiaoya king, a hot golden light column infinitely enlarged in front of him. Swoosh! The golden light column hit its head directly, and in just a moment of contact, it vaporized its head directly, and the residual energy even made a big hole in the atmosphere, flew out of the blue planet, and directly destroyed 5 or 6 star chains flying around the blue planet. At the same time, the United States, a certain military base command. As the satellite signal on the display disappeared, the leading commander slammed the table and said angrily, "Damn it! What is going on? Can anyone tell me why our satellite disappeared? General, we don't know the current situation. These satellites have just been converted to military use, and the control is still in the hands of Niask." The technician next to him said hurriedly, "Oh, God, you good-for-nothings, such important things should have been handed over earlier." After scolding, the commander said, "Go, call Niask for me and tell him that I will ask him to hand over the control of all satellites in the name of national security." "But General, our military is only in a cooperative relationship with him, and the Constitution states that citizens' property is sacred and inviolable." The technician said with some embarrassment, "Oh, stupid Washington, who made this damn Constitution?" "General," John took the lead. "Who cares who he is, now? Immediately, execute my orders." "Yes, General." Because of the first-level base charging cannon, Jiang Cheng was not aware of the riots in the United States, but looking at the vaporized head of the white-headed Jiaoya king, even though his strength reached the 4th level, he was shocked by the power of this first-level base charging cannon. This is invincible. After dealing with the strongest white-headed Night King, it was easier to harvest the beasts. After cleaning up the battlefield, the final statistics: 9,521 ordinary spirit beasts, 1320 first-level spirit beasts, 300 second-level lower spirit beasts, 100 second-level middle spirit beasts, 59 second-level upper spirit beasts, 32 third-level lower white-headed Night Kings, 1 third-level upper silver Mu Tiger King, and 1 third-level upper white-headed Night King. 21st-level Doomsday Warriors were destroyed, 3 members of the escort team were slightly injured, and no ordinary survivors were injured. Such a loss would be an absolute devastating blow to other bases, but for Jiang Cheng, it was no different from delivering supplies. Moreover, tens of thousands of spirit beasts, the backyard of the base was almost full, the base warehouse was directly full, and even the outside of the base was full of spirit beast corpses. Just when Jiang Cheng was worried about how to deal with these spirit beasts, ding sound. The system sounded. Level 5 base upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Level 5 base. Level 5 base, high-density memory metal waterproof and heat-insulating wall, can defend against attacks from Level 4 mutants. Equipped with 16 Level 1 Doomsday submachine guns as defensive weapons at the gate. For Level 2 Doomsday rocket launchers, 2 Level 3 anti-aircraft guns, and a Level 4 long-range tracking missile. The whole house is automatically equipped with 2% concentration of spiritual energy release, air purification, temperature control, environmental simulation, whole house, self-purification, three-dimensional imaging device, and energy long-distance transmission matrix. The backyard is equipped with 16 Level 1 Doomsday submachine guns, 8 Level 2 Doomsday grenade launchers, for Level 2 rocket launchers, 2 Level 3 anti-aircraft guns, 1 Level 4 howitzer, and 9 fully automated bedrooms, total 18. After the introduction, the mechanical sound sounded again. The main base of the Detection Road Doomsday base has been upgraded to Level 5, and the sub-base system has been turned on. Please select the city to which the sub-base belongs. Sub-base. Listening, Jiang Cheng asked with a puzzled look. Excuse me, what exactly is this sub-base? Host, you can understand it as the difference between the main city and the auxiliary city. The sub-base has some functions of the main city. After the number of people in the sub-base reaches 500, a new sub-base can be opened. Please choose the city where the sub-base belongs. The system said again. Is that so? Then, Tiannan. Jiang Cheng thought for a while and said, after all, Tiannan and Linxian are only separated by a river, and they are brother cities. Tiannan and Linxian can help each other, which is an excellent choice. Of course, it is not to say that other cities are not good, but if they are settled in a city that is too large, with the defense capabilities of the sub-base, it may be destroyed by high-level zombies before it develops. Ding! The sub-base has been selected. Please name it. Let's call it Tiannan. It's easy to call. Jiang Cheng said. Naming completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sub-base, Tiannan. Sub-base equipment activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Level 1 sub-base, Level 1 training room, Level 1 spirit pool, Level 1 storage space, Level 1 cultivation room, Level 1 hibernation chamber, Level 1 medical room, teleportation array, sub-base command room, 1. Member room, quantity, 3. All equipment is not activated. Please activate it. The required energy points are 1 million. 1 million activate. Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth. It is worth 1 million energy points to expand the power. Consume 1 million energy points, and all sub-base equipment is activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Level 1 sub-base. The base is equipped with 4 Level 1 Doomsday submachine guns, 2 Level 2 base laser guns, and a Level 1 anti-aircraft base gun, which can destroy Level 2 targets. Level 1 sub-cultivation room. Sub-base members can obtain a 10% cultivation bonus when practicing in it, and can obtain a random attribute +2, strength, spirit, agility, every day. Level 1 sub-spiritual pool. Drinking can obtain a random attribute +2, strength, spirit, agility. Level 1 sub-storage space. The bottom area is 1,000 square meters, and the height is 5 meters. In the storage space, time stops. Level 1 sub-cultivation room. The area is 10 acres, used to cultivate crops. You only need to sow seeds, and the cultivation room will automatically cultivate them, and they will mature every 3 months. Second, it will be automatically harvested after maturity. Level 1 sub-hibernation chamber. Located in the command room of the sub-base, hibernation for 6 hours can restore all energy and physical strength, repair all external injuries, and mental strength +1. Level 1 sub-medical room. After entering, hibernation for 1 hour can restore all external injuries. Internal injuries, antidote, and near-death state can delay death for 10 minutes, and lost organs cannot be restored. Transmission array. Travel between the main base. The host can go to the sub-base at will from the main base, and the sub-base to the main base must be approved by the host. There is no limit on the number of people and materials to be transferred. Rooms for other members. Restore all energy and physical strength. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. So, then can he teleport there every day to brush the enhancement attribute points of the main base and the sub-base? So he asked, System, After I strengthen the main base, can I strengthen it again in the sub-base? No. The host cannot strengthen repeatedly, nor can it strengthen in the sub-base. The sub-base only allows the sub-base commander and his subordinates authorized by the host to strengthen. The system said in a flat tone. Okay. Jiang Cheng sighed in disappointment. But soon he regained his spirit, because the successful upgrade of the level 5 base means that other equipment has entered the upgradable state. So he hurriedly said, System, show me the upgradable equipment. Upgradable equipment. Level 2 Martial Arts Research Room, 100W energy points. Level 3 Biochemical Research Room, 100W energy points. Level 3 Weapon Research Room, 100W energy points. Level 4 Mall, 500W energy points. Level 5 Operating Room, 100W energy points. Level 5 Backyard, 150W energy points. Level 6 Cultivation Room, 100W energy points. Level 6 Spirit Pool, 50W energy points. Level 6 Gym, 50W energy points. Level 6 Storage Space, 50W energy points. Level 6 Energy Conversion Room, 100W energy points. Level 6 Hibernation Warehouse, 100W energy points. Level 6 Base, 1000W energy points. New equipment. Level 1 Farm, 10W energy points, not activated. Level 1 Farm Mall, 10W energy points, not activated. Level 1 Research Room, 10W energy points, not activated. Looking at the upgraded equipment listed by the system and the energy points required for the upgrade of the equipment, Jiang Cheng suddenly felt powerless. Smiled bitterly. I thought I saved more than 10 million energy points and became a rich man for a few days, but I became a poor ghost overnight. Oh, forget it. Everything is for survival. Sighing, Jiang Cheng glanced at the equipment that needed to be upgraded and said, Upgrade the second-level Martial Arts Research Room, the third-level Biochemical Research Room, the third-level Weapons Research Room, the fifth-level Operating Room, the fifth-level Backyard, the sixth-level Cultivation Room, the sixth-level Spirit Pool, the sixth-level Gym, the sixth-level Storage Space, the sixth-level Energy Conversion Room, and the sixth-level Dormant Warehouse. Activate the first-level Farm, the first-level Farm Mall, and the first-level Research Room. Ding! Do you want to consume 10.3 million energy points to upgrade and activate? The system asked. Consume. As soon as Jiang Cheng finished speaking, his face immediately turned into a mask of pain. Ding! Upgrade activation successful. Remaining energy points, 1564268. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Second-level Martial Arts Research Room. Shan Yuan Gong. Can be practiced to the Grandmaster level. Practice conditions, Xiantian Realm. 100W energy points are required to crack. Cracking time. For days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column. Xuan Yu Dan. Can assist in the practice of Shan Yuan Gong. Each dose can increase 20 years of pure internal energy. Taking conditions, Xiantian Realm. 10W energy points are required to crack. Cracking time. For days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column. 6-layer Heavenly Magic Fist. The first layer doubles the attack power. The second layer doubles the attack power of the first layer. The third layer doubles the attack power of the second layer, and so on. Using the 6th layer of the 6-layer Heavenly Magic Fist will consume half of its own power. Internal Chi, and the 6th level has a daily limit of 2 times. Please use with caution. It takes 100W energy points to crack. The cracking time is 4 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column. Level 3 Biochemical Laboratory. Level 3 Gene Enhancement Potion. After use, each attribute increases by 10 points, has a certain antivirus ability, and can increase the awakening degree by 40%. Each person can only inject twice. It takes 100W energy points to crack, and the cracking time is 5 days. After the cracking is successful, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column, and the number of times is unlimited. Level 1 Recovery Potion. After use, the dying state can be restored to a minor injury. The number of injections per day is 2, and it cannot be used in excess. It takes 10W energy points to crack, and the cracking time is 1 day. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column. Level 3 Awakening Potion. After use, the first awakening is the lower level of the second level, and it will be automatically promoted to the lower level of the third level after 2 months. It takes 1000 W energy points to crack, and the cracking time is 45 days. After the cracking is successful, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column. Level 3 Weapon Research Room. Level 2 Doomsday Warrior. With the strength of the lower level of the second level, it takes 5 W energy points to crack, and the cracking time is 3.5 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column. Level 1 Doomsday Battle Armor. There is no use condition. It takes 1 W energy points to crack, and the cracking time is 2 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column. Level 2 Doomsday Battle Armor. The user must reach at least the strength of the lower level of the first level, and it takes 10 W energy points to crack, and the cracking time is 3 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column. Level 1 Doomsday Tang Sword. It takes 20,000 energy points to crack, and it takes 2 days to crack. The cracking time is 1 day, and it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column after cracking. Level 2 Doomsday Tang Sword. It requires 200,000 energy points to crack, and the cracking time is 2 days. It can be purchased in the permanent commodity column after cracking. Level 5 Operating Room. When in the operating room, the patient's surgical success rate increases by 90%. Equipped with a first-level medical warehouse, quantity 10, can cure most internal and external forces, can make broken fingers and other small body tissues or organs grow again, and dying patients are in the medical warehouse, which can delay the death time by 20 minutes. Each use consumes 1000 energy points. Equipped with intermediate medical robot assistance, quantity 5, can assist doctors in surgery, can perform simple operations alone. Advanced medical robot assistance, quantity 3, can independently perform medium-sized medical operations. Equipped with intelligent medical metal life, quantity 1, can independently perform most operations. The Healing Awakener is in the medical room and actively increases the healing effect of his skills by 20%. Level 5 Backyard. The area is expanded to 0.5 hectares, with a small forest garden, a small artificial lake, wooden houses, quantity 3, spiritual fruit trees, quantity 1. The fruits can replenish the energy needed for a day. With a strong sense of fullness, the number of fruits per day is 10, and they are refreshed the next day after consumption. Automatic eruption of spiritual energy, automatic simulation of the natural environment, and the effect of soothing the body and mind. The speed of martial arts training in the backyard increases by 30%, and 200 energy points are automatically consumed every day. Level 6 Cultivation Room. The area is 100 acres, and 1000 energy points are consumed every day for automatic cultivation. The cultivated crops mature once a month and can be automatically harvested after maturity. The crops can be eaten 3 times a day, and each time 5 attribute points, strength, agility, and spirit, are strengthened, and there is no time interval for use. New equipment in the Level 6 Cultivation Room. Level 1 Farm, Level 1 Farm Mall. Level 1 Farm, located in the Level 6 Cultivation Room, including small pasture, 10 acres, grass is automatically updated daily, limited to the number of large livestock, 5. After eating the livestock in this farm, you can strengthen the attribute points by 10, strength, agility, spirit. Small poultry farm, 1 acre, feed, is automatically updated daily, limited to the number of poultry, 100. After eating the meat of the poultry farm, you can strengthen the attribute points by 2. Strength, agility, spirit, small fish pond, 1 acre, feed is automatically updated daily, limited to the number of fish tails, 100. Level 1 Farm Mall, you can buy seeds, poultry, aquatic products, and livestock in it. Level 6 Spirit Pond, automatically refresh 100 cubic meters of spirit pond water every day. Drinking it once can strengthen the attributes in the body by 10. It can be strengthened twice a day, and the second strengthening effect is halved. There is a 10% chance of awakening the extraordinary genes hidden in the human body and becoming an awakener. It can increase the speed of cultivating spiritual value by 50%. The energy contained in the 6th level spiritual pool water has limited effect on the 2nd level improvement. The ratio is 1 to 5. When a second-level awakener consumes the spiritual water, his awakening degree increases by 2% every day. It has a small healing effect and can restore most of his physical strength and internal energy. Level 6 Gym. It consumes 100 energy points every hour and increases physical attributes, strength or agility, by 10 each time. It can be used twice a day, and each time is 1 hour. The second time it is used, the increased attributes will be reduced. Half, with advanced martial arts teaching and advanced spiritual power teaching. You can train when your mental power reaches 500 points. During training, your understanding will be increased by 50% and your proficiency by 200%. Level 6 Storage Space. The total area is 3 hectares, and it is 10 meters high. In the storage space, time stops. The stored food is attached to a large spirit once. Eating it can automatically increase 3, strength, agility, and can be strengthened once a day. Level 6 Energy Conversion Room. Together with all the waste outlets in the house, it automatically absorbs the energy escaping from the outside world and converts it into energy points. The conversion rate is increased by 0.5 times. It can obtain 10,000 energy points from the outside world every day. Level 6 Sleep Warehouse. Each time you enter the warehouse, it consumes 50 energy points. After 6 hours of rest, your physical attributes can be restored, all external injuries can be repaired, and any virus damage below level 4 can be repaired. Each time you sleep, your mental attributes will increase by 5 points. Level 1 Scientific Research Room. In the Scientific Research Room, the intelligence attribute increases by 100%. A first-level scientific research robot assistant, quantity 1. Each time you can choose a first-level item in the mall for research and development. Each time it is consumed energy points, 1W energy points. The development time is 10 days. After successful development, it will be automatically included in the permanent product column. Seeing the information that kept popping up on the panel, Jiang Cheng became more and more frightened. This upgrade had undergone tremendous changes compared to the past. The use of the new equipment had more than doubled the strength of him and his men. The only unpleasant thing is that this energy point is almost bottomed out. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng checked the zombie crystals in the space ring. He didn't know it. He was shocked when he saw it. Counting only ordinary zombie crystals, he had 54,740 zombie crystals and 12,474 mutant crystals. There are 2,117 zombie crystals at the first level, 309 at the second level, and other special crystals are not included. There are also quite a few spirit beast crystals. 41 pieces at the third level, 1 piece at the upper level, 165 pieces at the second level, 600 pieces at the second level, 253 pieces at the second level, 516 pieces at the first level, 10 pieces at the first level. First level there were 2,140 pieces that were dropped, 19,597 pieces were normal, and 3,212 pieces were mutated. The crystal stones of the white-headed Jiaoye King, Fengwei Xuanyu King, and Silver Mu Tiger King are not included for the time being. It seems like I'm not too poor, Jiang Cheng murmured, and directly took out 50,740 ordinary zombie crystals, 12,074 mutant crystals, 1,117 at the first level, 109 at the second level, 10,597 spirit beast crystals, and 1,212 mutant spirit beast crystals. 1,140 coins in the first level, 116 coins in the first level, 53 coins in the second level, 400 coins in the second level, and 65 coins in the second level. Enter the energy conversion chamber and throw it into the conversion furnace in one go. Soon, the sound of increasing energy points continued to sound. Energy points plus 760, 1,100. Energy points plus 905,550. Energy points plus 418,8750. The total number of zombie crystals increased by 8,309,900 points. Then there are the spirit beast crystals. Energy points plus 1589550. Energy points plus 363,600. Energy points plus 3420,000. Including the energy points provided by the zombie crystals, a total of 336,39050 energy points were added. Remaining energy points, 3,520, 3,318 points. Seeing the increased energy points, Jiang Cheng's face became bright again. Since the energy points were completely enough, Jiang Cheng looked at the remaining unupgraded equipment and said directly, "Upgrade them all to the 4th level directly." Ding. Consumed 500 W energy points, and the upgrade is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the level 4 mall. There is a probability of selling level 6 products, and a high probability of selling level 2, 3, 4, and 5 products. Note: after the upgrade, the product column is automatically refreshed once, and the product column reaches 9 columns, refreshed every 60 hours. After the upgrade was completed, Jiang Cheng clicked on the 2nd-level martial arts laboratory, the 3rd-level biochemical laboratory, and the 3rd-level weapons laboratory, and said directly, "Crack Shang Yuan Gong, Xuan Yu Pill, and 6th-level Heavenly Demon Fist. Crack the 3rd-level Gene Enhancement Potion, the 1st-level Recovery Potion, and the 3rd-level Awakening Potion. Crack the Level 2 Doomsday Warrior, Level 1 Doomsday Fighting Mecha, Level 2 Doomsday Fighting Mecha, Level 1 Doomsday Tang Sword, and Level 2 Doomsday Tang Sword." Anyway, he has enough energy points to be willful. Ding. A total of 1,358,000 energy points have been consumed. Do you want to crack it? Hurry up, Jiang Cheng said directly. The crack is successful. The remaining energy points are 2,162 and 3,318 points. Congratulations to the host for getting. Jiang Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief as he heard the system beeps ringing continuously. Now, he just had to wait quietly for the crack to be successful. Next, he purchased 3 more 1st-level Doomsday Warriors in the permanent inventory to supplement them, and then directly opened the 1st-level farm mall. Compared with the base mall, the items in the 1st-level farm mall are roughly divided into 3 columns. They are divided into 3 categories: livestock, poultry, and aquatic products. The livestock page that shows that the only livestock available for purchase are ordinary cattle, quantity 1, 500 energy points. Poultry and ordinary chickens, quantity 5, 50 energy points each, and aquatic common carp, quantity 10, each 10 energy points. And the refresh time is 12 hours. After a brief glance, Jiang Cheng said directly, "Buy them all." Ding. A total of 850 energy points are consumed. The purchase is successful and will be automatically distributed to the farm. The host can check it later. Finally, the operation is completed. After upgrading the equipment, Jiang Cheng went upstairs and entered the 6th-level cultivation room. As soon as he entered, a fresh and cool breeze mixed with the unique fragrance of farmland blew over, making people feel relaxed and happy. Moo. There was also a low mooing sound of a cow next to his ear. Jiang Cheng looked up and saw an endless field in front of him and a huge grassland next to the farmland. There was also a wooden cowshed more than 10 meters long next to the grassland. In front of the cowshed, there was a cow with short yellow and white hair all over its body, brown short horns raised at 90 degrees, high eyebrows, pink nose, and wagging its tail, leisurely eating fresh and juicy young grass on the grassland. What kind of cow is this? Jiang Cheng couldn't help asking the system. In his knowledge, except for the black-haired buffalo and yellow cattle in his hometown, and the long-haired yak and black and white dairy cow on the plateau, he didn't know any other cows. Charolais cattle are huge, muscular, and low in fat and cholesterol. They are famous for being tender and juicy after cooking, even better than Wagyu beef. The system explained. Is beef more juicy than Wagyu beef? Jiang Cheng secretly swallowed his saliva and then walked straight to the pasture. It must be said that this cow is quite docile. When it saw Jiang Cheng coming, it simply raised its head and glanced at him, then lowered its head and began to chew the tender grass. Jiang Cheng patted the cow's back and walked into the cowshed to take a look. It was quite spacious, with enough hay inside, and there was not much smell inside. After visiting the cowshed, Jiang Cheng walked to the poultry farm. Compared with the cows, these 5 chicks seemed much happier, with fur all over their bodies, chirping and looking for insects on the ground. After picking up a chick and teasing it for a while, Jiang Cheng put the chick down and visited the fish pond below. Compared to the grassland, the fish pond is much smaller, but it also has an area of 1 acre. The small fish in it are not even as big as a little finger. However, this is already a great improvement for him. Originally, there was only a bare base with nothing, but now there are fish, meat, and fresh fruits and vegetables newly grown in the farmland. He can be said to be very satisfied. In the future, it will definitely get better and better. Jiang Cheng murmured, exited the 6th level cultivation room, and then put all the spirit beasts outside into the storage space. With an area of 3 hectares, it is easy to store tens of thousands of spirit beasts, and judging from the current storage of food in the warehouse, even if the number of survivors is increased to 1,000, he will not need to worry about food for a long time. However, his goal is not just 1,000 people. After visiting the 6th level cultivation room, Jiang Cheng went downstairs to visit the backyard. It must be said that the backyard at this time has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to before. There are small bridges and flowing water, the main forest garden, a small artificial lake, and 3 small wooden houses covering an area of 20 square meters. Of course, what he was most curious about was a fruit tree more than 6 meters high beside the pavilion. It had lush branches and leaves, and several red fruits like apples were hanging between the branches and leaves, looking fresh and tempting. "Uncle Superman, can I eat that fruit?" Just as Jiang Cheng was staring at it, the voice of the little lowly Tuan Tuan sounded beside him. Jiang Cheng looked down and smiled at Tuan Tuan, who was swallowing his saliva, and said, "Of course." Jiang Cheng said, and lightly tapped his fingers. Swish! The branches and leaves of a fruit were directly broken, and the fruit was wrapped in a gust of wind and slowly floated over. The fruit fell into his hand, and Jiang Cheng handed it to Tuan Tuan directly and said, "Eat it quickly, but if you eat it now, you won't be able to eat for a while." "Hee hee. Uncle, don't worry. Tuan Tuan has a big appetite now and can eat 3 bowls of rice in 1 meal." Little Tuan Tuan smiled sweetly. "Really?" Jiang Cheng looked at Tuan Tuan with a little surprise. Tuan Tuan seems to be only 6 years old. Could it be? Jiang Cheng thought, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Name, Gu Tuanshuan. Age, 6. Friendliness, 100. Wisdom, 1.1, 1 for ordinary humans. Strength, 41.05, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 4.25, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 2.2, 1 for ordinary humans. Skills, none. Comprehensive combat power, 48.6. Good guy, no wonder. He had always regarded Tuanshuan as the mascot of the base, and had not thought about other aspects. Now he looked at Tuanshuan's data, and this value was almost catching up with the 1st level awakener. However, this also shows that the little guy can have a little self-protection power in this chaotic world. The gleam of light dissipated. Jiang Cheng smiled and rubbed the little lowly's head again, with a look of relief on his face. Wait until the evening. July and the others returned from hunting. After a whole day of sweeping, they also achieved gratifying results. Sitting in the lounge, Chiyue and others reported today's battle situation to Jiang Cheng. "Leader, today we first collected 12,333 ordinary zombie crystals, 3,000 mutant zombie crystals, 500 first-order lower zombie crystals, 50 first-order middle, 20 first-order upper, 10 second-order zombies, 500 ordinary spirit beast crystals, 100 mutant spirit beast crystals, 50 first-order spirit beast crystals, and 2 second-order spirit beast crystals. In addition, all the forces in half of Lincian City have been cleaned up. There are about 6 of these forces, and there are about 3 awakened people. They are all below the 1st level, with some blood on their hands. I took the initiative to deal with them all. As for the survivors, there are 958 people willing to join us. We haven't had time to count the gender of them yet." Listening to the report, Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "These are all small matters. Just leave them to Zhangye to deal with. But you guys, have you ever felt anything different about our base?" "Huh? It seems a little bit." Chi also noticed that something was wrong at this time. After entering the base, he clearly felt a refreshing feeling. That feeling of being transparent all over his body. The base was slightly remodeled today, and by the way, I also rearranged the rooms for you guys. Jiang Cheng smiled and continued. In July, Room 10 upstairs is specially prepared for you, as well as you. Jiang Cheng looked at Lu Ziyun and the others again and said, as for Zai, it's room 11, Lu Ziyun is in room 12, Yuan Ningling is in room 13, Lin Yi is in room 14, and Dr. Ho Yin is in room 15. You all will follow me up to record the message in a moment. Can. Thank you, Chief. Chi and others quickly thanked them. You know, he had heard Miao Feng describe the feeling of the room, which was several times more comfortable than a five-star hotel. By the way, there's the gym. Remember to set aside 2 hours to exercise every day. AI will guide you. Then there are your men. I will arrange team members for you tomorrow. Having said this, Jiang Cheng waved his hand and signaled everyone to leave, but before leaving, he stopped Luo Fan alone. It wasn't until July and others left that Jiang Cheng looked at Luo Fan, who was at a loss, and said, Lao Luo, do you know why I asked you to stay? Luo Fan shook his head in confusion. Because you are the strongest person in Shuguang besides me, and at the same time, you also have the identity of being from Tiannan. Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Tiannan. At the mention of these two words, Luo Fan instinctively frowned and felt a little nervous. Is the leader going to take action against the Tiannan people? After all, the base is now strong, and with the addition of powerful second-level awakeners such as Lin Yi, some unstable factors should be eliminated. The moment this idea came up, it was immediately rejected by Luo Fan. No, the leader's status is not low. He would not do such a narrow-minded thing, and if he really wanted to kill him, he would not be given such precious elixirs and techniques. Thinking of this, Luo Fan wondered, does the leader need me to do anything? Bing Dog, I happen to have an important errand that I need you to do, and it is very important to the future development of our Shuguang base. I wonder if you dare to take it. As soon as Jiang Cheng said these words, Luo Fan immediately became interested, his face straightened, and he said excitedly, Please speak, Chief. Listen to me slowly. Now Linxian is basically controlled by me, Shuguang, but Tiannan, as Linxian's brother city, is just across the river from us. It is very easy to come over. This is an unstable factor for us Linxian. When Jiang Cheng said this, he looked at Luo Fan with a smile. Luo Fan frowned slightly and said, The leader wants me to go to Tiannan? Yes, I need you to establish your own power in Tiannan, and then clear out the other remaining forces in Tiannan. I wonder if you dare to take over. Jiang Cheng said. The moment the sub-base system came out, the first person he thought of was Luo Fan. First of all, if the favorability is 100 points, there is no problem with loyalty. He has strength, was once the leader of the largest force in Tiannan, and has management experience. This is what he likes about Luo Fan. Dare, why don't you dare? When does the leader need me to go? Luo Fan said without hesitation. To be honest, even though he was convinced when he lost to Jiang Cheng, being able to become the leader of Tiannan base still had the idea of dominating one side. Now that he was in Shuguang base, he had selectively forgotten this idea. Now that Jiang Cheng mentioned it, he was naturally excited. Don't be anxious yet. Come with me. I'll tell you many things slowly on the way. Jiang Cheng waved his hand and led Luo Fan to the metal door on the top floor of the base. Go and open the door. Yes. Luo Fan didn't understand what Jiang Cheng wanted to do, but since it was the leader's order, he followed it. Step forward and press the handle of the metal door and pull hard. As the metal door opened, a white light curtain appeared in his sight. This is it. Luo Fan stood there confused. Jiang Cheng walked up to him, hooked his shoulder, and walked towards the door. Let's go. Follow me to Tiannan. With that said, Luo Fan pulled him into the door without waiting for him to speak. The two passed through the white light curtain. Luo Fan only felt a flash of white light in front of his eyes. When his vision cleared, he had appeared in a closed space made of metal. The decoration was very similar to that of Dawn Base, but relatively speaking, it was still a bit ordinary. Chief, where is this? Welcome to Shuguangzi Base, Tiannan. Jiang Cheng said loudly. Tiannan. Impossible, right? Luo Fan said with disbelief. It was hard for him to believe that he had just passed through a door and arrived at Tiannan. Moreover, the giant vine was still entangled between Tiannan and Linxian. Even a second-level awakener could not easily break through. You'll know in a moment whether it's Tiannan or not. Jiang Cheng smiled and said to the base, System Elf, Come out here. As he finished speaking, an illusory Lolita projection appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng looked around and saw a girl with twin ponytails, less than 1.55 meters tall, and a very childish face. The system elf Tian Nan has met the master. The twin-tailed lowly bowed immediately. Very good. Open the base gate. I want to take your future base commander of Tiannan base out to have a look. Jiang Cheng ordered. Leave it to me, master. The twin-tailed lowly winked playfully and then snapped her fingers. Moment. On the wall in front of the two of them, a metal door slowly opened. As the door was pulled into the wall, a gust of night wind blew in instantly. Although it was already night at this time, with Luo Fan's strength as a second-level awakener, it was not an obstacle at all. He quickly walked out of the base gate in disbelief. Looking at the scenery outside, he couldn't help but murmured, This is really Tiannan. After saying that, he turned to Jiang Cheng and said, Chief, how did you do that? Tiannan, please explain to Master Luo. Jiang Cheng said, Yes, Master. The little lowly with twin ponytails said cheerfully, The Master transmitted you from Linxian through the transmission matrix. Teleportation matrix? Well, this involves Luo Fan's knowledge blind spot. Jiang Cheng looked at Luo Fan's puzzled look and smiled. Explain it this way. Have you seen Doraemon? Luo Fan shook his head. I used to hang out in society all year round. Every day, I would either fight or be on the way to a fight, or show off to others. How could I have time to watch this? Well, a man without a childhood. Jiang Cheng shook his head helplessly and explained patiently. You can understand it this way. As long as you pass through this door, you can reach Linxian instantly. From this door in Linxian, you can quickly reach the dawn, which is similar to Flash. I know this. I've played LOL before, and I also have pesticides. Luo Fan nodded. The place he visited before was an internet cafe. Well, the base here is connected to the Shuguang base. You can travel between the two bases at any time. I will give you the greatest authority in this base besides me. As for the equipment in these bases, you can use Tiannan after obtaining the authority. Learn. Also, you are not alone in establishing the base in Tiannan. At that time, I will send 21st level Doomsday Warriors to follow your orders. Apart from these, you can tell me if you have anything you want to ask. Jiang Cheng looked towards Luo Fan said. Luo Fan shook his head and said, No, with the help of the leader, if I still can't complete the task, I will be no different from useless. Very good, then I will grant you management authority now. Jiang Cheng was refreshed and said to the girl with twin ponytails beside him, Tian, from now on, I grant Luo Fan the highest manager besides me. When I am not here, everything will be done according to Luo Fan's orders. After speaking, a blue light flashed through the eyes of the little lowly with twin ponytails, and the light swept from the eye sockets to the side from Luo Fan's head like a projector. Until the 2 feet were swept, the blue light in the eyes of the little lowly with twin ponytails disappeared, and the whole person returned to normal and said happily, The detection is completed, and the authority is successfully entered. Welcome, my base owner. After speaking, the little lowly with twin ponytails rushed to Luo Fan and hugged him, scaring Luo Fan so much that he froze in place and dared not move. Fortunately, Tiannan was just a projection, without any entity at all, and passed directly through Luo Fan's body. Seeing that he couldn't hug the base owner, Tiannan said with regret, It's a pity that I can't give my base owner a big hug. No need. Luo Fan said awkwardly. Seeing that the permission entry was completed, Jiang Cheng didn't stay any longer and said, I will transfer the first-level Doomsday Warriors here in a while. And remember, you still have to take time to go to Shuguang for training on weekdays. As for Shuguang's room, I will still keep it for you, which means that you will always belong to Shuguang. Finally, my request to you is that no matter what happens, the first thing is to save your life. If you have a green mountain, you will not be afraid of running out of firewood. Yes, leader. Luo Fan said excitedly. Okay, I'll leave first. You can live directly in Tiannan. Jiang Cheng left a sentence and slowly left the portal. Luo Fan stood there, staring at Jiang Cheng's back in a daze. It was the little lowly with twin ponytails, Tiannan, next to him, who gently patted his shoulder. Hey, big fool, the master is gone. I will take you to your command room. Listening to the voice beside his ear and the feeling of electricity on his shoulder, Luo Fan came back to his senses and nodded to the twin-tailed little lowly. Tian Nan, the twin-tailed girl, took Luo Fan and introduced. There are 4 rooms here. 1 is your command room, and 3 are member rooms. You can control the base from any location in the base and within 100 meters of the base. As for other equipment in the base, there is a first-level medical room, a first-level spirit pool, a first-level training room, a first-level storage space, a first-level cultivation room, a first-level hibernation chamber, and a teleportation array. Among them, the function of the first-level medical room is. As the little lowly continued to introduce, Luo Fan was still a little confused. After finally finishing the introduction, the twin-tailed little lowly looked at Luo Fan, who was still in a daze, puffed up her little face and pouted her lips, and said angrily, "Hey, big fool. Did you hear what I said?" "Oh, what? How did you meet me before?" Luo Fan suddenly looked at the twin-tailed lowly and asked, "Stupid guy, I knew you didn't hear it." Not long after Jiang Cheng left, the teleportation matrix once again lit up with a white light. 21st level Doomsday Warriors walked out of the light curtain one after another and stood in a row in front of Luo Fan. Each Doomsday Warrior holds a first-level Doomsday submachine gun and 3 first-level Doomsday bombs. After the arrangement was completed, one of the Doomsday Warriors stepped forward and said to Luo Fan, "Master Tunan Base, by my master's order, from now on, I will follow the instructions of the base master and stay in Tiannan for deployment. Please issue the order." "Good." Luo Fan looked at the rows of Doomsday Warriors with a little excitement. When he established the Tiannan base, although he gathered a group of brothers, they were all rebellious and refused to obey anyone. They kept making small moves underground, and even there was a traitor like Yen Bin, and now there were 21st level Doomsday Warriors, and it was no problem for him to dominate the south. "Now, starting from you, we will renumber them from Tiannan 1 to Tiannan 20. According to the order, they are divided into 5 groups from number 1 to number 10. The first group and the second group guard the front and rear gates. The third group and the fourth group start to cast the outer wall, and the 5th group is at your disposal at any time." "Yes, Master Luo Ji." As the first-level Doomsday Warriors returned in unison, Luo Fan's heart was racing and he murmured, "Tiannan, I, Luo Fan, am back." 10 p.m. sharp. Jiang Cheng inspected the newly added shantytown. Under Zhang Ye's arrangement, the newly added survivors had moved in, and their names were registered and included in the Shuguang base. After checking up, Jiang Cheng simply ate something and went directly to the gym. The gym is quiet. Members of the base usually use it from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., and when Jiang Cheng is in the gym, Shuguang members generally will not go in and disturb him. Jiang Cheng sat cross-legged in the middle of the gym, thinking carefully about Shuguang's future development. Now that the members of Chudu base have joined, Shuguang's strength will definitely increase greatly, but now the strength of old members like Lin Ro is difficult to keep up with Shuguang's rapid development. Although the old members can basically rely on their skills to express the strength of the second level or even the second level, their basic strength still needs to increase as soon as possible to avoid too big a gap in the later period and cause unnecessary psychological conflicts. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng checked the items in the space ring. There are still 4 martial arts great return pills left. There are 5 level 1 Doomsday martial arts treasure chests left. Level 3 gene enhancement potion, quantity 9. There are also some other items. That's enough. Nodding secretly, Jiang Cheng said to the miniature communication device, "Now, Xinru, Zhangya, the old man, Xiao Jian, Qingwan, come to the gym." The 4 of them were on patrol when they heard the voice coming from their ears. They immediately reacted, and after giving instructions to their men, they all walked to the gym. Not long after, the gym door opened. Led by Father Yang, the others walked in one by one. "Sit down first." Jiang Cheng pointed to the position in front of him, then ordered the Dawn Elf to close the gym door tightly, and then said, "It's not a big deal to come here with you." "What's that?" Lin Ro said with a smile. "Old man, I'm going to have a good chat with my little Ping Ping." Father Yang said, dissatisfied. "Puff." When the other girls heard what Father Yang said, their faces turned red and they spat softly. Jiang clarified and cleared his throat and said, "Now, it is obvious to everyone that the overall strength of the base has improved, and in the future, there will be more and more awakened people in our base. As the captain of the guard, you must improve your strength." "Jiang Cheng, what do you mean?" The old man frowned slightly. The other people were also a little nervous. Jiang Cheng smiled and waved his hands and said, "Don't be so nervous. You are all veterans of the base. I said, if I take a bite, you will be yours." After saying that, he flipped his wrist, and 9 level 3 gene-enhancing potions appeared in his hand. He said with some embarrassment, "I have already used one of these potions, and there are 9 left. You can divide them up. I don't think it's a big deal. It's okay, old man. I'm the strongest. Just take 1 less." Father Yang immediately laughed loudly. "Dad, as the main combatants, you still need to improve as soon as possible. As a doctor, it doesn't matter if I take 1 less." Lu Xinru stood up at this time, then looked at everyone with a smile and said, "Besides, after everyone improves their strength, you definitely won't ignore me, right?" In fact, she has her own little thoughts. After confirming her relationship with Jiang Cheng, for some reason, the other girls knew about it, but still never mentioned it. She naturally also knows everyone's thoughts, and with Jiang Cheng's current status, she will definitely not be the only woman in the future, but as the first person to confirm her relationship with Jiang Cheng, she feels that she needs to act like a hostess. "As a base doctor, I should better improve my strength. It's up to me," Zhang Yi suddenly said. "Sister Ye, your abilities are currently quite weak, so let me take care of it." Lin Ro said not to be outdone. I can give in." Li Qingwan weakly raised her hand. Looking at the arguing women, Jiang Cheng had a slight headache, but he still said, "Okay, I will find a way to get Xinru's potion later. You two can divide these." When Jiang Cheng spoke, the women all fell silent and looked at Jiang Cheng. Lin Ro pouted angrily. Zhang Ye's tender eyes were particularly resentful. Li Qingwan looked at Jiang Cheng pitifully, weak and helpless. Lu Xinru looked at him with a smile on her face. What a sin! Jiang Cheng was naturally very clear in his mind, but at the moment he decided to put aside the emotional matters for the time being and said, "Inject first." "Yes." With Jiang Cheng making the decision, everyone took it, rolled up their sleeves, and injected directly. Soon, 5 minutes after the injection, everyone suddenly released a strong aura. Jiang Cheng directly opened the data and looked at Lin Ro first. Name Lin Ro. Gender, female. Age, 22. Friendliness, 100. Level, lower level 2 awakener, acquired level 5. Spirit, 0.5, can increase combat power by 50%. Wisdom, 35 to 90. Strength, 137.7 to 688.5. Agility, 45.2 to 90.4. Spirit, 35.5 to 106.5. Virus resistance, 3.1. When reaching 3, it can be immune to level 3 mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, level 2 water control, awakening degree, for percent. Kung Fu, Qi gathering, hard Qigong, demon slaying 3 swords, Xianyuan Gong. Skills, primary firearms, primary combat. Comprehensive combat power, 975.4. This combat power has completely reached the level of level 2, and with the addition of spirit opening and demon slaying 3 swords, it can definitely fight against level 3. Let's look at Lu Xinru again. Name, Lu Xinru. Gender, female. Age, 28. Friendliness, 100. Level, 2nd order lower awakener, 5th order acquired. Spirit, 0.5, can increase combat power by 50%. Wisdom, 39 to 117. Strength, 130.35 to 651.78. Agility, 42.25 to 84.5. Spirit, 41.8 to 125.4. Virus resistance, 3.1. When it reaches 3, it can be immune to the 3rd level mutant and the following common zombie viruses. Superpower, 2nd level treatment, awakening degree, for percent. Kung Fu, Qi gathering method, hard Qigong, Xianyuan Gong, 3 swords of extermination. Skills, advanced medical skills, elementary cooking. Comprehensive combat power, 978.68. It must be said that although Lu Xinru did not inject 2 injections of the third-level gene enhancement agent, her current strength is not much inferior to Lin Ro. Look at that again. Name Yang Jinan. Gender, male. Age, 78. Friendliness, 100. Level, acquired 10th layer, second order awakener. Spirit, 1.0, can increase combat power by 100%. Wisdom, 15 to 45. Strength, 146.55 to 732.75. Agility, 57.45 to 114.9. Spirit, 53.1 to 159.3. Virus resistance, 3.6. When reaching 3, can be immune to third-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, second-order Buddha, awakening degree, 15%. Kung Fu, Qi gathering method, hard Qigong, Vajra fist, demon slaying 3 knives, Xinyuan gong. Comprehensive combat power, 1051.95. Should I say he is worthy of being called Old Man Yang? Jiang Cheng looked at Old Man Yang's data and couldn't help but exclaimed. The normal combat power has reached the level of the lower third level. If the spirit is opened and awakened, and the 3 demon-killing swords are used, this terrifying strength can definitely fight against the 4th level. If he meets Fengwei Xuanyu again, the old man will definitely crush him. Next is Zhangya. Name Zhangya. Gender, female. Age, 30. Friendliness, 99.5. Level, awakener of the lower 2nd level, the 8th level of the acquired heaven. Spirit, 0.8, can increase combat power by 80%. Wisdom, 47 to 141. Strength, 135.6 to 678. Agility, 47.15 to 94.3. Spirit, 56.5 to 169.5. Virus resistance, 2.8. When it reaches 2, it can be immune to the 2nd-level mutant and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, 2nd-level charm, awakening degree, 6.5%. Kung Fu, Qi gathering method, hard Qigong, Xinyuan gong, 3 swords of exterminating demons. Skills, cooking master, agriculture intermediate, tailoring intermediate, management advanced. Comprehensive combat power, 1082.8. Zhangya's strength improvement is definitely not small, and her comprehensive strength has exceeded 1000, but such data is also reasonable. After all, she used the martial arts elixir in advance, and her basic value is higher than the other women. As long as the other people use the martial arts elixir again, their comprehensive combat power will naturally increase. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng finally looked at Li Qingwan. Name Li Qingwan. Gender, female. Age, 23. Friendliness, 100. Level 2nd order awakener, acquired 4th order. Spirit, 0.4. Increases combat power by 40%. Wisdom, 30 to 90. Strength, 110.4 to 552. Agility, 37.85 to 75.7. Spirit, 31 to 93. Virus resistance, 2.8. Immune to first-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, 2nd-level Phoenix transformation, awakening degree, 11.2%. Skills, Qi gathering method, hard Qigong, demon killing 3 swords, Xinyuan gong. Comprehensive combat strength, 810.7. Qingwan has the lowest strength and is the least noticeable one in the base, but because she is the last one to arrive, her basic value will be lower. In addition, her spiritual value is only at the 4th level of the acquired realm, but it has definitely reached the strength of the 2nd level. Looking at the values of everyone, Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "How do you feel?" Lin Ro was the first to say excitedly, "I feel full of strength all over my body. Even if it is a 3rd-level spirit beast, I can kill it. I feel that my Buddha transformation seems to have undergone a huge change. If I use it, I am confident that I can show that stinky bird some color without using the demon-killing 3 swords." Old Man Yang was also full of confidence at this time, and because of his breakthrough to the 2nd-level awakener, his appearance, which was originally in his 40s, changed again. Not to mention the full head of black hair, just the smooth skin on his face. You can't tell that old man is 78 years old. Jiang Cheng estimated that she was in her early 30s at most. As for Zhangya, Jiang Cheng immediately retracted his gaze the moment he looked at her. It's not that she's ugly. On the contrary, Zhangya now seems to have a stronger ability to seduce after breaking through the second-level awakener. Even Jiang Cheng can't control himself without using charm. What? Is there a flower on my face? Zhangya giggled. She felt much better now after improving her strength. No. Jiang Cheng quickly turned his head to look at Li Qingwan. Li Qingwan's changes seemed to be greater. The brown pupils of the source root turned fiery red, and flame-like lines appeared between her eyebrows. The changes were not small. Qingwan, what do you look like? Lin Ro usually has the best relationship with Li Qingwan. Seeing the changes in Li Qingwan, she couldn't help but point at her. What happened to my face? Li Qingwan realized it later and said in a panic. Look for yourself. Lin Ro took out a mirror from the space ring and pointed it at Li Qingwan. Li Qingwan looked up, and when she saw herself in the mirror, she breathed a sigh of relief, patted her chest, and said to herself, fortunately, the changes are not too big. At the same time, she rolled her eyes at Lin Ro, who was laughing secretly, and said, if you do this again, I will ignore you. Hee, my fault. Lin Ro said with a smile. Just as the two were playing, Lu Xinru made a sound of surprise. Hey, my ability. Everyone's eyes were turned to Lu Xinru. Jiang Cheng also looked over worriedly. Lu Xinru took a deep breath, trying to calm down the excitement in her heart, and said, after my superpowers are upgraded, in addition to treating internal and external injuries, I can also restore broken organs. What do you mean? Lin Ro looked at Lu Xinru with some excitement and said, my brother. Currently, I can only confirm that a small organ can be restored, but similar to a whole leg, I'm not sure. Lu Xinru said uncertainly. It's okay, having such hope is enough. Lin Ro said excitedly. This time, maybe he can give Lin Yi a surprise. Looking at the excited people, Jiang cleared his throat and interrupted. By the way, in addition to these gene-enhancing potions, there are a few things for everyone. With that said, Jiang Cheng took out 4 more martial arts great return pills from the space ring and distributed them to everyone one by one. This is... Looking at the white and round elixir, Father Yang swallowed secretly, his eyes widened, and he said tremblingly, what is this elixir? Martial arts great return pill. Jiang Cheng said with a smile. The words fell. Father Yang felt his head buzzing. This turned out to be the legendary martial arts great return elixir. It seems that such elixirs are only available in the legendary 1,000-year-old Xiankong Temple and the Sanqing Hall on the top of Junin Mountain. Each family has one. The 6 major ancient martial arts families in Zhou capital can only dream about such elixirs. It can be seen that it is precious. Legend has it that such an elixir can directly advance a person to innate status, saving 30 years of hard training. Boy, how did you manage to possess 4 of them at once? Father Yang said excitedly. Jiang Cheng couldn't laugh or cry and said, aren't they just 4 martial arts great return pills? They are not as powerful as the legends say. They still need to be refined slowly by themselves. Besides, I had 6 pills before, and I took 1. In Chu I gave you 1, Sister Yo, when we were all here, and now there are 4 left, just enough for you to break through. You. Are you really willing to give such a valuable thing to me, the old man? You know, just 1 of these is enough for the Guwu family to fight for with countless lives. Father Yang sighed after swallowing his saliva. Road. It's just a foreign thing. I've said before that if I have a share, you must also have a share. Jiang Cheng said, and directly put the elixir in the hands of Father Yang. There were also 3 other women, and Jiang Cheng also placed the elixirs in their hands one by one. I was able to obtain the great return of martial arts pill that has driven countless people crazy, and it seems like this guy doesn't care? Father Yang still couldn't believe it, but the warm jade-like touch in his hands truly told him that this was true. Taking a deep breath, Father Yang looked deeply at Jiang Cheng. First, he was given 3 martial arts small return pills, and now he was given 1 martial arts major return pill. This kind of kindness was something he could no longer repay with his life. Thinking of this, Father Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Forget it, if you have too many debts. If this kid gets into any trouble in the future, I'll just go ahead and hit him with my old bones. Father Yang muttered to himself, carefully put the martial arts great return pill into his mouth, then immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to use the Xianyuan gong to break through. Upon seeing this, the other girls immediately swallowed the martial arts great return pill. Because of their experience in swallowing the small return pill last time, they were able to use the Xianyuan gong to digest the medicine's power very smoothly. Almost an hour later, break! Father Yang shouted angrily. His aura began to rise. Suddenly, a hurricane blew up in the gym and formed a vortex on Father Yang's head. Aura vortex? This is a sign that the second bridge of heaven and earth has been opened. Jiang Cheng's eyes widened, and he stared at the state of Father Yang. As the vortex of spiritual energy continued to be injected toward the top of his head, Yang's momentum continued to rise until it reached a critical point. There was a bang. The aura dispersed. Father Yang slowly opened his eyes, revealing an aura that was inconsistent with the world and quite otherworldly. But soon it turned into excitement and joy. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that I, Yang Jianan, would one day become an innate warrior. Father Yang laughed loudly, with tears in his eyes, as if he was venting the pressure in his chest for many years. Jiang Cheng looked again and saw that Yang's father's level had been successfully upgraded to Xiantian. Not only that, this breakthrough directly allowed him to break through to the third level of Xiantian. And the spiritual value has also reached a terrifying 3.0, which means that in the spiritually open state, it is 4 times the normal combat power. The other attributes have also been greatly improved. Wisdom, 45.95. Strength, 732.75. 1132.75. Agility, 114.9 to 129.9. Spirit, 159.3, 199.3. With such attributes, the combat power has reached the ordinary third level. However, Father Yang's level still shows the second level, probably because of the awakening level of his powers. As for the other people, Lin Ro broke through to the acquired 10th level. Lu Xinru broke through to the 10th level of the day after tomorrow. Li Qingwan broke through to the 9th level of the day after tomorrow. Zhang Yao is still the 8th level acquired. But this is all before the potency of the medicine is fully digested. Seeing the members' strengths greatly improved, Jiang Cheng finally felt relieved. Finally, he took out 5 level 1 Doomsday martial arts treasure chests and distributed them one by one, saying, "There is a crystal in these boxes, called the Martial Arts Inheritance Crystal, which seals different martial arts. It depends on you to decide what you can get. Such a valuable thing. Jiang kid, you should keep it for yourself." Old man Yang refused directly. He had already taken Jiang Cheng's martial arts elixir, and he felt very embarrassed. It was really unreasonable to take the inheritance crystal again. Jiang Cheng insisted, "Old man, don't be hypocritical about our relationship. I said that if there is mine, there will be yours. And I have my own martial arts inheritance crystal. Don't worry." After listening to Jiang Cheng's words, Old man Yang hesitated for a moment and stopped refusing. "Okay, then I will be shameless this time. Anyway, I have sold my life to you, kid." As he said, he took the lead in taking a level 1 martial arts treasure chest. To be honest, he was still very curious about this kind of thing. You know, it is quite difficult to seal all the knowledge in a crystal. I don't know where this kid got so many good things. Looking at the black wooden box in front of him, Father Yang took a deep breath and slowly opened it. I saw that in the center of the wooden box, there was a fist-sized white crystal with a halo. Father Yang held it in his hand. Soon, the tree spirit turned into a pool of liquid and penetrated into his body through his pores. Not long after, a martial art called Akalanatha appeared in his mind. The effect is that during the use, his body cannot move, but the defense is doubled. Good stuff. After looking through the memories in his mind, Father Yang cheered loudly. This martial art may be a bit tasteless for others, but for him, it is definitely tailor-made. The hard Qigong itself can double the body's defense, and with the Buddha, his defense can be doubled again. Now the second-level Buddha can increase the defense tenfold, plus the Akalanatha. It can be said that within the second level, no, even within the third level, no one can break his defense. For a moment, Father Yang suddenly wanted to fight those third-level spirit beasts or third-level zombies again. Seeing Father Yang's face full of joy, Lin Ro also hurriedly opened the box in her hand. It was also a piece of white crystal. Hold the crystal. The crystal melted into the body. Soon, a martial art called the soft sword around the finger appeared in her mind. Its content is to condense water on the finger and shoot it, and the power formed is twice her strength attribute at that time. Lu Xinru obtained a martial art called Life and Death Finger. Unlike other martial arts, this martial art called Life and Death Finger refers to concentrating the power on the finger and pointing it out. One finger can save people, and one finger can kill people. Zhang Ye obtained a martial art called Soul Search. As long as the opponent's mental power is lower than hers and is in a weak state, she can look through the opponent's memory. The martial art prescribed by Li Qingwan is called Iron Claw. You can attach your internal force to your hands, and you can break stones and cut metal. As everyone obtained martial arts, Jiang Cheng distributed the 4 second-level Doomsday Warriors he won in the previous lottery to the 4 people except Lu Xinru. Jiang Cheng gave the remaining 3rd-level Doomsday Warrior directly to Lu Xinru. After doing this, Jiang Cheng felt relieved. Now, the old man and his men finally have the strength to lead the way. As for the next one, only Miao Pass is left. After everyone left, Jiang Cheng returned to the room alone. However, the moment he entered the door, a white furry little guy jumped into his arms, and Jiang Cheng caught it. Meow. The little guy buried his head in Jiang Cheng's chest and rubbed it hard, as if expressing his longing for Jiang Cheng. Okay, I know I have ignored you during this period. Jiang Cheng rubbed Meowpa's little head with a smile, and took out 1,000 ordinary zombie crystals from the space ring and handed them over, saying, "Eat it. You have worked hard to guard the house this time." Meow. Seeing a large number of zombie crystals, Meowpa hummed excitedly, licked Jiang Cheng's palm, and then quickly jumped in front of the crystals and opened his mouth slightly. Swallow. For a moment, a black vortex appeared in front of Meowpa's mouth, and the ordinary zombie crystals that were originally piled up in a small pile disappeared instantly. After absorbing the zombie crystals, Meowpa looked at Jiang Cheng with an unsatisfied look on his face, and his dark golden round eyes stared at Jiang Cheng eagerly. Jiang Cheng laughed and said, "Don't worry, I'll let you eat your fill this time." Then he took out another 3,000 ordinary zombie crystals. Meowpa still swallowed them in one breath, and his face was still unsatisfied, looking at Jiang Cheng beggingly. "Can you eat so much?" Jiang Cheng was shocked, and then this time he didn't take out ordinary zombie crystals, but directly took out 100 first-level lower zombie crystals and 22nd-level lower zombie crystals and handed them over. Meowpa looked at the pile of crystals. His eyes immediately lit up, and the swallowing skill was activated immediately. Instantly, the pile of crystals disappeared into the black hole again, but this time he licked the corner of his mouth, showing a satisfied look. "Do you want more?" Jiang Cheng rubbed Meowpa's head and said, "As long as the little guy can eat, he doesn't mind taking out some more high-level zombie crystals. Anyway, what he lacks the least now is zombie crystals." Meow. Meowpa shook his head humanely, then yawned loudly, fell headfirst on Jiang Cheng's bed, and snored. At the same time, white light flashed around it. Seeing this magical change, Jiang Cheng was shocked and quickly opened the data eye. Name, Meowpa. Race, Devourer, growth period, evolving, 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Level 2. Wisdom, 1.8. Strength, 3,685. Agility, 425. Spirit, 205. Ability, Devour, can devour all items and turn them into nutrients for itself. Comprehensive combat power, 4315. Sure enough, seeing the status bar behind Meowpa, Jiang Cheng understood. But what excited him was that, judging from Meowpa's data, the strength attribute of more than 3,000 was comparable to that of an average level 3 middle spirit beast, and the agility attribute of 425 was even faster and more powerful than that of a level 3 spirit beast. I really don't know what this little guy will look like after evolution. He carefully pulled a pillow over to cushion the little guy's head and checked the remaining evolution time of Aaron. There were still 69 hours left. There were still 12 days left before the biggest wave of beasts on August 24th, and he still had a lot to do. Forget it. Don't think about it. Go to sleep. Putting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, Jiang Cheng rushed into the bathroom to take a shower and lay directly in the hibernation chamber. August 13th. Luo Fan sent a message early in the morning, saying that he had already started to investigate the distribution of forces in Tiannan. In the base, Chiyue and others went to the other side of the Lincian River, and the Lincian South District began to continue the sweep work. Lincian, with the Lincian River as the boundary, is divided into the North District and the South District. Yesterday, July cleared the North District. After reporting, each of them set off with 10 first-level Doomsday Warriors. Father Yang and others guarded the base as usual. Everything was fine. After the training, Jiang Cheng called Miao Feng to rush to the Lincian base. The two of them were very fast, and they arrived at the gate of the Lincian base in less than a minute. Standing at the gate, Jiang Cheng looked up. The iron gate that was hit by the spirit beast before was still concave inward. There were a lot of bloodstains on the stones piled behind the iron gate. There were still a lot of spirit beasts and corpses of humans in combat uniforms around. Obviously, they had experienced a big battle yesterday. Jiang Cheng looked at it, frowned, and said to Miao Feng, "Let's go in and take a look first." "Yeah." Miao Feng's face was slightly gloomy. The two walked through the gate and went straight back, all the way to the shanty town in their impression, and there was still no one. Did they evacuate? Jiang Cheng frowned and closed his eyes, releasing his mental power. Now, his control over mental power has improved a lot, and under the guidance of Xu Guang, he has a better understanding of the application of mental power, such as using mental power to explore the surrounding situation. He just released his mental power. Soon he searched a group of people huddled in a basement somewhere. This group of people was in public, and one of them was lying on the ground, emitting twice as much heat as ordinary people. "What is this?" Jiang Cheng said to himself. Suddenly, bang! A burst of smoke and dust was picked up not far away, forming a huge yellow earth miasma, accompanied by the sound of the wall collapsing. Jiang Cheng subconsciously opened his eyes. "There is movement over there, let's go." With that said, without waiting for Miao Feng to react, he carried the other person and flew towards the direction of the noise. And at this time, outside the backyard wall of Lincian Base, a snow-white, three-headed hell dog was lying in the ruins. Many parts of its fur were stained with blood. Its lower abdomen kept rising and falling, and its breathing was somewhat rapid. There are also those three huge heads. The heads on the left and right have rolled their eyes, and the long pink tongue hangs out of the corner of the mouth. Only the head in the middle is still awake, but blood is constantly overflowing from the corner of the mouth. Apart from the three-headed hell dog, there was also an unconscious man wearing a black combat uniform lying next to it, with his limbs appearing irregularly twisted. This person and the dog are Li Feng and Wang Chong from Lincian Base. Damn it! What did this thing eat to grow up? It's so strong. Wang Chong stared at the giant beast in front of him that was 5 meters tall and 20 meters long, with 3 lion heads, a long brown mane around its neck, a pair of brown wings on its body, and a tail like a scorpion. He sighed helplessly. He and Li Feng faced this guy for less than 10 minutes before being beaten to a pulp, which made him feel a deep sense of powerlessness. No, I can't fall. Once I fall, the survivors in the basement will be finished. That kid Guopeng is in a coma due to his wound infection. He will definitely not be able to escape. Thinking that there was a large group of people behind him who needed his protection, Wang Chong muttered a few words to himself, gritted his teeth, endured the pain in his body, and slowly turned over to get ready. It's a pity that Brother Jiang isn't here, otherwise he wouldn't be able to catch you, a beast. Cursing under his breath. Before he could get up, the monster suddenly appeared in front of him, stepped on his head, and stepped back on his half-raised head. Because of the excessive force, the head directly smashed the ground into a circle of cracks. Wang Chong's vision blurred as he was also hit. Before he could wake up, the monster suddenly opened its bloody mouth, lowered its head, and bit his neck. For a moment, Wang Chong only felt a few sharp piercings piercing his neck, closing his respiratory tract and giving him a sense of suffocation. Damn it, am I going to die here? Murmured. Wang Chong wanted to struggle, but the increasing sense of suffocation made it difficult for him to even open his eyelids, and his head was tightly held down by the opponent's feet, making it difficult to even move. And his neck was protruding, and blood was pouring out. As the monster's bite increased, He heard an explosion from his neck. He knew it was the sound of his neck cracking. He was about to die on the spot. Sudden, there was a loud shout from the side. "Get out of here!" The voice fell. A strong wind blew over his head, and Wang Chong felt his body lighten. Bang! There was a loud noise of a building collapsing in the distance. Wang Chong turned his head to see what happened, but because his backbone was gone, he couldn't turn his head even if he tried his best. "Don't move. Lie down and rest well. Leave this beast to me." A familiar voice came from his ear. Then, the voice said again, "Brother Miao Feng, Brother Chong will be handed over to you. You can just inject this medicine into him. And these two are for Brother Feng." After that, Wang Chong felt footsteps in front of his head, and then a familiar back appeared in his sight. It's Brother Jiang." Wang Chong trembled all over. His brother Jiang is here. At this time, Miao Feng took the second-level gene enhancement potion and stood by to support Wang Chong's head and said, "Old Wang, I'm old Miao. I'll inject you with the potion now. Don't move." After Wang Chong finished speaking, he only felt the bite of ants on his neck, and then a warm current began to flow from his neck along his whole body, and the injuries on his body were relieved instantly. After injecting Wang Chong, Miao Feng walked to Li Feng, who was lying unconscious on the side. Looking at Li Feng's twisted limbs and the blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, he sighed with reluctance, then squatted down and pushed the second-level gene enhancement potion in. After doing this, Miao Feng stood quietly by the side. At the same time, the spirit beast that was knocked away stood up from the ruins, shook off the dust on its body, and the whole beast was a little dazed. What's the situation? Who attacked it? Just thinking about it, suddenly a voice came from the side. "Hey, what's this voice?" It quickly turned its head and saw a human standing 20 meters to its left. It immediately turned around and stared at the human in front of it. Although it did not feel a strong breath from this human, it still instinctively felt a hint of danger. "Ayo!" It roared long, and its eyes became fierce. Jiang Cheng just felt ridiculous. After all, it was just a beast. If it were him, he would have retreated long ago. So he said loudly, "You almost killed my friend. Now you have two choices. Surrender or die." Roar! The spirit beast in front of it roared again, its lantern-sized eyes almost spewing fire, and its body bent, and it rushed towards Jiang Cheng. "It seems that you have made a choice." Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed. According to the other party's information, the level of this spirit beast is below the 3rd level, and the strength attribute is about 5,000. While running, the three-headed lion continued to condense energy in its mouth, and it was in front of it in the next second. Roar! With another roar to the sky, the energy ball in the three-headed lion's mouth glowed brighter. Looking for death, Jiang Cheng did not dodge or evade. He put his left hand behind his back and drew a mysterious arc in the air with his right hand. He shouted softly, "Double-fold force." His hand was as powerful as a dragon. In an instant, it reached the chin of the three-headed lion, and then slapped it hard at the chin. Bang! A muffled sound. Before the energy in the three-headed lion's mouth was spit out, it was directly slapped into the air by this palm, and even its vision was a little blurred. But it didn't know that this matter was not over yet. Jiang Cheng looked up at the three-headed lion that was hit and flew up, and stepped a step. Bang! The ground cracked. Jiang Cheng jumped up and appeared in front of the three-headed lion again, and then grabbed the air, and a white tang sword appeared in his palm. The first move of the 3 swords to kill demons, slash demons. Clang! The tang sword hummed. The blade quickly glowed with light under the infusion of internal energy, and condensed into a dazzling internal energy sword in an instant. Fall! Swish! A knife swung down. The 3 heads were separated from the body instantly. A charming blood flower bloomed in the sky. Swish, swish, swish. The blood fell like raindrops, mixed with 3 heads and huge bodies that were connected together. Instantly, dust flew and gravel splashed. Looking at this gorgeous scene, Miao Feng couldn't help but sigh. After all, he is the leader, and every move is shocking. "Old Miao, what did you just call Brother Jiang?" At this time, Wang Chong was injected with 2 consecutive injections of the second-level gene enhancement agent. Although his injuries were not healed, his body was able to move. He turned over and posed in a comfortable posture on the ground, looking at Miao Feng in surprise. Miao Feng said disapprovingly, Chief, let me formally introduce myself. I am Miao Feng, and I am now the 10th Guard Captain of the Dawn Guard team of the Dawn Base. At this point, he suddenly smiled and said, Actually, you don't have to be so surprised. It won't be long before we become real companions. Listening to this, Wang Chong was silent for a moment, with a hint of loss on his face. Seeing this, Miao Feng advised, Old Wang, now that the Chudu base has been destroyed and the bases in Chu province are independent, Dawn is already the best choice for us. Besides, Brother Jiang is familiar with us and treats us well. You know that. I know, but I feel a little uncomfortable. Wang Chong smiled bitterly and complained, After all, we are also the main force in fighting zombies. Now it's our turn to work for others. Do you think it's aggrieved? What are you feeling aggrieved about, Brother Chong? Just as the two were chatting, Jiang Cheng put away his knife and walked over with a smile. It was a pleasant surprise that he could harvest a third-level spirit beast crystal stone at the Lincian base today. Brother Jiang, you know that we are warriors of the great Zhou dynasty, but now. Wang Chong couldn't continue talking here, so he could only let out a sigh of relief and said, I know that you are here to merge our Lincian base. I, Wang Chong, admire you. If you persuade me to join, I will definitely join. It's about the captain's side. You can do it yourself. Brother Chong, thank you for your trust in me. I will talk to Brother Feng about this. Jiang Cheng thanked him and took out 3 small Huandan pills, Xianyuan Gong and Mianma Sandao that he had prepared long ago, and of course, a second-level awakening potion. He prepared all these in advance before coming to the Lincian base. As for the second-level awakening potion, he has consulted the system. Even those who have awakened can be injected with the second-level awakening potion, and after the injection, they can break through the second-level awakening within a month. Brother Chong, please accept these things for now. Jiang Cheng said and handed them over. What is this? Wang Chong was so surprised that he raised his paws and rubbed his big head, saying in embarrassment, Brother Jiang, although I want this thing very much, I really can't afford so many crystals now. No crystals. Jiang Cheng's forehead was black, and he said awkwardly, In fact, it's not Wang Chong's fault. When he sold weapons to Lin Xian before, he almost took away all the crystals from the other party. And while the two were chatting, a voice that didn't know whether to laugh or cry sounded. Brother Jiang, this is not a decent thing for you. You must give me some of what Wang Chong has. Jiang Cheng turned his head in surprise. Li Feng had woken up and was sitting on the ground, looking at him with a smile. What does Brother Feng mean? Jiang Cheng asked in surprise. Li Feng said with a smile, I am not someone who doesn't know how to adapt. Just like this time, if it weren't for you, Brother Jiang, my Lincian base would have been wiped out. Since I can't protect these survivors, what's the point of building this base? It's better to join your team, Brother Jiang. At least let them live well. Haha. Then welcome Brother Feng to join. Jiang Cheng laughed. Now that he has gained 2 generals at once, he is naturally very happy. But Li Feng changed the subject. Jiang Cheng looked over in confusion, but saw Li Feng raised his hand with difficulty and gestured. Where are my things? No problem. Jiang Cheng smiled and immediately took out a set of demon-slaying 3 knives, 3 small pills of Huandan, a set of Xianyuan Gong, and a second-level Jin awakening potion from the space ring and handed them over, saying, I don't have any good things in my hand. Brother Feng will keep these for now, and there will be a big gift when we return to the base. Hee, then I won't be polite. Li Feng rubbed his hands and took the things. By the way, there is no time to lose. Brother Feng and Brother Chong should use it immediately. Jiang Cheng reminded. Wang Chong and Li Feng looked at each other and said in unison, Okay. The words fell. The two took out the items given by Jiang Cheng and used them according to Jiang Cheng's instructions. Every time they used an item, they were more shocked and then ecstatic. In the end, they were extremely glad for their choice. Damn, they had all the good things that others could not touch until they died. What is Xianyuan Gong? Although they had never been exposed to martial arts, they had heard of some of it. What flying over eaves and walls, what hitting bricks from a distance. They sounded amazing. They also heard from the people above that those old stubborn people cherished their possessions and refused to take them out until they died, and they cut off the inheritance of those good things. But what about now? Brother Jiang took them out without saying a word. This is the capital to stand firm in the end times. There are also Xiao Huandan and the 3 swords of exterminating demons. Damn it, they invite you to join, practice 3 sets, and prepare all the skills, martial arts, and elixirs for you. This is full of sincerity. Soon, 2 hours later, the 2 of them exhaled a breath of turbid air at the same time. Their eyes flashed with brilliance, and their temples were bulging high, which was a sign of the entry of internal energy. Jiang Cheng also opened the data to take a look. As expected, the data of the 2 people also increased significantly. First of all, Wang Chang's. Name Wang Chang. Gender, male. Age, 29. Level, upper level 1, acquired level 2. Spirit, 0.2, can increase combat power by 20%. Wisdom, 33.5. Strength, 419.8. Agility, 44.5. Spirit, 68.5. Virus resistance, 1.8. When reaching 1, it can be immune to the first-level mutant and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, first-level beast transformation, subgod species, hellhound, awakening degree, 75%. Kung Fu, demon killing 3 swords, Xianyuan Gong. Comprehensive combat power, 566. The strength has reached 419, which is considered to be the strength of an ordinary second-level lower Death Crusher, but it is only the lowest level Death Crusher. As for other attributes, it has barely reached the strength of a second-level lower Awakener. Next is Li Feng. Name Li Feng. Gender, male. Age, 30. Level, upper level 1, acquired level 2. Spirit, 0.2, can increase combat power by 20%. Wisdom, 34.7. Strength, 242.5. Agility, 36.6. Spirit, 42.8. Virus resistance, 1.8. When reaching 1, can be immune to first-level mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, first-level material simulation, awakening degree, 60%. Kung Fu, demon killing 3 swords, Xianyuan Gong. Comprehensive combat power, 356.6. Comprehensive attributes are average. This is Jiang Cheng's evaluation of Li Feng, but this is only because the Xiaohuan pill has not been fully absorbed. After it is fully absorbed, the strength will be further increased. While the 2 of them are improving their strength, their injuries have also recovered by more than half. The 2 stood up. Li Feng stepped forward, patted Jiang Cheng on the shoulder, and said excitedly, "I won't say much about thanking you. In short, Wang Chang and I will leave these 200 pounds to you." "Don't worry, Brother Feng," Jiang Cheng said with a smile. "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot something important, Brother Jiang." "Oh no, leader, please follow me." Li Feng suddenly remembered something and took Jiang Cheng to an extremely hidden corner, where weeds grew everywhere, and a wooden door could be vaguely seen among the weeds. Li Feng pulled away the weeds and shouted to the inside of the door, "Xiaogua, Lao Tang, open the door, I am Li Feng." "Password." The inside hesitated for a moment and shouted 2 words. Li Feng's face was bright, and he shouted with shame, "Oh, Oni-chan. The password is correct, it's really the captain." The people inside the door heard the password and said excitedly. The next second, the wooden door was opened with a creaking sound, and a soldier inside poked his head out. When he saw Li Feng, he said excitedly, "Captain, you are finally back. Everyone is waiting for you to return safely." "Okay, stop talking nonsense. How are you?" Li Feng scolded with a smile. "Everyone is fine, but Captain Guopeng's wound seems to be infected, and he has been running a high fever," the soldier said with a heavy heart. Hearing this, Li Feng also sighed and said, "Okay, it's also hard for you. Now you call a few brothers to carry Xiaoguo out, and the rest of the people maintain order and let the survivors come out in an orderly manner. I have something important to announce." "Yes, Captain." The little soldier received the order and immediately did what Li Feng said. Jiang Cheng was waiting on the side. At this time in the basement, dozens of soldiers stood in place and stared at the door vigilantly. The other survivors also looked nervous. Until the soldier who asked the question returned, Tang Yong, the leader, immediately asked anxiously, "Yutong, how is the situation?" "It's the captain," Yutong said excitedly. Hearing this, the soldiers' tense nerves relaxed. They had been here for 2 days and 2 nights, and they were almost suffocating. By the way, the captain ordered us to go out now, as if there was something to announce. Yutong continued. Okay. Tang Yong did not hesitate, and immediately nodded and began to dispatch according to Li Feng's instructions. Yutong, you and a few others take Guopeng out first. And other brothers, you maintain order to avoid trampling. Yes. Everyone responded. Almost 5 minutes later, the survivors were already intact on the playground, but everyone looked confused. The home they had finally picked up was destroyed, and there were corpses of companions everywhere. They didn't know what to do for a while. Looking at these survivors, Jiang Cheng sighed lightly. This situation is actually very good. Many survivors in the base can't hold on for half a day when encountering a beast tide. Besides, in this doomsday, being able to save a life is already good. After a quick glance, Jiang Cheng pulled Li Feng and whispered, Brother Feng, please ask Brother Chang to bring the soldiers over first. I have something to tell you. After that, he turned to Miao Feng beside him and said, Old Miao, please take care of these survivors first. It's not a big problem. Leave it to me. Miao Feng smiled. Next, Jiang Cheng led the soldiers of Linxian base to find a place away from the survivors and gave Li Feng another look. Li Feng immediately understood and said loudly, Okay, all teammates, listen to the order. Line up now. Tap, tap, tap. The soldiers' footsteps sounded in a mess, but soon became uniform. Start counting from left to right now. 1, 2, 37. When this number was reported, everyone, including Li Feng, fell silent. They originally had 42 soldiers. Now, except for him, Tang Yong, Wang Chang, and Guopeng, there are only 37 left, which means that they have sacrificed 5 brothers. Jiang Cheng sighed, patted Li Feng and Wang Chang on the shoulders to comfort them, and then said, Leave it to me next. Yeah. Li Feng nodded with a gloomy face, stepped back, and handed the home court to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng cleared his throat and said, Brothers. After a word, everyone looked over blankly. Jiang Cheng brooded for a while and said, Next, I have a big announcement, which is also closely related to your future. Big thing? What big thing? Why would an outsider announce it? The soldiers were even more confused. Jiang Cheng continued, It's like this. After the discussion between me and Captain Li Feng, from today, the Linxian base will be officially merged into the Dawn, and you will also join the Dawn base at this moment. What? This was undoubtedly a heavy bomb for everyone, and they began to feel extremely uneasy and even a little confused. Tang Yong was even more shocked by the news. He wanted to ask, but when he saw that Li Feng and Wang Chang were silent, he knew that this matter today might have been discussed. Looking at everyone's complicated expressions, Jiang Cheng understood and said again, I know this matter is difficult for everyone to accept, but this is the result of a joint discussion between me, Captain Li Feng, and Deputy Captain Wang Chang. Of course, after you join the Dawn, you will still be led by Brother Feng and Brother Chang. Not only that, you will get enough food and have the opportunity to become awakened. Become an awakened? The originally depressed people cheered up all of a sudden. Why did they have casualties? The fundamental reason is that they are too weak. Weak enough to let these monsters ravage them. Weak Taoism is vulnerable to these monsters. If they become awakened, this situation will be reversed, and they will also have the ability to fight monsters with bare hands. Tang Yong was also excited when he heard this, and couldn't help but say, Jiang, Chief Jiang, is what you said true? Can you really let everyone become awakened? Of course I keep my word, and it's now. Jiang Cheng said loudly. Now, hearing this, Li Feng and Wang Chang beside him also became a little uneasy. The combatants of the Dawn base, plus them, Tang Yong and Guopeng, a total of 41 people, if all become awakened, then they will become a team with 41 awakened people, even if these awakened people are only at the first level. But this power is enough to dominate the immortal. Brother Jiang, do you really want it? Li Feng hesitated. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, This is what I planned. As a soldier of Linxian base, Jiang Cheng is absolutely trustworthy, just as he firmly believes in the character of Li Feng and Wang Chang. In peacetime, they stand on the front line of flood control and rescue, fearless of life and death. On the border, they silently guard the territory of Dezhou. So, this time he recruited soldiers. He came with sincerity, and these people are well trained, and after becoming awakened, their combat quality will be higher than that of ordinary awakened. This is a sure-win business. But before that, Jiang Cheng asked, "Everyone, those who have been injected with the first-level gene enhancement agent before, please step forward." "Listen, everyone, you look at me, I look at you." They also whispered in private. "Hey, Yutong, what do you think Consultant Jiang is doing?" A soldier lowered his voice. Yutong thought for a moment and said, "Advisor Jiang is very powerful and has saved us several times before. I choose to trust Advisor Jiang." After saying that, he raised his hand high and said, I have been injected before. And me? I have been injected before too." As Yutong raised his hand, the others raised their hands one by one. After counting, there were 10 people in total. "Very good." Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction, and then explained, "In fact, I asked you to raise your hands if you have been injected because ordinary people can only inject 2 doses of this first-level gene medicine at most, and injecting a 3rd dose will not have any effect. In order to avoid wasting resources, I asked this question." Hearing this, several soldiers in the team showed a look of shame. Just now they thought Jiang Cheng was deliberately giving them a blow, but they didn't expect it to be this reason. Next, Jiang Cheng took out 64 first-level gene enhancement medicines and 39 first-level gene awakening medicines, and distributed them one by one according to the fixed amount per person. Jiang Cheng personally distributed each soldier, and each soldier who received the medicine showed an excited look and saluted when he received it. "Captain Tang, this is for you." Jiang Cheng handed over a first-level gene awakening potion. Tang Yong took it with some trembling, looked at Jiang Cheng gratefully, and said, "Leader, He knew very well how the Tianan base was lost. Whenever he thought of the accident that night, he dreamed of becoming an awakener. Once upon a time, he even planned to take the risk of swallowing the zombie crystal. But fortunately, he was discovered by the soldiers and forcibly stopped. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Just kill a few more zombies and spirit beasts in the future." Jiang Cheng waved his hand and said nonchalantly, I understand." Tang Yong nodded vigorously. 38 of the 39 potions were quickly distributed, and for the last one, Jiang Cheng walked towards Guopeng, who was lying on the side. This brother was the first one he met. But now he was lying on the ground with a pale face and bandages on his legs, and a lot of yellow water seeped out of the bandages. Watching, Jiang Cheng shook his head and squatted down to untie Guopeng's bandages, which was also to prevent the bandages from growing into the flesh when the wound healed later. Untie the bandages. A large piece of skin covered with yellow pus was exposed to the air, and the moment the wound was exposed, a foul smell came to his nose. Jiang Cheng frowned and took out a 2nd-level gene enhancement potion and injected it into Guopeng's body. After the injection, without waiting for the drug to take effect, he immediately injected the remaining 1st-level gene awakening potion. Jiang Cheng did not pull out the needle until the liquid was completely pushed into the other party's body. Soon, with the injection of the drug, the eyelids of Guopeng, who was originally unconscious, began to move. In his sleep, Guopeng only felt that he was wrapped in a warm feeling, and the whole person was like being immersed in a hot spring, and all the cells in his body were making cheerful calls. Almost 10 minutes later, powerful auras burst out from the soldiers. Guopeng also sat up suddenly, opened his eyes and gasped. After finally calming down his disordered breath, he looked around. When he saw a familiar young man in front of him staring at him with a smile, he was surprised and said, "Advisor, it's you. I still like you to call me a master." Jiang Cheng teased, and then asked, "How is it? How do you feel?" "Feeling," Guopeng murmured, and after being reminded by Jiang Cheng, he hurriedly looked at both sides of his thighs. When he saw the flawless white skin, he looked incredulous. My burns are healed. Now feel the energy in your body." Jiang Cheng reminded him at the right time. "Energy?" Guopeng reacted, and he suddenly realized that there seemed to be something extra in his mind, and he quickly focused his attention to check. What is this? I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.